Well, good morning, honourable members.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker.
Please be seated.
Honourable members, please be upstanding for the President of Tynwald.
More my alternate honourable.
More my alternate.
In aspect, Lord Bishop will lead us in prayer.
Our Father,
who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Almighty God, from whom all thoughts of truth and peace proceed, kindle, we pray, in every heart the true love of peace, and guide with your pure and peaceable wisdom those who take counsel for the nations of the earth, that in tranquility your kingdom may go forward, till all the earth is filled with the knowledge of love. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, be with us all evermore. Amen.
Please be seated. Honourable members, I've given leave of absence to Miss Christian and also for part of this morning for Mr Mercer. We continue our order paper at item 12, and I call on the Honourable Member Mrs Kane, who's not here. Therefore, I will now call upon the Honourable Member Mrs Poole-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr President. We'll resume our debate after yesterday. Honourable members, I don't think we need to take a leap of faith. I don't think we need to spend our precious resources conducting yet another review. I think actually the path we're on and the actions we are taking are designed absolutely to strengthen the Manx economy and are pragmatic. A number of speakers in the debate so far have highlighted the benefits and the positive impact for residents, businesses and our island as a whole. I don't need to repeat them, they're on the record. When we talk about the importance of our journey to net zero to our economy, Ms Edge is correct. There is an ever-increasing focus on ESG and sustainable finance and sustainability overall. Because the opportunities, as Ms Kinnish said, is that the opportunities are there, and the businesses on our island are expected by both their customers and their suppliers to show how they are taking seriously their responsibility to reduce emissions and adopt and embed sustainability. It's a key need for businesses on our island, and indeed the Economic Policy Review Committee only a couple of months ago, having taken evidence, referenced businesses being surveyed on the Isle of Man by KPMG, and they put out a media release highlighting that our sustainability credentials are essential and a key part of being able to attract business to the Isle of Man, and that the island must help businesses in the wider economy deliver sustainability goals. They also highlighted that one of the island's weaknesses is the lack of availability of renewable energy. So, honourable members, I stress again that the journey we are on is in fact a key part of strengthening our economy. I would also say that our energy transition is pragmatic. Honourable members, we know that our power systems will need to be replaced. Certainly things can be kept running for a period, but the question is, what is the ongoing investment to maintain power systems, and when is there a business case to actually renew and update and improve power systems? And we've heard a lot about capital investment. I think we also need to be cognizant of the cost of actually operating power systems. And honourable members will know very well the energy crisis that we've lived through and the rocketing cost of gas, which is the primary fuel at the moment to operate our combined gas power system. Indeed, even the average price per therm of gas in 2024-25 remains in the region of 90 pence per therm, 3 times more than it was in 2019. And the prices only a couple of years ago, honourable members will recall, were significantly off the scale. So when we talk about investment and cost to the island and our future, we not only have to think about the inevitable capital investment in renewal of our infrastructure, but also the ongoing revenue cost. And I think back to another pragmatic example of how what we do can make a real difference, not only in terms of emissions, but in terms of our day-to-day running costs. I will give one example that the Department of Home Affairs has invested in, which is to put a battery array up at a solar panel array up at the mast at Carnane. In common with many services run by Home Affairs, they are run 24/7 and therefore use significant amounts of energy. And Carnane, before the solar panel array was put in place, was using approximately 3,500 units of energy per month, so over 40,000 units annually. An initial array of 14 kilowatts led to a saving of around 15,000 units of electricity per year. And then earlier this year, the investment in battery storage to complement that array saw our consumption, and we remember the sun wasn't out that much this summer, but saw our consumption of electricity drop to around 1,000 units of electricity per month. So our projected payback period for that array and battery will be around 6 years. The system life is around 30 years. Honourable members, with the right positive action, proper investment, we seriously can make a massive difference and play our part in reducing emissions, but also we can do what we should be doing, which is drive effective, efficient use of resource and manage our ongoing revenue costs. I think that's something that the people of our island expect us to do within government. It's something businesses expect us to do. And so I can't support the motion. I can support the amendment. I believe we are on the right path and we are doing the right things to both strengthen our economy and play our part in acting well for the people of this island and in addressing climate change. Thank you, Mr. President.
And the Honourable Member, Mr. Hooper, to speak to the amendment of Ms Edge.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just thought I'd rise just to touch on a few of the questions that were asked really by a few members speaking in relation to this amendment. Ms Edge, in moving the amendment, talked about the ban on gas boilers in new builds and the impact that would have on replacing existing gas boilers in public sector properties in her constituency. The answer to that question, Mr. President, is it shouldn't have an impact because the ban on gas boilers is on new builds, not on replacement boilers. That is the case as it stands now. The DOI is in the process of producing a decarbonisation strategy for the public sector estate, but that is a very different question to a mandated ban. So hopefully that can reassure Mrs Edge that actually there is no ban on replacement gas boilers in existence now, nor is there one coming into force at the start of January 2025. In terms of the money that's been spent so far, just to give you an example, roughly £1 million has been spent in the last year and a half on the energy efficiency scheme. That is the scheme that helps people make their homes more efficient with small changes, thermostatic valves, light bulbs, whatever it may be. That scheme has touched 3,635 households. That is nearly 1 in 10 households on the Isle of Man have been reached by that scheme in a year and a half. That is a phenomenal reach for a scheme, for what is, in the grand scheme of things, a relatively small amount of funding. And the impact of that scheme will have been felt across the island. So the idea that little has been done, I think, is to miss the reality of what has been happening. And I think this is an important point here because Mr. Thomas talks a lot about faith and about this being a religion of sorts. Now, Mr. Thomas knows better than anyone that I believe that religion has no place in politics. But as a good accountant, I tend to follow the data. You understand the direction that data is travelling, and use that data to help guide our decision making. And so as an accountant, I look back at what my institute has to say about things like net zero. It talks about the direction of travel and business confidence. The actual view of the institute is expressed in a number of articles, and I did say I wasn't going to talk about the economy, but scratch that one because it's important. There is an article produced by the Institute of Chartered Accountants headed, "Ignoring Net Zero is an Act of National Self-Harm." This isn't faith or religion, this is business leaders telling you this. 2 years ago, a range of UK organisations representing in a region of £3 trillion, that's trillion pounds worth of assets, wrote to the UK government calling for more detail and an investment plan in their net zero targets. Again, this is reality. This is not faith. The impact net zero has on our economic future is substantial. And I think it would be very short-sighted to ignore that. The idea that you could suddenly take the money that we have allocated for our future and spend it now on other things, I think does a great disservice to the future of the island. Turning to the very specific elements of the amendment that Ms Edge has tabled, she calls for a review to be published following whichever of the two versions of the motion is approved by this Honourable Court. And I think there's some merit in that. In fact, I think there is so much merit in that when the Climate Change Act came through the House of Keys, I tabled an amendment calling for an annual review, an annual report. That made it into the Act. So it is already law, Section 19 of the Act, that requires an annual debate and an annual report in front of this Honourable Court. So the amendment that Ms Edge has tabled unfortunately serves no purpose because it is already a statutory responsibility of the government to bring an annual debate and an annual report. And as honourable members know, I am very keen on the government fulfilling and complying with its statutory responsibilities. So I don't think I can support the amendment in front of us, and I would encourage you not to because it risks confusing matters. There is a very clear timetable specified in law. That was put in law for a very good reason, to make sure that it happens, and I would rather rely on the prescription set out in statute than trying to confuse matters with additional reviews, additional amendments, and additional complications. Mr. President.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. William.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to address some of the questions raised yesterday regarding Manx Utilities, and also I'd like to thank honourable members for recognising the work that Manx Utilities is undertaking to achieve the net zero targets. We are confident that our work will allow the Isle of Man to stay on track. I would, though, dispute the allegation that the introduction of wind power will increase the unit cost to customers. Viable solutions at preferred site could allow us to save approximately 1/4 of our current fuel costs. Manx Utilities is a prudent operator and will spend money wisely on its current plant portfolio and equipment to maintain the current level of system resiliency through to 2030. This wise investment will allow this plant to continue to provide resilient solutions beyond this date, as some of the proposed expenditure includes making this plant clean fuel capable. Manx Utilities made the final payment under the lease agreement for the gas pipeline during 2023 to 2024. Manx Utilities has no plans and no date for decommissioning the natural gas transmission pipelines because there are currently 20,000 gas boilers on island. I will be supporting the Honourable Mr Hooper's amendment. Thank you, Mr President.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mrs Kane.
Thank you, Mr President. Climate change is happening, and to deny climate change is to deny science. Some of the comments made during this debate yesterday concern me very much because they demonstrate a breathtaking, willful ignorance of the science without even considering the irrefutable social and economic benefits of making climate mitigations and adaptations, as have been articulated by the Honourable Member Mr Johnston and others. I am somewhat encouraged that the Honourable Mover, Mr Peters, seems to have shifted his position to acknowledge climate change is fact, even if he doesn't feel it necessary for the Isle of Man to continue on its current trajectory. He said he's not a scientist, but as so many do, constantly casting doubt, making assumptions, perpetuating a negative commentary about the imperative need to reduce emissions, to take action. I am happy to accept the blame for the role I played in having Tynwald acknowledge the climate crisis in 2019, which led to the Climate Change Act. My recollection is similar to that of Mr Thomas, the Honourable Member for Douglas Central, but I have always been more interested in achieving climate action than in taking the credit for a declaration that set us on this path. Because there is no doubt climate is changing, our climate is changing. The settled opinion of the vast majority of climate scientists now is that climate is changing and we are the cause. We have a code red for humanity and we absolutely owe it to future generations to do everything in our power as a responsible government and parliament to ensure a sustainable future for our island, for all the community and future generations. But it is clear that we need to shout more about the benefits, the positives that this brings to everyone in the community. Investing in climate change is an investment in our community for better homes, built to future home standards of airtightness, a way of reducing living costs, energy costs, reducing pollution, as well as reducing carbon emissions. Adapting is better for people and business, but we don't like change, and we need to find ways to encourage a shift. I recall the struggle and unpopularity of previous social policies that banned smoking in pubs, that enforced seatbelt wearing in cars. Unthinkable now that they were so unpopular, given the evidence of how many lives have been saved as a result. Taking climate action will also save lives. I would urge Mr Peters and any members who have not yet taken up the invitation to attend the carbon literacy course to do so. It is our responsibility to be well informed on this subject, to lead, to make good public policies for the benefit of our community, to see climate justice and just transition for those who are unable to afford the change. However it was arrived at, the Climate Change Act and the resulting setting of our carbon reduction targets and the plan to get us there are positives for our island. Work undertaken to restore our peat bogs is an important part of our climate plan, and it links to flood mitigation. Our Blue Carbon project, researching the feasibility of renewable energy, as well as domestic heating scenarios for our island and transport scenarios. A vast array of actions are going on right now, and they are all helping to take us on the journey to net zero, only not quickly enough. The Honourable Member for Council, Mr Crane, understands the science. His climate stripes show the increase in the island's average temperatures over the past 70 years. Predictions are that 2024 will be the world's warmest year on record, exceeding 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial period. For some, this is absolutely terrifying. Science tells us that warmer weather will lead to increasing intensity and frequency of extreme weather events. As has been stated, climate change is the biggest threat to human life. It is imperative we invest. Would I like more funding for education and health? Of course, but climate change needs appropriate funding too. It's not either or. Comments that we are punishing our people by investing in climate mitigations is wrong, and plants seeds of doubt reinforces the narrative that we have an option not to take action, instead to continue with hydrocarbons without affecting a change in habits, and sadly, this gives credence to climate deniers and conspiracy theorists. I hope we can lift the conversation, accentuate the co-benefits of taking action, inspire more island residents to come on this journey. Mr Peters presents this motion as urging a more pragmatic approach. Ms Lord Brennan too contends that we should have post-legislative scrutiny, and Mr Thomas questions what happens if we don't meet our carbon targets. In moving this motion, Mr Peters said he seeks a more trade-allure way to net zero. But we are the very definition of trade-allure, starting our net zero journey 30 years later than we should have. It will be costly, and the later we leave it, the higher the cost will be in climate and financial terms. But equally, multi-millions of pounds would be needed to replace old technology, to recommission gas turbines in the power station, for instance. So climate change is real, and it is happening on our island as much as elsewhere. And it is a constant source of anxiety to many of my constituents since the devastating floods of 2015 and 2019. They were once-in-a-lifetime events, but now seem twice or more in a decade, and every winter, bigger storms lasting longer. As the Honourable Member for Council, Mrs Kinnish, said, every storm reinforces the view that our climate is changing, and we must change to adapt and also reduce our contribution to those rising temperatures. But equally, we have to stop the narrative that we are somehow too small to count. We already have the published roadmap to net zero, as the Honourable Member Mr Hooper stated, that the roadmap sought by Honourable Member Ms Edge. Annual updates on climate targets and actions are set out in detail in the annual progress reports received by this Honourable Court. I therefore cannot support the amendment from the Honourable Member for Onchan, as that would be unnecessary duplication for the extremely hard-working and dedicated climate change team. And in considering Mr Thomas's challenge as to what will be the benefit, what will be the result of failing to achieve our targets, I would say probably nothing, except possibly the anger of voters towards us and previous administrations who failed to take action quickly enough, who failed the most fundamental of government's jobs, to keep people safe. It is likely, I think, that we will not achieve the stated aim of a 35% carbon emissions reduction by 2030. So much is dependent on our ability to decarbonise energy generation. I take comfort from the comments of the climate scientist who played a big part in the start of our net zero journey, Professor Curran. He felt those agreed targets were modest but achievable, and if the timeline should slip slightly, if we are not able to decarbonise energy generation as quickly as we hoped, then it is surely better to have tried and to keep trying, better to aspire, better to keep aiming for that reduction, because we must achieve net zero as soon as physically and economically possible in order to sustain the community for now and the future, and in order to prevent the worst impacts of higher emissions changing our climate more quickly. And addressing one other point articulated by Mr Peters, I think, that continuing on our net zero journey somehow fails to listen to the democratic voice. In my experience, the young, and many of those in business, are ahead of us and fully signed up to us taking climate action. Younger generations are more aware of the threat to humankind that climate change is, the threat to their future, the risks of habitat and biodiversity loss impacting on food security, on the cost of living. This is a very real threat to the future, to all of our quality of life. Perhaps we could face a legal challenge for failing to deliver on those targets. Hopefully people will value the work undertaken to date and insist we keep on track. For those reasons, Mr President, I completely support the amendment from the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper. What this debate has made me very aware of is the need for us all to articulate better the reasons for the green policies, the positives, the co-benefits, and the significant threat to our quality of life if we fail to take action. It demonstrates the need to have more public engagement and information to convey the importance of the climate policies and the positives that they bring to the community of having and hopefully achieving our target reductions. How we must all go on this green journey together, hopefully in a sustainable form of transport. What we say in Parliament is important, and I dream one day of everyone being united in the importance of achieving net zero before it is too late. Thank you, Mr President.
Here.
Call on the mover to reply. Oh, beg your pardon, I call on Chief Minister. Apologies.
Thank you, Mr President. I appreciate we're drawing towards the end of the debate, so I hope that I'll keep my remarks fairly concise. There are two key points that I wanted to make, two words that I've heard spoken, two words and phrases that I've heard spoken during the debate, which I think it's important to to correct particularly. But I do, as we move towards the end of the debate, do want to say to the mover that, you know, personally, you know, I've got a great deal of empathy on the reasons why he has brought his motion, because we can't live in a Tynwald bubble and pretend that many people in our population are sceptical or nervous about what is going on around them, or somehow believe that the government is pouring millions of pounds into climate change and they're seeing absolutely no benefits from it whatsoever, or that they would like an electric car, but frankly the thought of finding the money for an electric car, piling 3 kids, the dogs, feeding the family and everybody else, and all plugging the car into your garage, or finding the solutions to finding and bringing the extra additional resources needed so that you can effectively charge. Frankly, let's be realistic. For a lot of people, that's even beyond the scope of their thought. They're struggling as it is just to live day to day. And of course, all the costs and the energy costs and additional taxations, and let's face it, life's been pretty hard in the last few years since Climate Change Act came along. And there's a lot of conflicting stories out there and a lot of different press articles and a lot of nervousness in society. And change and transition is hard, right? I mean, everyone wants change, but no one wants change, particularly when it impacts on you, or impacts on your way of life, or is something that you don't understand or can't understand, or frankly don't believe the words that are coming from the leadership that it's going to make your life better. But, and in fact, you know, and taken in isolation, some of what's been said in here today is, and today and yesterday, is true. The Isle of Man taken in isolation will make no one jot of difference on the global climate change. But taken together with the millions of people around us and the dozens and dozens of countries who are taking this extremely seriously and want a better world and want a cleaner world and are trying desperately to change some of the impacts that we're seeing around us of the floods and the devastations and the heat waves and the increasing intensity of some of these events, then absolutely we can be part of making a difference, or at least trying to make a difference to the world around us, for the sake of ourselves, but also for the future generations to come. But ultimately, going back to this transition point, it is not easy, right? And I think we need to get it into our heads that when we start to change and evolve and invest, making it happen and happen overnight and seeing the benefits immediately of warmer houses, of cheaper transport, of cheaper fuels, it's just not going to happen. I've just spent 3 days at the British Irish Conference, and I can tell you all our neighbouring countries are investing heavily in this area, particularly around energy supply. And let's face it, the energy supply is right at the heart of all this. And for a number of different reasons, there are a lot of struggles going around. It's very easy to say, oh, we'll put wind turbines here and wind turbines here, etc. But landing them, getting it through planning, taking in all the environmental impacts, getting it onto a grid that just is not strong enough to take the sort of levels and intensity of fluctuating electricity supply, the battle to have consistency of supply and security just purely from renewable sources. These are difficult challenges that mankind, that societies, that countries are desperately trying to resolve. But you have to keep going down the path, and part of that path is driven by targets. And at least when you talk about natural evolution and let's see green fuels come through and cleaner fuels and transfers from gas boilers to maybe air source heat pumps or different types of pumps, yes, of course it will happen naturally, but part of the role of government is to try and drive that as well to happen, because without that drive, it's not necessarily going to be the case that business will follow or will follow at pace and try and assist with that change and that transition. But put into the context of not just us, the island, but everything that is happening around us, sustainable finances, the drive from businesses, from big corporate businesses, to have the ESG agenda to be seen to be and being proven to be helping the world create a greener, cleaner environment for us all, to protect our environment for the long-term future, then we need to be part of it just from a practical perspective, if nothing else, because jobs will rely on it. And when we look at some of the other hurdles that we face, particularly around manufacturing and supply, turbines, for example, just being one part of it, well, we know that the upskilling and upgrading of the manufacturing supply chain is desperately needed in order to keep pace with some of the demand and the planning that is being put in place. I hope our manufacturing companies will, at some point, be part of that supply chain. But to do that, of course, we have to engage as a nation, as part of the overall contribution that we are making, and we will have to evidence, of course, that alongside just our overall drive towards achieving net zero with everybody else, that we're also upskilling our workforce, that our workforce is being educated and trained and upskilled appropriately so that we can be part of these supply chains. So there are multiple reasons that we should be investing and we should be going on this journey, although accepting, and I would like to sort of make this point, that transition is difficult. That even with the Ørsted farm, it's well known that we need to work with the United Kingdom to be part of the CFD rounds. And even just being part of the CFD rounds is only one part of also being able to land that electricity successfully and get it onto the grid. And as we know, when we're looking on the onshore project for ourselves over here as well, and the importance that that supply will have, both towards targets, but also practically, I hope, towards our energy security and contributing eventually towards lower electricity costs. There are other difficulties that need to be overcome, that this is not a simple journey. But we need to be on the journey, not just for ourselves in isolation, but because if we want to build a successful economy, if we want to keep the island progressing forward, if we want to be part of the evolving business and social environment and housing environment and technological environment, then we need to be pushing ourselves to drive forward. And the two key points I want to make out of this is, first of all, the investment. Actually, when you look at it and consider it in the round, we have not actually spent that much money. It's a myth, I think, to say we are blowing millions of pounds on a green agenda without real thought being put into where that money is going. We've heard today that of the few millions that have been spent so far, quite a lot of that has been put into trying to help some of the least well-off in society have better housing, and of course some of that is being invested in terms of our sort of policy making and our legislation process, and people won't necessarily see immediate benefit from it now, but they will do in the longer term. So it's a myth, I think, that we are spending millions and millions of pounds of money without considering where that money is being invested, and it's important that we keep our considerations in that respect. But in total, the 2 points: one, I heard the word, we're going to spend millions of pounds and go bankrupt. We are not going to go bankrupt, and we will invest our money absolutely wisely, and things will have to have a business case attached to them to make sense in order that we protect the public purse. And the second point is, the energy strategy is very, very clear. We will not jeopardise our energy security. So we are not going to turn off gas power stations, or indeed are we going to ignore the capacity of what we hold on the island to keep the energy security of this island running. Yes, we will drive towards renewables, we will seek to meet our targets, we will, with the MUA, I hope, be able to invest in cleaner fuels, but we will not jeopardise energy security under any circumstances, and I need to make those 2 points absolutely crystal clear. We are investing wisely, and we will absolutely maintain energy security for the future.
And the Honourable Member, Mr Morehouse.
Thank you, Mr President. I'd like to begin by thanking Mr Peters for opening up this debate and allow us to discuss this, because for the past few months many of us have spoken about this, but today we've actually had a proper, genuine debate, and I think that's healthy. In terms of the motion, it's key to remember it does not stop and it does not attempt to pause or move forward. And that is key. I think today there's been a lot of frustration from some of the great advocates of this in terms of it was stopping, it was pausing, it was slowing down. Now this is just a review of what we're doing in terms of the net zero targets and budgets. It's very clear. It's not about stopping, it's not about pausing, it's not about slowing things down. This is the opportune moment to do that. I have a background in finance and still have an interest in the area. At a time when the Chief Minister has called for cost savings of £10 million, I'm on a daily basis astounded by escalating costs and rush towards moving the turbines to that timetable forward. I recognise there is a need for renewable energy, but appropriate technology at a suitable location where the grid is up to scratch and the percentage of the population are. We all have wow moments in our lives and they stay with us. In 1997, I can remember when they came to the island to film Waking Ned. Why did they come here? It was because of our environment. Why are we a biosphere, a UNESCO biosphere? No one has mentioned that today. It's one of our key advantages that again has not been mentioned. But we're at the forefront of this green movement. We are incredible. We've got some incredible things. At the same time, we are heading at maximum speed to bring changes that are quite minor, but in terms of cost and impact on local people are hugely significant. Last July, the MUA announced their plans. One of the advantages identified was the cost of the project. 3 months later, the cost was £23 million. A figure that we can all say, £23 million, not bad. Is now increasing by at least £1 million a month. Our great Chief Minister here is saying, save £10 million. The movement forward with the wind turbines is increasing at a rate of over £1 million a month. Something inconsistent is not as it should be there. In terms of the cost, we're probably up to £50 million. I asked a question in another place about this relatively recently, and the chair refused to give us the actual figure. Why? Because I would use it to beat me around the head with in the future. And that is a concern that, we're doing the right thing, we look at renewables, but the haste and the spend is my number one concern. There are really good things, and Mr. Hooper identified the £1 million spend, the things that are going to local people in terms of insulation and related issues. That was how green I got in my campaign. And in terms of the people coming at me saying the green issues, the green agenda, etc., I would say a handful of people have spoken to me in the last 4 or 5 years about this. And I'm one of the members who's active. I go out there, I speak to people, I've well over 100 emails every day, I've got lots of correspondence, but in terms of people questioning where we're going, there are far more people questioning where we're going than actually saying, this is the right thing, this is the right thing, this is the right thing we're doing. And I don't know how many people in here are actually hearing that message, this is the right thing we're doing, because I'm not hearing it, and I could be the odd one out. But in terms of our movement forward, as Mr. Peters has said, it's a good time to actually reflect on our options, to reflect on our spend, to reflect on the course we've chosen. That's not a bad thing, that's a really, really positive thing. And I think we need to see it as a positive thing rather than, it's a cunning plan to derail everything. I don't think that's the case at all. In terms of the MUA, they are tending to move things forward, but it's not consistent in terms of their solar spend. When they announced it last July, it was going to be £10 million, a great investment in solar, and they were going to go out and do great innovative schemes at the the hospital and those other places. We now hear that with the update, we're going to get a few of them bolted to the roof of the MSC. And in terms of a large proposal in the south of the island for a solar farm, there was one objection, and that was from the MUA, and it was stated it wasn't in the national interest. Again, because of the grid, and that is an issue of having the wind turbines where we are. But this morning I sent out a short video. Now, it wasn't long before the sitting, so I don't suppose that many people will have had the opportunity to see it, but I feel that going forward it is worth looking at, because what it does is look at the impact of our current policies, our current rush on local people, on the local environment, on local businesses, and ultimately that is key. As I said a couple of minutes ago, we are in a special place. We have got a unique biosphere. We have got outstanding beauty, as we saw with things like Waking Neb. But at the same time, in our rush to meet global objectives, which are good, we could potentially do damage, and we could do long-lasting damage that exceeds the benefit that we're contributing. And that's quite insane in some respects, that by trying to do good things, we're not doing something that's actually bad, and bad in the local area, bad in terms of affecting local people, bad in terms of affecting the wildlife, bad in terms of affecting the environment. And what this motion does is it doesn't stop the movement forward. It just says to the MUA, just assess where you're going. Is a timetable as it should be? You may need to speed it up, you may need to slow it down. Just review what is on the table. I agree with Mr. Kane that in terms of there are positives, and we must look at the whole agenda. We must look at all the things that are in front of us, listen to all the voices. But at the same time, we can't be focusing on the minutiae and losing the important stuff. And I think that in terms of the important things, it is the local environment. It is a spend. Local people have spoken to me about the cost of putting heat source heating materials, and £20,000 here. The EV cars again are expensive. A member did say yesterday that she got a good deal, and that's brilliant. But there aren't good deals for everyone. So in terms of that, we need to be balanced. I think it's a really good debate. It's allowing us to have a balanced view, to hear from both sides, and hopefully to reflect on that. I don't think anyone in here wants to derail where we're going. I think that's important for people to hear. In terms of moving forward, that is important. But at the same time, we need to do it in an appropriate way. And that is why I think this debate has been so valuable, because we've been able to talk about key issues and also what we've done. And I think that is really important. And I'd like to thank Mr. Peters again, and thank you, Mr. President.
And the Honourable Member, Dr. Aronson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And again, I'd like to add to other honourable members in thanking Mr. Peters for bringing this debate. I think it's absolutely right that we continue to look at the science, we continue to look at the costs of a just transition, which has been made quite clear in the climate change plans, and we continue to make sure that we are protecting our people, both in terms of climate change but also energy security. But I rise to my feet to counter the previous speaker, who made a statement in this honourable court that the cost of the planned onshore wind farm was going up by £1 million per month. I'm afraid, Mr. President, I see no basis for saying that. Manx Utilities and the Bromley Infrastructure have been quite clear since July 2023 that the estimated cost was around £40 million for the entire build. Further to that, Treasury have been making absolutely sure that when these costs come forward, that they are rigorously evaluated. This is going through a planning process at the moment, so the eventual design obviously will need to be determined in terms of the environmental impact assessments, but showing headline figures from several years ago does not bear reality in terms of the ongoing cost of what is a very important development for this island, both in terms of saving the taxpayers money in terms of energy costs, but also adding to our energy security at a time of global uncertainty. So with that, Mr. President, I thank the honourable member for bringing this motion, but I completely support the amendment brought by Mr. Hooper on behalf of the Department of the Environment, Food and Agriculture. Thank you.
And the honourable member, Mrs. Corlett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do believe scientists. I do see the evidence, and I support the action to combat climate change. The motion on the paper before us is not saying stop climate change actions. It's not saying reduce action or budget, simply review. As I understand it, Mr. Peters is saying, amongst many things I can't agree with, that is let's take a breath, review what action we're taking, review the spend. Are we doing what's right for the Isle of Man? Are we getting what we need for the people of the Isle of Man? Do the people of the Isle of Man have confidence in the action being taken and the cost of it? It's surely responsible to review as we go. Because there may be more we could be doing, things we could be doing better and quicker. We want to leave our island a better place for generations to come, but if we don't act wisely now, what hope is there for better in the future? Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, then the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I'll not sum up everybody's individual comments because we've had 2 hours of those, and I'm sure that people will remember what others have said. I'd like to thank Ms. Lord Brennan for her support, albeit from a different perspective. I appreciate all the comments. I realise that they're all well-intentioned, even if they disagree with me. I believe in democracy, and that means considering opposing views. Apparently this motion could give members of the public the wrong message, though. That worries me. Am I guilty of a thought crime? Maybe. The science is not settled. There's no proven link, as I understand it, between CO2 and warming. There are lots of hypotheses, but there is no actual proven link between CO2 and global warming. But like I said at the start of my speech yesterday, I don't really want to get into, is climate change real? It's a case of, are we doing the right things? Scientists who point out that there's no link between CO2 and global warming find themselves cancelled, which confirms my thought that this is more a cult or a religion than anything else. Mrs. Kinnish talked about how electric cars are cheap, and I've got to say that, you know, if I wasn't a car nut, I would consider an electric car on the island because I think the Isle of Man is the perfect place for an electric car. You're never going to have range anxiety on the Isle of Man, so it makes perfect sense. However, she said that one of her reasons for doing it, apart from saving the planet, was that it was incredibly cheap because she's not got to buy petrol. That's because we are social engineering here, and the fact is that she's not paying fuel duty on the electricity that charges a car. And when I was a member of the DTI, I was quite keen that we did that we introduced fuel duty on electric used to charge cars. And that kind of levels the playing field a little bit. Fewer people die from warmer weather than from cold is a proven fact. So, you know, we've got to be a little bit careful with the rhetoric. And I appreciate, again, there are two sides to the argument. It's difficult at times. I'm aware of confirmation bias, and I try not to be guilty of it. But I think that whichever side of this argument we're on, we're probably all guilty of confirmation bias. Mr. Henderson on council talks a lot about Sir David Attenborough. But if you do a little bit of research on Sir David Attenborough's programmes, they've been criticised a number of times for faking things. And I'm sure that Mr. Henderson was aware of that. I grew up trusting the BBC as an impeccable source of news and information. Less so now. I really don't believe the BBC anymore. I agree entirely with mitigation. I think that seawalls and flood prevention are good ideas. No problem at all with that. Chief Minister mentioned a phrase which I wanted to raise as well. I think that we have our own version here of the Westminster bubble, and it's the Tynwald bubble. Don't think for a second that the general public all agree with net zero, because certainly based on the number of emails, phone calls that I've had over the last week or so, they really don't. To everyone who thinks that this is an existential threat, there's nothing that we could ever do here that will affect it. We can put in mitigations, but we can't affect global warming. Eristane is not going to be free electricity. I'm convinced that electricity will be more expensive from it and not cheaper. To Mr. Morehouse's point, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I don't doubt for a second the good intentions of members on both sides of this. I support Ms Edge's amendment, not Mr Hooper's. And finally, to close, if I can just give you a quote from Professor Richard Lindzen, who was an eminent global climate scientist until he went off-piste, and now people are trying to cancel him. What historians will definitely wonder about in future centuries is how deeply flawed logic, obscured by shrewd and unrelenting propaganda, actually enabled a coalition of powerful special interests to convince nearly everyone in the world that CO2 from human industry was a dangerous, planet-destroying toxin. It'll be remembered as the greatest mass delusion in the history of the world, that CO2, the life of plants, was considered for a time to be a deadly poison. I beg to move, sir.
Now, honourable members, we come to a vote on this item 12, as set out on the order paper, to which you have two amendments, one in the name of Mr Hooper and one in the name of Miss Edge. I put first to you Mr Hooper's amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No. Aye.
Division called.
Extra in the House of Keys 15 for, 6 against.
Legislative Council 8 for, none against. Mr Hooper's amendment carried. Now put to you Miss Edge's amendment. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no.
No.
Noes have it. No. Division called.
Extra in 4 for, 17 against.
Legislative Council, none for, 8 against, therefore motion fails. I now put to you the motion as amended with Mr Hooper's amendment. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no.
No. Divide.
Division called.
Extra in the Keys 16 votes for, 5 against.
Legislative Council, 8 for, none against, therefore motion as amended carried. Now move on to item 13, laying on Public Service Commission reports. I call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper.
Right, this motion is, on the face of it, very straightforward. Section 11 of the Public Services Commission Act 2015 requires that the PSC provide to the Chief Minister an annual report, and I quote, as soon as practicable after the year end. And the Chief Minister is required to lay this report before Tynwald. Neither of those things has happened for the entire duration of this administration. I think the government should comply with the law. I think this is something that the overwhelming majority of the Manx public would agree with. Word from the former chair of the PSC as to why these reports have not yet been laid, as required by law. And let's just say the phrase, as soon as practicable, is doing some very heavy lifting. The newly appointed chair of the PSC has promised more information on this, and I look forward to his remarks. Why the Chief Minister hasn't been interested, and why the PSC hasn't been doing its statutory job, is a mystery to me, especially given how important a role the PSC plays in enabling the efficient administration of government business, and especially because they are responsible for thousands of employees. It really shouldn't come to a motion on the floor of Tynwald to require the government to comply with the law. And this laissez-faire approach to compliance is one of the reasons I was very concerned with the Treasury's Miscellaneous Provisions Bill, giving the government a retroactive get-out-of-jail-free card for other potential non-compliance. That is one for my honourable friends in Legislative Council, I think. So this motion is simple. It is asking Tynwald to confirm that the government should in fact comply with the law. In this case, through the very simple expedient of publishing the 3 years of reports that are overdue. The deadline in the motion is quite tight for the simple reason that these reports have been due for years. And if it takes 3 years to write a report about public sector staffing, then that better be an absolutely exceptional report. Now, whether you are interested in these reports or not is beside the point. For the record, I am interested in these reports. But the point of this motion is to simply require the government to comply with the law. Because if they can't even do something as simple as publishing a report on time, how can we trust them to do anything else? Go on my Jane, I beg to move.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr Thomas.
I beg to second and reserve my remarks.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr Callister.
Thank you, Mr President. I would like to thank my colleague from Ramsey, Mr Hooper, for tabling this motion for consideration here today. I must also extend my sincere apologies to the Chief Minister for not submitting the annual reports in accordance with Section 11 of the Public Service Act 2015. This section, or this legislation, states that after the end of each financial year, or more frequently if the Chief Minister so directs, the Commission must make a report to the Chief Minister regarding the carrying out of its functions under the Act. And furthermore, it specifies that a copy of each such report must be laid before Tynwald. As honourable members may be aware, the previous chair of the Public Service Commission, along with changes in the membership of the Public Service Commission and changes in senior officers across government in the public service, undertook a review of the format and content of the Commission's annual reports. This has unfortunately resulted in a significant delay in the publication of the Public Service Commission annual reports for the years ending 31st of March 2022 and 31st of March 2023, as well as the report for the year ending 31st of March 2024. Mr President, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the previous chair, Ms Lord Brennan, for her dedicated work on behalf of the Public Service Commission and the committee over the past 3 years. Her efforts behind the scenes to compile the consolidated report, which is to be presented to the Chief Minister shortly, has been invaluable. Given my recent appointment as the Chair of the Public Service Commission, it's also essential for me to fully understand the report and ensure it receives the necessary input and approval from the Commission as a whole. Therefore, I wish to table a small amendment to the motion from my colleague from Ramsey on the order paper, and this is as follows. A consolidated report required by Section 11 of the Public Service Commission Act 2015, covering the years ended 31st of March 2022 and for 2023, should be provided to the Chief Minister by Tuesday, the 31st of December 2024, and should be laid before the January sitting of Tynwald, and a report required by Section 11 of the Public Service Commission Act 2015 for the period ending 31st of March 2024 should be provided to the Chief Minister by Friday 28th of February 2025, and should be laid before the March sitting of Tynwald in 2025. Again, I would like to offer my sincere apologies for the delay in providing these reports to the Chief Minister, along with acknowledging that these reports by the Public Service Commission provide vital information which may be of interest to all honourable members, the public and the media. Thank you, Mr President.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr Mercer.
Thank you, Mr President. I beg to second that amendment.
Call on the Honourable Member, Ms Lord Burnham.
Thank you, Mr President, and I should start by saying, for the benefit of honourable members in the Legislative Council present in the court today, that the explanations for the delay in the production of reports and the important need to refocus and improve reporting by the Public Services Commission has already been explained at length in the House of Keys on the 5th of November, where I was, in fairness, given an absolutely interminable grilling by the Honourable Member from Ramsey. Mr President, it seems to please Mr Hooper greatly to be relentless on this subject with his assertions. He has persisted on this course in recent weeks, and now subsequently in submitting this motion, notwithstanding the firm assurance and indeed explanation I gave in the keys that the PSC reports for 2022 and 2023 would be laid before January Tynwald in time on the registered business and published sooner, if at all possible. This is still set to be the case and has been confirmed by the new chair today. And Mr President, I gave full account of myself on this issue, that is the delay with the reports, and I stand by that. I also highlighted the need to work on the reports personally. I will come more to the important changes needed in the reports, and actually what I found in the Public Services Commission when I took the role as chair in a moment. But I won't repeat everything I said in keys. Sadly, the Hansard is not out at last checking, where it had been explained, Mr President, before the Honourable Member put this motion, why it has not been practicable, and that is the key word in the law, which provides some qualification and leeway to finalise the reports. Furthermore, the reports needed to become useful and meaningful because, for some of the reasons recognised, they are very important and the role of the Commission is important. Not going through all of this again today, I'm sure will be to the regret of the mover, as I think he likes to see me cowed and beaten over this matter of PSC reporting, a matter which he has shown very little interest in prior and never once raised with me as a colleague in council or in any form, showing any other interest, so vexed or interested or not.
President, I would like to...
Would you give way?
No, Mr President, this is a point of order. I would like to those remarks be withdrawn.
But it's a point of order. The member to say your point of order is, Mr Hooper?
Those remarks are quite directly offensive, Mr President, and I would like them to be withdrawn. It is also a matter of record in the Council of Ministers minutes that I have raised this issue with Council Ministers a number of times in recent years, so I would like all of those remarks withdrawn by the Honourable Member. They are completely out of order.
Honourable Member, the request is to withdraw those remarks.
I'm not withdrawing my remarks, Mr President. I will continue. Anyway, Mr President,
I must insist, point of order.
Now, for me to confirm...
Honourable Members, please resume your seats for a moment while I confirm. Honourable Members, with regards to the withdrawal remarks, it's about unparliamentary language. This is a matter of opinion between two different members, and I will actually allow the Honourable Member to continue her contribution with this debate. So, Honourable Member, please resume your seat.
It's a point of order, Mr President. This is
the further point of order is?
This is not a difference of opinion accusing me of persistent and aggressive attitudes, as the member is certainly a matter of parliamentary issue. That is not a difference of opinion. That is unparliamentary language, and I strongly object to it. And those
you have objected to it, and the matter can be taken further at a later date. And but I have made a ruling on this matter, and I now come back to Ms. Lord-Brennan to continue her contribution.
Mr President, it's probably just helpful if I clarify. I haven't accused Mr Hooper of being aggressive. Actually, I've not used that word. Thank you, Mr President. Anyway, Mr President, it is not now for me to confirm the publication schedule, as I'm no longer chair, and that has been done by the chair this morning. All I can do is advise this Honourable Court that I have ensured the reporting for the first 2 years is finally in order, to my satisfaction, completed and able to be recommended to the Commission members for consideration. And I understand that they were able to consider that at their meeting last week. And I will get on to, my view as to what needs to be addressed in terms of the Public Services Commission in the reports for the benefit of Tynwald, for the benefit of government and for the benefit of the public shortly. But now, the Honourable Member for Ramsey has of course been quite keen to lecture and emphasise to us all on the black and white of the law, of the importance of statutory requirements repeatedly, stating to Manx Radio on the matter of the PSC reports ahead of the aforementioned key sitting on the 5th, by some way of admonishment to me that where the law requires government to do something, the government should do it, no ifs, no buts. And even in the House of Keys recently, last week, explained with great conviction, government has to comply with the law. Yesterday morning, in his latest contribution, in his question to the now chair of the PSC, he's talking again about breaching the law and was it knowingly. Well, this is all interesting, Mr. President, as one would assume that if someone was dishing out in a righteous matter on what is in many respects minor but needing to be improved reporting in the grand scheme of things, and that he has explained himself, one would assume that he could never have a failing or a late mark if he was in such a firm position of being a believer in statutory deadlines and the requirements of publication, then surely he would never miss something himself. And I'm raising this, Mr. President, because it has been part of the consistent argument that's been put. Mr. President, I don't think Mr. Hooper is bringing any glad tidings to this sitting. In many ways, the points he's raising is certainly verging on hypocrisy. And I'm afraid that Mr. Hooper's righteousness, especially when it comes to meeting legal statutory requirements that he is such a fan and champion of, is perhaps a bit rich when it comes to healthcare. Since, as far as I can see it, Mr. President, he is in breach of not one but two statutes, two acts in his failure as DHSC Minister to meet the statutory requirement to review and revise and publish the National Health and Care Service Charter, which was last published in 2018. This was not done, and it is as required by the National Health and Service Care Act 2016 and reaffirmed subsequently by the Manx Care as a duty for the DHSC. Not a late mark, not an explanation, a failure, a breach of the law under his tenure, or a failure to comply with the statute, as he said yesterday morning. Well, oh dear, Mr. President, and what a clear requirement there is too. No ifs, no buts, not a whiff of when practicable to do so. And it's here in the law, which Mr. Hooper is so keen on quoting back to me, that the department should prepare and maintain a charter. This is the National Health and Care Service Charter. The department must prepare a charter which it must lay before Tynwald and publish and maintain subsequent to laying it before Tynwald. And the charter must set out the department's general commitments in respect of the National Health and Care Service. In terms of the revision and amendments of the charter, it must review and revise the charter at least once every 5 years, may amend it at any time. For each revision or amendment of the charter, the department must lay the revised or amended charter before Tynwald. So, it is a shame actually, and it needed to be done. Now that sounds pretty important to me, Mr. President, for a DHSC Minister, considering how important health is. And we know that health has been a big topic of conversation, Mr. President, and the Charter, which was last published in 2018, which is very, very important, sets out general commitments from the Department of Health and Social Care in respect of the care which is provided under the National Health and Care Services Act 2016. This Charter sets out rights for service users, the public and colleagues, and the responsibilities that we all have to ensure the NHCS operates fairly and effectively. The Department will have regard to the Charter in the provision of care, and there's various pledges to service users and the public, commitments about finances and control.
Honourable Member, can I bring you back to the motion that's actually on the order paper, please?
Yes, Mr. President. So the point is, it should have been revised and published, and this was even recognised in the Honourable Member's written answer, where he had committed, it's a written answer to the Honourable Questioner, who's the Speaker, Mr. Watterson, that the Department will use the outcomes of the review of that Charter to revise the current Charter for publication before the end of 2023. So I'm merely raising these points because there is an element Mr. President, that does really seem to be verging, frankly, on double standards here on all of this. It should have been done. Now, maybe that was what the Honourable Member, Minister for Double Standards, was into, but it should have been revised and published and laid before us.
Honourable Member, the report, the item before us is about laying of the Public Service Commission reports, not about Department of Health and Social Care commitments. So can you please refrain your contribution now to the item before us?
I will, Mr. President. I'm merely responding to the various arguments that have been put forward. But perhaps the former minister in his role was more interested in other things. And I have certainly been interested in the role of the PSC. Perhaps in his role, he was also more interested in terms of health and social care in undermining the role of the bishop and in introducing assisted dying into health.
Honourable Member, can you please resume your seat? Honourable Member, please resume your seat.
I'll conclude the final points about...
Please resume your seat, Honourable Member. I've asked you 3 times now. We have an item before us is laying of Public Service Commission reports. I do not want this debate to now go down into arguing about individuals. You're putting the case over, and I've allowed it to go as far as it has, and I'd like you now to just conclude any final comments you have regarding the laying of Public Service Commission reports. Do you have anything further to add on the item before us?
Yes.
Please resume your contribution.
Thank you, Mr. President. So part of the reason for the reports being delayed is when I arrived at the Public Services Commission, I'm afraid to say that the governance and arrangements around the Public Services Commission were really not standing up at all. So I was obviously put forward by officials to approve a standard report. Now, the easiest thing in the world, Mr. President, would have simply been to have signed that off. That would have been the easiest course of action. Mr. President, the reasons why they have been delayed, but the reasons why I've also kept the commitment so that they can be and they will be laid before the January Tynwald order paper, is because there has been a desperate need to refocus the work of the Commission to make sure that the reporting is able to address points around accountability. There are definite issues around the public service in the Isle of Man where actually there needs to be a stronger focus on the promotion of positive management, of training, and these are elements that are really not grasped before in public services reporting. Mr. President, when I arrived at the Public Services Commission, there were many aspects of it that were, frankly, they were rife with conflict. It all seemed a little bit close. And there's changes that I have taken in my time as chair to improve the accountability where there simply was none before. Part of these changes were to make chief officers directly accountable to the top job in government. Mr. President, when I arrived at the Public Services Commission, all roads led to one person. That's a serious, significant amount of power that one individual had, with very few checks and balances around that. There were powers carried out in the name of the Commission that did not have proper visibility or approval by Commission members. It was possible in the previous arrangement, Mr. President, and I've wanted to include all these things in the reporting, that the previous top job in government had the ability to sign off pay scales for the very top of the civil service unilaterally without Commission approval. So in approaching this, yes, Mr. President, I could have just done the easy thing, which was to churn out the same old reports again and again. They're mainly previously been HR reports. I think that the public expects more in terms of oversight of the public service. I think the public service itself needs more of an interested approach from the wider Commission to make sure that there are training arrangements in place. And I think that there has been a need to remove some of the conflicts that, as I saw it, had previously existed. So, Mr. President, my contribution in this debate is to outline why there has been so much time taken, but it's absolutely through responsibility I've taken through the leadership of the chair. And I have already explained all of these matters before, but I think that having good accountability, good management within the civil service, the public service, and a better role of assurance and oversight from the Commission is really important. Mr. President, it's actually been more important than just churning out a standing report. So I hope that when the report comes forward, these matters will be clear and seen, and it could be understood and better justified as to why I've taken my time in these reports. And it is because it is important, because a lot of these matters have desperately needed to be attended to, Mr. President. It's been my only chance today to really respond to these matters, which is why I've done so. In the way that I have, because I think that it has been a bit unfair as to how much of this has been handled. Thank you, Mr. President.
And then the Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and we'll focus on what's on the page in front of us, and it's a simple statement of the law, and it needs to be required to, so I will continue to vote positively for this motion, because that it's required in law. It's bad precedent for us to be voting in this place that the law shouldn't be applied. But I'm drawn to my feet to make a few more comments. The first one is that there was a very powerful debate during the period 2012-2013 leading to the modernising ministerial government debate in this court in Tynwald in January 2014, where we resolved to have a Minister of Policy and Reform, where we resolved to move the Office of Human Resources to Cabinet Office, along with GTS and a few other functions, and where we resolved that that new Minister of Policy and Reform would be the chair of the Public Services Commission. That debate went on with trade unions because the Civil Service Commission and the Whitley Council were wound down. It went on inside this court, it went on in public. It was a very important process, and we have to remember that. And the basic failing that we've got in the last 3 years is we've got an account from the former Minister of the Cabinet Office, which might be correct. You know, it's coherent. She's got a point of view that she's told us in the keys and has told us again today. But it's not, we're not debating that on the floor of the Tynwald Court like we did back in January 2014, and that's where this has all gone wrong. You know, as far as I'm concerned, it could be a personal attack on me because I was chair of the Personal Public Services Commission between 2016 and 2020. Mr. Ashford was my deputy, as far as I remember, and then Mrs. Paul Wilson came in and was my deputy. And I certainly took a lot of time writing the forwards, and I took a lot of time editing the Executive Director of Human Resources reports to focus on key things, and I will be pursuing where is that work that we last announced we were doing in 2021 in the last forward that was written by Minister Harmer, who took over after those unfortunate events in May and June 2020. I think I wrote that forward, but anyhow, we need to look to see what happened subsequently. So I think the point I've made there is that what happened in 2014 was debated and agreed in Tynwald Court. The Chief Minister, the law went through the House of Keys and Legislative Council to set up the Public Services Commission through the course of 2015. And we stray from what we've done properly according to law, setting up law and according to the resolution of Tynwald. We should do that carefully and with hesitation. So when the decision was made after the election in 2021 that the ancien regime was history and we were doing everything afresh, we abandoned the 2018-2022 people strategy that was signed collectively by all of the chief officers, and they all took individual responsibility for parts of it collectively. We never debated that people strategy 2018-2022, despite the resolution of the Environment and Infrastructure Committee, of my privilege to join such eminent people, that wishes that we should review all major strategies at their completion. We've never had that debate about the 2018-2022 people strategy, and we really should. And so what I'm basically saying is we're at the start of a debate. I don't think Mr Lord Brennan believes that Mrs Paul Wilson fell down in her job. I don't believe that she believes that Mr Ashford fell down in his job. I don't believe that she feels that I fell down in my job. It could be interpreted as that.
Member give way. Mr Lord Brennan, you have the floor.
Certainly never indicated any of those things today, Mr President, and I don't think it's quite correct that, you know, somebody is trying to ascertain or articulate, you know, what somebody apparently feels based on supposition, which is not, you know, nothing that I've said today has reflected that at all.
Honourable member, is giving way.
I accept that, and I completely accept that there's never any mention of any of the people involved. It's just the idea that's building up that somehow it needed to be corrected. Fine, if it needed to be corrected, we needed to have that report, and we needed to have a debate on why you know, the former executive director of HR and the former chief secretary had concluded with the Public Services Commission, because I can absolutely assure the former Minister of Cabinet Office that we did consider our reports inside the Public Services Commission, and I can categorically assure the former Minister of Cabinet Office that we did change the way we worked in the Public Services Commission hugely during those years. So, for instance, we made chief officers come to the Public Services Commission to actually defend themselves, because one of the biggest things we were doing was was discipline and complaints and that sort of thing, and we did make them come. We had trade unions in, and so on. The next big thing that's happened after 2021 was what was in the Island Plan was hinting at a big change, and eventually we saw that with the Operational Performance Board. And there has to be now a resolution between what the Operational Performance Board is all about and how it relates to the GTS Oversight, Digital Strategy Oversight Committee and the PSC work and all of the other things that are inside the Operational Performance Board. So I regard this debate today as the beginning of a process. We need those Public Services Commission reports in January, and they're an initial input into part of the process of reviewing how we go about overseeing HR and how we go about overseeing digital and how we go about overseeing finance and so on. And because unfortunately it has got a little personal, I hope people don't mind me saying just a couple of things, personally, because they are relevant to this debate. The first one is, it really is the case that back in 2016, after Cabinet Office had been formed, I was begged by a minister to become a departmental member for a whole year. And they even went so far as this: if you don't do it, Chris, nobody's going to do it. And that's what happened. I wouldn't do it because it wasn't, So the upshot was, Mr Bell became the first Minister of Cabinet Office, which he didn't want to do, and nobody else wanted to do, but he became the first Minister of the Cabinet Office, and the Minister of Policy and Reform became the departmental member in Cabinet Office, because you have to have one by law, and I was supposed to be the departmental member in Cabinet Office in 2016, but I wouldn't go into work and to agree with everything in the run-up of the election with Mr Bell, who had been fighting with for 2 or 3 years beforehand, and so on. So therefore, that's what. And I said it yesterday. In those days, we had 2 people in the centre of government. I said yesterday we now had 6 and we needed to review it. I want to apologise to this Honourable Court because I made a mistake. It wasn't 6, it was actually 7. It's actually 7 people we have in the centre of government, because I forgot there are actually 2 departmental members in Cabinet Office now, not just 1. So we do have, the Treasury Minister's a bit on the margin, so I could have said I wasn't really wrong. But the Treasury Minister, the context yesterday was about save, securing added value and efficiency, and that used to be Treasury, now it's apparently Cabinet Office. Cabinet Office also, So that's where we are. And the second personal thing I want to mention is I do think the charter, the NHS charter, is important. Obviously, people tried to forget about the 2016 National Health Services Act because it's such a rubbish act, as I pointed out at the time, and there was that Thomas Killer clause in the commencement provision that meant that it never really came into force except to make the charter. And they even forgot about it when they brought some Manx Care legislation through later on. So, it is relevant. We should comply with the law. I would think Mr Hooper and summing up would like to accept responsibility for not actually having looked at that charter, because it is quite an important issue. And we might also want to deal with this issue, because I've got some good news about reporting to convey to the court and the public, which is today the Health Services Consultative Committee annual report up until March 2024, which we've been campaigning for so long, is published on the website. Hallelujah. I'm sure it's very, very helpful, given that the Public Accounts Committee is no longer reviewing it, to actually have that Health Services Consultative Committee. Finally, I don't think it's important to separate policy debates from personality debates. That's very, very important. Principle play the issue rather than the man. Obviously, Mr Hooper does have Icarus tendencies. That was what was found in the review of Mr Hooper's, by the Chief Minister's investigation for those sorts of times. I think what Mr Lord Burnham was hinting at, but that was investigated properly.
Honourable Member, can you please concentrate on the item before us here, about the laying of the Public Service Commission reports, and there are specific dates there. I've let you give the historic background to it and your involvement, which is fine, but can you please now focus your comments, concluding comments, on the item before us?
Thank you, Mr President. Yeah, and I'm sure everybody would agree that it's important to see how in the past it was done properly back in 2014, and standards fell in the last few years, and we need now to have a proper process looking at the role of the Public Services Commission in this honourable court. And you can't just, pretend, you can't just rewrite history and pretend that things weren't done properly once and then just unwind it just because you won something. We've actually got to make sure we have proper public service resources, £500 million spent properly on people. We've got to do things correctly, and that's the basic point I've made. I mean, my comment about Icarus was a citation from the published report on the Health Services Consultative Committee investigation. So that's accepted. But anyhow, the matter's closed because the Health Services Consultative Committee report is now published, and let's celebrate all of that. I will be supporting the original motion.
Call on the Honourable Member. Miss Edge.
Thank you, Mr President. So the motion, which is what we are supposed to be here to discuss, clearly states that the reports for 22, 23 and 24 should be provided by the 31st of December 2024. Well, I'm going to focus on the 22, 23, well, and 24, because it should be complete, and certainly yesterday during debate the previous minister did sort of hint that she might well have already seen the report before she left her post.
Remember, just give way for a second.
Remember, give way. Mr Colster.
Apologies to my colleague from Oregon. I just want to clarify to this court that Tuesday, the 2024, the March 2024 report has yet to be drafted, Mr President, and that's why I've moved the amendment, and I would like to make the court aware of that. So if the court is mindful for me to publish that report, then please bear in mind, Christmas in between, there's going to have a lot of pressure on officers, so please be aware of that. The 2024 report has not been drafted yet.
Back to you, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr President. But I want to ask a question, and I wonder whether the learned attorney could actually give us an answer to this. If a government minister doesn't provide something to this honourable place in accordance with the law, what can people do about that? Because clearly the Honourable Member for Ramsey has brought this motion here today because the Chief Minister, who should have been receiving the report, hasn't taken any action to ensure that that report came in accordance with the law for the Isle of Man. And this is the highest court in the land, so I would like to understand, when there is a failure like this, what is the process and what can actually happen, so that we don't get in this situation before. Because I do have some sympathy for the previous minister and chair of the PSC, because when you go into a role, you might see something that you wish to change. But if there's a law in place, you can change alongside what was previous, but still produce what the law tells you to produce. There's no reason to ignore what's in the law and produce that report, as was the previous minister stated that when she arrived, she wanted to look at the governance arrangements and she was given a standard report. Why didn't she publish it then? It was quite straightforward at that point because the law stated it should be published. You might want to come in at a later point because I'm doing this in a bit of a supportive way. It's not,
members, this is not a debate between you two members. You have to address your comments through the chair. And there is a lot of courtesy that's been given with regards to giving way, but please give the respect to those members who have the floor. So back to you, Ms Edge.
Well, I'll give that.
Well, you are giving way. So back to you, Ms Lord Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I mean, it is a fair point. The draft report that was put through in the early stages of being chair of the Commission, actually in talking through the data with the officers that prepare that, people analytics and OHR it's called, it turns out that the previous reporting come out from the PSC was reporting on matters that were not related to the PSC. So I felt actually, accuracy, clean up of data and information, it did require going back. I felt in order for me to feel that I was comfortable in promoting it. That was the initial, the very initial thing as to why I couldn't just sign it off. Thank you, Mr. President.
Back to you, Ms Edge.
Thank you, and that's helpful actually, because what I'm coming on to next is about skewing figures for the bank's public, so that's been really helpful. And just really that if we all know there's a process in place, that if you're not going to present a report, it's far better to come to this honourable place and make a statement and say why you're not doing it, and then honourable members, But it's a continuous process that you need to keep updating, and perhaps this wouldn't have happened. But one of my concerns with regard to all of this is I've tracked since, and I've listened today and listening to what's been said in here. I really want to say bring back the Civil Service Commission, a very professional organisation that looked after the civil servants in a very great way and very highly respected. But I'm glad the governance has been looked at for the PSC. I'm disappointed to hear that it's now only going to include PSC employees, because we have thousands of employees not in the PSC, in the MPTC terms and conditions and all of the terms and conditions. So that is a concern, and I'm hopeful that the new chair will listen to what I'm saying, because what we don't need is the Manx public to say they can't trust government because look what they've done, they've created a new report to skew the figures on how many people really are employed, because it's been going up and up in this administration. So that does concern me, and I hope my honourable colleague Veronica will ensure that if there is any changes to the reporting, that the previous reports are up to date with the figures as previously reported. Happy for 2025 to be in a different format, but we do need to have what was previously reported recorded as the law states it should. And then my only other concern really is, and I respect people's. It's got a little bit heated over various things, but what I want to say is, when talking about National Service Health Service Act and saying it should have been reported and revised and published is exactly what Mr Hooper was saying today to the previous minister, should have been revised and reported in accordance with the law. So it was a bit of a contradictory argument, really, I felt. But I think what we're sitting in front of us is that the way that the function of government has happened since the ministerial system, it's not necessarily the best. And I think I think the more and more debates we hear like this, there is structural change required in government, right at the heart of government, to make sure we are delivering things in a better way. We certainly did when we didn't have a ministerial system, and I think myself witnessed over the last 30-odd years of how it's deteriorated, how costs have become greater, etc. But I just want to go on to the amendment because I am concerned about the datelines. So it's saying that the reports should be provided to the Chief Minister by the 28th of February. Mr. President, we have a rule that reports have to be on the register 6 weeks before, and that's missing it already, if that's the case. So to bring the report to March Tynwald, if the Chief Minister, it would have to be on the register by the 4th of February to be for the 6 weeks.
Yeah, I'm happy to clarify that, Mr. President. Even though it's got to be laid before Tynwald, it's not normally debated. It's normally picked up by a member if they want to debate it, and then there's a period after that. So it will be on the register of business by the date on the order paper, which is clear. And again, that's one of the reasons why I've actually outlined the amendment to make sure we can get the 2024 report drafted, because between now and then, the actual Public Service Commission will only meet twice, once in January and once in February. So they've got to get through the board, it's got to get to the Chief Minister and get it on the register, so time is tight. But I do appreciate the question from the member.
Back to you, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thanks for the clarification, and apologies, I should have said 4 weeks, but it's just concerning because it is quite a tight time frame. And then really, my only other point is I respect the fact that my honourable colleague Fromkin has only been in the role a short time and has just said it will only be laid. It might be a good idea for these particular ones to actually not just be laid and to be actually put for debate, so that honourable members can then, we can hopefully put a lid on it, move forward, and we know what's coming in the future, rather than actually months later we'll be having this same debate we're having today about rise and what falls. So whether there could be any consideration around that, I think it would be really, really helpful. You know, we don't put boards in place like the PSC, the Public Service Commission, in place to be ignored. And just from a lot of the commentary today, I do feel, did the members even know that their report previously wasn't acceptable and that it was just going to be ignored and changed because that standard wasn't right? But it would have just been helpful to just report them as per standard and make the significant changes for the future, because that's what we all want. We're always looking for better policy and better systems and process. Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, then the Attorney General.
Thank you very much, sir. And I rise as a result of the invitation of the previous speaker to perhaps add some clarification. And I begin by saying, as I have in my response to Mr. Hooper's written question concerning the same matter, that the requirement for the PSC to file its annual report with the Chief Minister and to then lay same before Tynwald is not absolute and is qualified by the words in the section itself, which require the filing to be as soon as practicable after the end of each financial year. And so the mature construction of section 11 includes, or in fact mandates, that regard be had for all of the prevailing circumstances when establishing if something is practicable or capable of being done, and that case has been put to the court today by the former chair to the Commission. More generally, however, where the law imposes a legal obligation on a department or a board or a statutory office to carry out a certain act as a procedural measure, there is frequently, as in this case, no direct statutory enforcement mechanism. There is no formal sanction, there are no convictions, there are no findings. But acting in breach of a statutory requirement, and my comments are not to be interpreted in any way as supporting the view that in this particular case there is a breach, for the reasons I've given, but acting in breach of a statutory requirement opens the door to criticism that the department, board or office concerned is acting unlawfully. And one should acknowledge too that what is fixed by statute, what is required by statute, can be amended by statute, but that of course would be a decision for Tynwald. It follows therefore that the true sanction for non-compliance is a political one. That is not to say that civil proceedings could not be brought which could feasibly result in the courts ordering compliance. I hope that is helpful, sir. Thank you.
And the Honourable Member, Mr. Blotter.
Who am I to enter? And my contribution will be short because I wasn't expecting much of a debate with this, certainly not the the nature of the debate that we've had today, and I'm drawn really because of the behaviours I've witnessed today. I believe the public expects better of its elected representatives.
Honourable Member, can, just remind all honourable members, contribution, please focus on the report and the item before us.
Not going into the wrongs and rights of it, or petty personal point scoring. There are a requirement for legal obligations to be met, and I just want to ask one question here of the mover of this motion, whether he's in favour, in fact, of the amendment. Who am I?
Call on the mover to apply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I expected this debate to be quite short and simple. Obviously, I was being very optimistic in that. So to answer Mr. Glover's question first, yes, I am quite content actually with the amendment. The intention of the motion is to get the government to commit formally to an actual timescale for publishing all of the reports, including this year's, and not just 2022 and 23 as previously had been. That would be done. The reason that I wasn't content to rely on the commitment for 22 and 23 given in the House of Keys was because, as the former Minister has correctly stated, there was an update provided to Tynwald Court about the delay for the first annual report in October of 2022. And at that point, a brief explanation was given by the Minister, by the then Chairman, which stated there had been a delay to the PSC's annual report whilst these issues have been addressed and agreed at the PSC board, which happened last week. So that's last week in October of 2022. Now settled, the annual report will be laid before this Honourable Court as soon as possible. It was 2 years ago that commitment was made. So forgive me if I am not minded to rely on another verbal commitment from the former Minister 2 years later. That is the purpose of the motion. As Mr. Attorney has correctly highlighted, the sanction available to us when government doesn't comply with something is to bring a motion back and say you should probably comply, which again I don't think is particularly contentious. Mr. Thomas made some interesting comments in relation to the links between policy and reform minister, the role of the PSC chair, a link that has now been broken contrary to Tynwald's resolution, which again is an interesting point, probably for debate at some future point. But I do take on board his comments. I think he's absolutely right when he says this should be the start of a debate about public service reform and public service accountability, not the end of the debate. Like I said in my earlier remarks around the climate change motion, I tend to start from a point of saying we need data and information and evidence. That should then inform your debate and your policy. Unfortunately, without the data, without the reports, without the information and the evidence, it is very hard to have a meaningful debate about policy. I'm going to touch very briefly on the National Health and Care Service Act, because that's quite an interesting one. The law, again, as Mr. Attorney has quite cleverly articulated, it's a qualified requirement. The Charter must be reviewed, but only must be revised if appropriate to do so. And this is the really brilliant thing about the National Health Service 2016 Act, is the only parts of the Act that were brought in were the requirement to have a Charter, which only applies to services provided under the Act. But no services are provided under the Act. Would it be appropriate then to review a Charter that doesn't apply to anything? Well, I would argue not. That is the language in the law. It only requires revisions to be done if appropriate. Compliance with the law is relatively straightforward if you understand the law, I would argue. Mr. President, like I say, I'm quite happy with the amendment. It does commit the PSC to actually bringing these reports forward. I'm very welcoming of the positive approach being taken by the new chair as to getting this information out there. And like Mr. Thomas says, I look forward to seeing these reports and then hopefully having the opportunity to have that debate around public service reform in the new year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honourable members, we come to vote on this item. Item 13 is laid out in the order paper, to which you have an amendment in the name of Mr. Callister. I put forward first the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now put the motion as amended. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. Aye. Motion called.
Apologies, Mr. President.
Sorry?
I've blocked off one of the members by accident. I have to run
Do you want to reset it? Yeah.
Me, that's fine.
It was.
Actuating the keys 19 for, none against.
Legislative Council, 8 for, none against, therefore motion as amended carried. Moving on to item 14, higher rate of personal income tax. I call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper.
Like the last motion, this one is relatively simple as well. In the 2024 budget, the Treasury Minister increased the higher rate of income tax by 10%, from 20% to 22%. As he did this, he made it very clear that this increase had 3 important factors. It was intended to be ring-fenced for the NHS, it was intended to be temporary, and it was intended to be replaced in the 2025 budget as the Treasury brought forward an entirely new tax or levy with the primary aim of generating revenue for the NHS. So firstly, Mr President, let's deal with this issue of ring-fencing. Put simply, it's nonsense. Government spending went up by about £100 million last year. None of the revenue increase to match the spending gets ring-fenced anywhere. Money goes into Treasury, Treasury allocate the money outside into departments. What ring-fencing means is if the tax generated more money than was expected, that money would go to what it was ring-fenced for. That's not how our budgets work. If the Treasury forecasted 20 million from this tax rise but actually raised 25, ring-fencing that money would mean the NHS gets the extra £5 million. I'm not aware that that's happened. I'm not aware that there are plans for that to happen. That money has not been ring-fenced. I suspect the Treasury aren't really monitoring how much extra money this is generating, and in fairness, probably because to do so would require a disproportionate amount of effort. So this idea of ring-fencing is a clever political slogan or simplification rather than something that is actually happening. Nonetheless, the Treasury Minister is about to announce he has fundamentally changed the way government budgets work, but I suspect we'll be talking about that later on today. Secondly, the idea that this was intended to be temporary seems to have also gone out the window, because at the very least this tax rise is going to be extended in the current budget. We've also been told this new levy or tax is unlikely to come forward in 2025. Now let's face it, honourable members, the truth is it's not even got off the starting blocks, so it certainly won't be happening anytime soon. But it's not that bad, the Treasury Minister will say. It's only going to be for another year, because he will bring forward a new tax to replace it in 2026. Do we really believe the government will introduce a new and potentially significant and unpopular tax in an election year? So then, no doubt it will be just another year, members, don't worry, just another year before we change this tax system. And before we know it, the higher rate of tax on the Isle of Man will simply be accepted as being 22%, and this will be the new normal. Now, why does this matter, aside from the obvious point that people are paying more tax? There's a few reasons. Firstly, because this tax rise was sold to people on what turns out to have been an incorrect premise. Pay more under an unfair system for a short time so we can find a way of making the system fairer. That didn't happen. And I'm a great believer in politicians keeping their promises. Secondly, the Treasury have not undertaken an assessment of the economic impact of this increased rate of tax. Now, we have quite a lot of evidence that says increasing taxes on working people is a bad thing economically. The economic strategy says this, in fact. Our Economic Policy Review Committee says something very similar. In fact, our economic strategy is explicit about the need to broaden the tax base and move away from a tax base that is reliant on working people's income. I think it is fair to say we all know that our current tax policy is counter to the Ireland Plan goals to grow our working population. Thirdly, why else can we get rid of this tax? Well, maybe we don't actually need it. Now, I'm being a bit facetious here, of course, because I, for one, do believe that we do need to generate more tax revenue. But I believe we should follow the evidence, and in this case, the evidence laid out in the economic strategy. We should be looking to tax things like capital or assets, because this takes the tax burden away from working families, who are the very people we are trying to attract and retain. But again, the Treasury have undertaken no work on this. In fact, it's a bit worse than this, because when I asked the Treasury about the work they've done on capital and asset-based taxes, the Treasury decided instead to set out all the reasons that a wealth tax is a bad idea. Now, for the uninitiated, a wealth tax is not the same as a capital gains tax or a tax based on assets. It would seem then that the Treasury not only has no idea what capital-based taxes could raise, they have no interest in exploring it, and even less understanding of what these taxes actually might do in terms of their impact on the economy. Anyway, Mr. President, this is not a debate about wholesale reform of our tax system. I'm sure you've got that to look forward to next year. The point I'm making is I'm not opposed to wealthier people paying more tax. but I am opposed to an unfair tax system that places the tax burden overwhelmingly on middle earners. But if I think we do need to do this, because nobody talks about raising taxes unless we really have to, why do I say that maybe we don't need this money? And that's because it's the case the government have already made. The Treasury set the budget. That's how it works. The Treasury have admitted through written answers to my questions that in the budget there are no cost improvement targets for any part of government. And that's not strictly true, because the Treasury did set Manx Care a cost improvement target in the budget by removing a cost improvement percentage from the funding formula. Now, this percentage was set by Treasury, was not set by Manx Care or the Department of Health. So the recent written answer from the Treasury Minister is wrong in this respect, and I suggest he may need to make a correction. But if the Treasury really did set no cost improvement or efficiency targets, then it means the Chief Minister's new £10 million efficiency programme is not included in the financial forecasts. So we know this 2% tax increase raises about 20 million. So half of this money needed to reduce this back to 20% has already been found by the Chief Minister and his new Minister of Bank Portfolio. Well done, Mr. Crookall. But there's more. Cabinet Office Minister yesterday morning announced 5 million cashable savings and 10 million efficiency savings in the digital strategy are also entirely separate from this programme. And we know the Treasury didn't include these targets in the budget because the Minister has said so. So this makes £15 million of cashable savings and another 10 million of non-cashable savings the government have already announced that is not included in the budget forecasts. That's £25 million not included in the budget forecasts, which is more than this 2% tax has raised. But wait, there is still more. The £10 million the Chief Minister is targeting represents 1% of the government budget outside of Manx Care. The Manx Care are being expected to save at least 6% if they're going to come in on budget. Something the Chief Minister has repeatedly stated is vital. And while we are here talking about Manx Care's budget, the forecast position, as I left it, was in the region of 6 to 10 million, not 16. So if things have got worse, I think we should probably be told about that. But anyway, if the Chief Minister expects Manx Care to save 6% on its £350 million budget, surely the rest of government, with its £1 billion expenditure, can save more than 1%? Surely a 2% target is achievable on this £1 billion? Because if all of the rest of the government can't save 2% or £20 million, how can they expect Manx Care to save that much or more all by themselves? Something is wrong here. Either the government is going to have to admit Manx Care can't make the savings that are needed in the Pink Book, or they're going to have to admit they can put their efficiency programme up to £20 million. So you see, honourable members, the government itself has already admitted through its own financial forecasting, its own public statements, that savings of 2% across the entirety of government are in fact feasible and achievable and not included in the 5-year financial plan. We even have a brand new Minister at Large, hired not simply to be an extra vote in Parliament, but to be the head of this vital efficiency programme. Despite him having no staff, no resources and no authority, he suddenly has a lot of responsibility. The Chief Minister said yesterday that we are in the first phase of this efficiency programme, so surely now is the time to set out a real, genuine efficiency target, not just paying it lip service. So, Actor Ain, I would encourage members today to support this motion, whether you believe the government should stick to its promises, whether you are opposed to the tax rise in principle, whether you support the Island Plan and the economic strategy, or whether you believe the government when they say they can find these savings. What I can't find is a reason to oppose the motion, although no doubt the Treasury Minister is about to give it a very good try. Mr. President, I beg to move.
And the Honourable Member, Ms Farragher.
And I beg to second and reserve my remarks.
And the Honourable Member, Dr Allinson.
Thank you very much, Mr President, and I thank the Honourable Member for bringing this motion today. Can I just point out that previously in this sitting it has been stated that the Chief Minister will be bringing forward more details of the government efficiency programme in the January sitting. So I think some of the comments made are obviously predating that. But I also do feel that this motion has been brought forward without due regard to the island's fiscal position and the increasing cost of providing public services, especially with respect to what we've seen as being above inflation pay increases across this. In February this year, in my budget speech to this Honourable Court, I stated that we must protect our vital services. However, in doing so, we can no longer simply rely on reserves. Reluctantly, after exploring all options for a balanced budget, we had to make the difficult decision to increase the higher rate of income tax from 20 to 22%, ring-fenced as additional revenue to support our health service. And the Honourable Member for Wales is quite right that this is not sufficient to deal with the significant overspend that was subject to a supplementary vote earlier on this year. It goes towards what has been identified as a funding gap, whereby the Department of Health and Social Care every year gets an above-inflation increase to deal with the above-inflation costs of providing drugs and healthcare services to our community. For clarity, when I raised the higher rate of income tax, I said it is my ambition that this increase to the higher rate of income tax will only be in place until we have investigated and introduced the NHS levy. In my financial update to this Honourable Court in October this year, I confirmed that bringing forward the levy is still my intention, but that more work is required with both Treasury and wider government to deliver a viable, sustainable funding provision. And I take on board the Honourable Member's assumption that members, as they approach an election, would not be in favour of voting for extra taxation. But I also rely upon this Honourable Court's commitment to fund our public services, particularly the welfare state and our NHS. As Treasury has investigated bringing forward a new NHS levy this year, it's become apparent that it's far more complicated than I initially thought. An NHS levy will effectively be a new mechanism of revenue generation, and it's imperative that we work carefully to ensure that any changes to the taxation system are properly considered, any impacts are correctly calculated, and that such changes provide the revenue that health and social care requires both now and in the future. To respond to the Honourable Member's conversation about wealth taxes and additional taxes such as capital gains tax and inheritance tax, those were ruled out in the tax strategy that was brought forward in March this year to the Honourable Court, which considered and debated and received the tax strategy, which sets out 3 strategic objectives. One of which is key to this debate today, that we will raise sufficient taxes to meet our needs through a sustainable and diversified tax system that has flexibility to adjust as and when circumstances change. The motion before us today is simplistic in respect of reducing the higher rate of tax from 22% to 20% from April 2025, only 4 months away, and with no plan as to how the additional revenue being generated by the increased tax will be replaced, or indeed how costs of government will be cut to remove the need for additional revenue, particularly in respect to healthcare. As I've already pointed out, the efficiency and productivity savings that we intend to re-emphasise right across government may be successful in bridging some of the increasing costs we have also seen across government as a result of inflation, as a result of the extension of those services, as the result of meeting unintended events such as even the ones this weekend. Honourable Members, this is not in line with the island's tax strategy. It does not ensure we raise sufficient taxes to meet our current needs until efficiencies are realised. The additional 2% in the higher rate of income tax raises in the region of £20 million annually, and this is a significant sum. Voting for this motion today would, in my opinion, be irresponsible. We are voted in by the people of our island to make sometimes hard decisions that are not always popular, but decisions that ensure the delivery of services required and our island's fiscal stability. I fully appreciate that our residents would welcome a reduction in the higher rate of income tax, but what services would they welcome being cut? It is essential for our reputation, both domestically and internationally, that our island's finances are stable, sustainable, and based on credible policies. And for that reason, I am proposing an amendment to the motion to read that Tynwald is of the opinion that the higher rate of personal income tax should continue to be reviewed in line with the taxation strategy. I will be return to this honourable call in 2 months to deliver on these commitments. Mr. President, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name.
Call on the honourable member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second and reserve my remarks.
Call on the honourable member, Ms. Lord Burnham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually, I wasn't going to speak on this today because on the face of it, sort of think like what's not to like. But I can't help noticing, Mr. President, when the mover has spoken to this motion as it's written on the paper, he hasn't really spoken about the motion that's written on the paper. He's referred to, the work that's been charged to Mr. Cookall and to government efficiencies. I'm aware that we all know that taxation had to go up by 10%, from 20% to 22% in the last budget round, ring fence for healthcare, and since then there's been massive concern over that. So I think the honourable mover has also argued strongly that there needs to be more funding for healthcare, and that's the issue. So I'm just struggling to, understand his. Well, he's not really made an argument for this. He's referenced lots of other things. So I'm brought to my feet by that. And to be honest, Mr. President, I'm just trying to kind of reconcile it with his previous position and how things have gone. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Order.
I think the Honourable Member for Annecy has set out a very good case as to why members need to be kept very up to date with the financial situation in government. He's made a very good case as to why members need to be thoroughly engaged with developments as we go throughout the year. But the Treasury Minister has, I think, also rightly pointed out that setting the tax rate is part of our budget process, which, of course, in my view, should be amendable. So with that in mind, I'm happy to support the Treasury Minister's amendment that this is part of the budget process, and we will talk more about the budget process in item 17.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. I'll probably vote against both the amendment and the motion, but I wanted to associate myself with the remarks of Mr. Speaker, because I would love to have voted for government's amendment. It's just it's only part of it. Looking at an income tax rate as part of taxation strategy is basically the point. We shouldn't be doing that. We should be looking at it about funding the services, about costing the services, about prioritising the services, about an overall package inside the budget. So obviously, we should, each of us, be able to go and get expert advice on the expenditure and on income and on taxes. We aren't able to do that yet again this year. So unfortunately, I appreciate Mr. Hooper moving in good faith his motion. It's a pointless motion, unfortunately, except to raise the debate, and the debate has now started and will continue in item 17. Unfortunately, government's amendment has failed as well, because we shouldn't be looking at income in isolation from expenditure and the public.
The Honourable Member, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to make a couple of comments, really. We all know it is part of the budget process, and I think the key thing is that we should be all more heavily involved in that rather than it coming to us at a too late a point. But did I agree with the higher rate this year? I didn't particularly. And I still don't, because I think the whole of the taxation system's flawed. It supports some. We had a conversation in a debate in the House of Keys last week with regards to how our pensioners are impacted by personal allowances. So it's a much bigger debate than just this higher rate. And I think we should be fixing those systemic issues with our taxation that's going to give us a good future for the island. And not just argue about one small part. I was a little concerned about what the Treasury Minister said about the efficiencies and cost savings are to help with increased costs internally within departments. So there's no efficiency there then, is there, Mr. President? We're going to do efficiencies, but it's just helping us be failing in another area. That's not an efficiency in my book. And I know what he means. It's because there's overspends in the department, so to try and pull back on some of those pay awards that have gone over and above, I completely understand it, but it's certainly not efficiency. And I think what the public are wanting to see from any tax changes or from any government right now, and particularly on the Isle of Man, if you're talking to the people on the street, we've got to make sure there's key structural change to the way we're spending our budget. And without that, we're not going to see any improvement in anything. And that's not about, as the Treasury Minister said, the public wouldn't like us cutting services now, because the services shouldn't be cut to the public if they're important services. But if they're services that have just been created over a number of years by departments because they thought it was a nice thing to do, yes, they should be cut. But I think that's the key point that we should all focus on, really, is rebalancing where we're spending our money, making sure it's in the right areas, and addressing the excessive number of employees that have come about from the change, moving away government from a personnel control mechanism and making it a budgetary response for the departments to control their overspend. So giving them the percentage of pay increases each year hasn't helped Isle of Man government, and all we've seen is excessive. I'm not saying there's excessive employees because we've introduced new laws for these, but we've seen excessive increases in the budget required for the public sector, and I think it's a massive issue for the Isle of Man, and it is an area that could bankrupt the Isle of Man, although the Chief Minister's reassured us today. But unless we have some control and structure around what personnel, what we want to happen in the Isle of Man, no taxation system's going to work anyway, because we've got to know from the baseline, what does the Isle of Man want to deliver to its people? It was great a few years back. In fact, it was great before the ministerial system, I want to say again, and we had control of it because we had good boards in place and lay people supporting government, and what we've got now is a system that we can all be outvoted in here straight away, particularly with the recent changes from the Chief Minister, but I'm sure we'll come to debate that shortly as well. But it's the structural change that's needed to be able to make all of our income cost effective to deliver the services that the people do require, should be able to expect, without just adding and increasing their taxes for them and putting that burden on them, without us in here as government doing that major reform that's required. And we've talked, I've been in here 8 years and we've talked about it. I've not seen any action, and I think the key thing would be to cease recruitment and bring back personnel control mechanisms. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member, Mrs. Kelsey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to speak to the amendment in Dr. Allison's name. Looking at the taxation strategy, which we voted on earlier this year, I just wanted to check in Appendix 5, which is the action plans, because specifically the amendment we have in front of us in Dr. Allison's name links to the reversion of that 10%/2% increase in income tax, which was for this ring fence for health. We've got the bottom, item 3 talks about it being finalising policy design and options by Q2 in 2024 and finalising legislation in December 2024, and then legislation applies because obviously, as we know, it takes some time, 25-26. So I'm not challenging the legislative process. It's just if that could be clarified, and apologies if I've missed that in the discussion, because it is, in my mind, pertinent to the amendment that's in Dr. Allison's name. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Call on the mover to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'd like to thank members for contributing to this debate. Lots of very valid points made, I think. Key theme came out for me around the fact that members should be engaged in the budget process. I think that is a very valuable point. But the reality is we're not going to be. The budget process in February is going to be the same as it is every year. So this idea that we're going to hold out for the budget and the Speaker's hopeful that the Treasury Minister is going to change his ways and this year's budget process will be all different, we know that's not going to happen. It's going to be exactly the same. We'll get the budget and told take it or leave it as a package. Mr. Speaker is an optimist. I think he believes his motion, or the motion around budget reform later, will pass. I don't believe it will. I think we are going to end up with the same budgetary process that we've always had. The point made by the Honourable Member for Council, I think, is exceptionally valid. The Treasury Minister referred to the tax strategy, which wasn't approved by this Honourable Court. Just to lay that down, we have never approved it. So the Treasury now saying, oh, but that's the document we're working to. Well, hold on a second. No. Tynwald has not approved that tax strategy. So now to start saying, but we've got a strategy, we're working to it, that Tynwald voted on. Actually, no, we received it. It's rubbish, but we received it. We did not approve it. And Mrs. Kelsey's point is absolutely valid, because the Treasury Minister's current plans are not actually in line with his own strategy. The strategy was explicit about the launch dates for these new taxes around the health levy. It was going to be finalised by December 2024 and applying from 25-26. So the Treasury Minister's amendment says we should do what we said we'd do in the tax strategy, but he's already admitted he's not doing it. Now, hold on. An amendment doesn't work. If you vote for the amendment, Treasury are going to have to come back with the NHS levy in February as part of the budget, because that's what they promised they would do. They've already said they're not doing that. So the Treasury Minister isn't complying with his own strategy, and there's lots of complex reasons for that, but ultimately the core reason is because I think the Treasury have a limited set of imagination when it comes to the tax policies. He mentioned in his remarks they're exploring all the options. They haven't. They've openly admitted they haven't explored all the options. They ruled out in their tax strategy things like capital taxes, but they've admitted that they've had no assessment of them. No idea. They didn't rule them out after taking an evidence-based approach. They looked at them and went, cannot be bothered with that. They've admitted it. Look through the written answers for the last couple of weeks. They've done no assessment of the impact of capital taxes. They've done no assessment of the value of them. They have no idea, but they've ruled them out. Great. Absolutely brilliant way of writing policy, that one.
Would member give way?
I will happily give way if you...
Because I thank the Honourable Member for his comments. If I could draw his attention to the Office of Budget Responsibility Forecast 2024-25, which looked at the overall impact of some of the taxes he seems to be promoting. They have assessed inheritance tax as representing 0.75% of all receipts, equivalent to 0.3% of national income, and capital gains tax representing 1.3% of all receipts, equivalent to 0.5% of all national income. So relatively minor in terms of national income and overall government receipts. Can I also point out to him that what we've also said is that we don't have the information, because we've never held it, to make the comparisons of what those similar taxes might bring into the Isle of Man, and also do an impact assessment about how it would affect our international competitiveness. And I thank the Honourable Member for giving way.
Back to you, Mr. Hipper.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not really sure what that was, but the reality is, like the Treasury Minister has openly admitted, they haven't done these assessments. Not just we don't have the data, we don't have the data, we don't want to collect the data. They're not interested. That's the point I'm making. The fact that they don't have the data is an issue, but it shouldn't stop them from being able to undertake some of these kinds of assessments. But they don't want to. They've not undertaken any assessments as to the benefit of a different approach to tax on the Isle of Man. They've just ruled it out because it's easier to tax people who work. Because all you've got to do is increase the number. And that's the NHS levy in a nutshell, right? Let's just tax people that work. That's the logic here. You ask the question, who pays tax now who didn't at the start of this administration? We have an economic strategy that says, broaden the tax base. Don't tax working people as much. They can't bear the burden. In a nutshell. But who pays taxes now who didn't 3 years ago? People just earning the state pension. They pay tax now. They didn't 3 years ago. The tax capital pay any more? Still £200,000 if I remember rightly. We've got a motion on that coming up. Who else pays more? Anyone paying a higher rate tax on the Isle of Man, that's people earning 25 grand a year. So who pays more tax now than 3 years ago before our economic strategy? Lower income working families. That's it. That's the policy that Treasury Minister is asking you to perpetuate.
Would the member give way?
I would not.
Okay.
That is the policy he is asking you to support by referring back to his tax strategy. It says, the only taxes I'm willing to change are the ones that the international community forced me to change. Everything else is going to stay pretty much the same. And I can't support that. I can't support a continuation of that failing policy. I can't support the continuation of a policy based on a tax strategy that we did not approve. I can't support a tax strategy that has had no assessment undertaken as to whether or not it's good for us. Again, that's been openly admitted. No economic impact assessment around these things. Treasury have no idea. They'd like us to take it on faith. Well, we all know where that gets us. So, what I'm hearing, though, is members don't have confidence the government is going to deliver on its efficiency targets. Because I was asked, well, actually, I've not set out a plan for how you'd pay for it, or I don't need to set out a plan for how I would pay for it, because the government have already done it. The government have set out a plan as to how they're going to save this £25 million already. It's not included in their forecasts. So if you're saying, we don't think it's possible, what you're really saying is, I don't have confidence that the government can do it. I don't have any confidence in the government. And yet, only a few weeks ago, the House of Keys said you do have confidence in the government. Well, which is it? I don't think this is a particularly contentious issue, honourable members. I think the government, when they brought in this tax, made it quite clear to people it was going to be for a year. It is quite clear that is not going to be the case. I think government's made it quite clear there are other options on the table that could be considered, but they're not willing to consider. And I don't think that's fair either. Simply put, Mr. President, this is a very simple motion, asking members a very simple question. Do you think it's fair or not? Put my elector in.
Honourable members, we come to vote on this item. Item 14 as laid out on the order paper, to which you have an amendment in the name of Dr. Allinson. I put first the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no.
No. Divide.
Division called.
Joining the House of Keys, 10-4, 9 against.
Legislative Council, 5-4, 3 against, therefore amendment carried. I now put the motion... Beg pardon?
Okay, fine.
Yep. Therefore, I put the motion as amended. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no.
No. Divide.
Division called.
The wrong button.
Press a different button. Extra in the House of Keys, 10-4, 9 against.
Legislative Council, 7-4, 1 against. Therefore, motion as amended is carried. We move on to item 15. I call on the Honourable Member for Ramsden, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. The tax cap. So we all know it. Do we really understand it? Firstly, what is it? Well, the Income Tax Act 1970 says, the assessor may approve an election if satisfied that the individual's income in each year of assessment to which the election applies will be such that the amount of tax otherwise payable will be greater than the income tax amount. Straightforward enough. It is a cap on the amount of tax that you pay. But actually not quite. Our tax system on the island is non-standard. So what that means is we don't tax a lot of behaviours that most developed jurisdictions will tax. One important behaviour that we don't tax is when people wrap things up in a corporate vehicle. We only really tax people when they take their money out of a company. Now, there are all sorts of rules about how we do this, and they're set by the assessor of income tax, not by Tynwald, which I find quite interesting, but by the assessor. Anyway, I digress a little bit. Through our corporate tax system, we allow people to essentially defer the payment of tax, because we allow them to choose when they take their money out of the company, and as a result, choose when they pay the tax due on that income. So what the tax cap does is it says to these people who wrap their money up in a company, please don't defer your tax, because the government really wants this money. So here's the deal. If you take your money out now, you can take it out at a discount. The more you take out at once, the bigger your discount. The government just takes a fixed fee. So it doesn't really operate as a tax cap. It operates as an incentive to people so that government can get the tax that it is due quicker. Now, this might have been slightly different back in the days when it overlapped with the distribution of profits charge and the attribution regime, but those days ended 2012, I think over a decade ago. So the benefit of the tax cap now is counteracting that deferral effect. Now, as a policy aim, that makes sense. Early payment discounts are pretty common. Not available on taxes to the rest of us, I might note, but the MUA have them on charges. Gas companies do them on your direct debits. The sewerage rates, you get a discount if you pay up sooner. So it's not an unusual concept. The problem here is the tax cap is expensive. So the Treasury have provided some useful information in answer to some questions, which I would like to thank the Minister for, actually, because in previous years when I've asked very similar questions, the response from previous Treasury Ministers has been to say no. So I'd like to thank the Minister for actually being willing to share this information. The Treasury say that when you add up all the tax paid and the income tax and national insurance receipts paid by people who have the tax cap, who they employ, basically everything wrapped up in a banner, the Treasury have estimated the benefit to the island is in the region of £114 million over 5 years. So 25, 26, 27 million pounds a year. It's quite a lot of money, actually, when you think about it. When you look at what this has cost, look at the discount that's been offered. The amount of tax that should have been paid over the same period on the same taxable income is something in the region of £386 million. Now that is a very simple back of an envelope calculation based on the Treasury's numbers averaged out. So the 5 years in question, this policy could actually have cost the Manx taxpayer something like £272 million in lost income. The tax cap represents a discount on tax due of about 70%. There's a 70% discount on the tax bills of between 50 and 70 people, depending on what year you're talking about. So the first question I have with the Treasury Minister is, can I get a 70% discount on my taxes, please? And can anybody else? Because whilst the Treasury talk about the tax cap generating jobs, and the answers go into that in some depth, and I'm sure the Treasury Minister will stand up and provide that spiel again. This isn't actually a requirement of the policy. It's not a requirement of the law. Law makes no reference to jobs or economic benefit. The policy makes no reference to jobs or economic benefit. The application form makes no reference to jobs or economic benefit. The question it asks is, without the tax cap, would you pay more tax? The answer is yes, you are eligible for the tax cap. That's it. So the argument then that changing the tax cap itself would change these behaviours around employment and businesses is a bit of a dead duck, because there is no connection in policy or in law between the tax cap and these behaviours. What people do with the money that they take out from their companies as a result of the tax cap is entirely up to them. The Treasury doesn't say, okay, you can have the tax cap, but you must invest it on the island, but you must employ people. It doesn't say anything like that. It just says, here's a discount on your taxes, please, can you invest that locally? So the idea that you would change this policy and all of a sudden these individuals doing all of these things would suddenly stop all the things they're doing is quite weak. Now you'll notice that I'm not here arguing that we shouldn't be incentivising people to invest in the island, and we shouldn't be incentivising people not to defer their tax payments into the next century. All I'm saying is the tax cap policy we currently have is a very expensive sledgehammer to crack this particular nut. There are lots of other ways we could achieve the same aim. Perhaps ones that don't cost us, quite literally, hundreds of millions of pounds. Now that's real money, honourable members. The Chief Minister is worried about 10, 16, 20 million pounds and 10 millions of efficiencies, when this policy alone could be costing us nearly 80 million pounds a year. I say could be, because once again, the Treasury haven't really done any analysis. They haven't looked at it. They haven't looked at other options. They haven't looked at the data. They fall back on a narrative that says, well, without this tax cap, all these behaviours would change, all these people would leave. Well, I for one would like some evidence of this. Partly because I have some direct experience dealing with tax-capped individuals in a professional capacity. so I can fall back on some of that personal experience. And partly because the number of people subject to the tax cap has been falling for some time. At one point there were 87 people subject to it. Now it's 61. After dropping as low as 54, I think, in recent years. Now, are all of those 61 people new people who moved here because of the tax cap, who will leave if the rules change? Or is it far more likely there's a core of people living here who are the ones investing in the island and a handful of others dropping in and out as circumstances suit? One of the biggest areas of risk was when to people paying the tax cap was when the Treasury changed it from an annual to a multi-year election. Big change. But that change happened. You know what, honourable members? The world didn't end. Phew, look at that. It's possible to change tax policy. Brilliant. But if you do change the policy, and those few people who aren't the ones committed here, they're the outliers, they're the ones that are here purely because of the tax cap, would actually them leaving cost us more than the £80 million the current policy is costing us? Again, I don't know the answer to that, neither the Treasury. And when you think about this question, because this is the fundamental question, you have to remember how the tax cap itself interacts with our corporate tax system. And you have to really ask yourself, are people here because of our tax cap? Or are they simply not in the UK because of their tax system? Because of things like the UK's inheritance tax treatment, because of these concepts around domicile and residency. Why are they here? Are they here because we've attracted them with the tax cap, or have they left the UK? They're very different questions. Because if they've left the UK, the fact that we're better than the UK is pretty much the bar. It's very different to saying they're here simply because of our tax cap policy. So I would argue that the tax cap is designed to counteract the deferring effect of our corporate tax system. And it's that corporate tax system, combined with the fact that we are not part of the UK, that makes us attractive, not the tax cap itself. And again, I know the Treasury haven't undertaken this level of analysis, because I've asked lots of Tynwald questions about this, and if they had undertaken it, they would have been telling us. They would have said, actually, we have robust evidence to back up this policy. But they haven't done that. They've just pointed back to their positioning around panic. So the problem the Treasury have is this policy has no link to economic benefit, no requirement to deliver economic benefit. But this is what they rely on when they defend it. They say, actually, it generates all this benefit for the island. But they can't show that. They've never been able to demonstrate that. And they ask us to take that on faith. Treasury have actually admitted this, because in the most recent written answer, they've confirmed that prior to 2022-2023, they don't have any data on financial or economic benefit. The tax cap was created in 2006. 17 years later, the Treasury decide we probably need some information on this. 17 years of tax cap without any financial or economic analysis as to, does it work for us? What is it doing? I'm quite surprised by that. Actually, I was always working under the assumption that the Treasury were just being difficult in refusing to provide information. It turns out they don't have the information themselves. And so the evidence they do have on this economic benefit is very, very thin. So thin as to be almost non-existent. The point I'm trying to make, perhaps poorly, is there are far better and far more cost-effective methods to encourage wealthy people to invest in the island. The tax cap is a flawed and expensive policy that is not supported by the evidence. Take Jersey, for example. Jersey have a tax cap system, similar to ours. Jersey have a scheme called the High Value Residency Scheme. And what that does is it says people will pay a 20% tax on the first £1.2 million of income, and then they pay 1% on everything over that. So actually it's not a cap, it's a discount. Their tax cap is higher than ours, and it provides a discounted rate for people above it. But interestingly, this is where Jersey have got it right. In order to qualify, you've got to have the same requirements that we do around income, you've got to be wealthy and you've got to live here. Jersey also requires, and I quote from their scheme, your residency in Jersey will benefit the island in some way, usually business or socially. They actually put it in their scheme. It's not just about money. You have to benefit their island. The scheme goes into much more detail about this, but hang on. That policy is what they have. They're a competitor of ours, and that seems to work for them. So why does our tax policy not actually make an explicit link to a requirement to benefit the island in some way? Guernsey have a tax cap. Again, it's not the same as ours. They exempt certain types of income. For example, rental income. Probably because they know as soon as you start saying you can make as much money as you like renting properties, it can have a distorting effect on your rental market. That sounds familiar. So what needs to happen is the current tax cap policy needs to end for new elections as soon as possible. So that's where my motion kicks in. Actually, we should stop new applications. Not touching current tax cap, as they've signed a deal, government should honour that deal, that is absolutely fine. You should give people some time. So you shouldn't announce this in February in the budget and say it's changing immediately. We should announce this now and give people till April to make decisions on whether they wish to sign up before the policy ends. And this is important because the tax cap is a multi-year election. Knowing it comes to an end is going to provide some certainty. And also because it's multi-year, it means if you choose to end the policy next year, it's not going to have an impact next year because people have all signed up to these multi-year deals, which will give Treasury the time that they will need to develop a new and better policy. And again, the motion isn't explicit on this because I figured telling Treasury to change tax policy was never going to go down particularly well, as we've just discovered. So I'm leaving it open to them, whether they want to reintroduce a new tax cap or not. It's up to Treasury. I think they probably would want to. I think they could do with a better scheme. But ultimately, the idea behind this motion is to provide some certainties that we are not debating a tax cap every year as part of the budget. They should set a policy and stick to it. But the current cap needs to end because, quite simply, there is no evidence that it works. And so with that, Hector, I rest my case. We should have a policy to encourage wealthy people to invest in our island. The tax system could be a far more effective policy lever than it currently is. But the current tax cap is not the right vehicle. It's expensive, it's unevidenced, and it creates a significant amount of disquiet on our island. It needs to end, and if necessary, be replaced by something better. I beg to move.
The honourable member, Ms Farragut.
I beg to second and reserve my remarks.
The honourable member, Dr Aronson.
Thank you very much, Mr President. And I thank the honourable member for bringing this motion forward. In March, this honourable court, when we debated the tax strategy, which he obviously doesn't support, but at the time many members made comments about the tax cap, and I obviously respect that. And I committed to reviewing this as part of the budget process while acknowledging the important contribution high net worth individuals make to this island. The honourable member for Ramsey has talked about lack of information and lack of evidence. A lot of the information we hold on this relatively small number of people is confidential to the income tax department, as it is around their personal finances. And so I've been very careful in terms of what I say in public regarding this. But a larger amount of work has been done by the Department for Enterprise, looking at both the jurisdictional analysis of various tax caps, and I think I remember from mentioning Jersey and Guernsey, but actually when you look right across Europe, everyone does something slightly different in terms of the tax cap. Many of them have significantly reduced their tax cap to attract more high net worth people. We've in fact increased our tax cap and lengthened the period of allocation of this, and part of this was to stop people dipping in and out when they wanted to draw down dividends, as the honourable member has said. But we have changed this and evolved this over the previous years, and we will continue to do so. The objectives of the tax cap policy, when introduced in 2006, were twofold. Firstly, to encourage entrepreneurs and high net worth individuals to relocate their wealth and businesses to the island, and secondly, to encourage existing residents to restructure their financial affairs and bring wealth back to the island. And the purpose of the cap is to impose an upper limit on the amount of income tax paid by an individual in the tax year, and is capped at a level determined by Treasury and agreed by Tynwald. I think that agreed by Tynwald is the important part as we go forward. At its introduction, the cap was set at £100,000 for an individual and £200,000 for a jointly assessed married couple, and since then it's been increased to its current level of £200,000 for an individual and £400,000 for a jointly assessed couple. And with effect from the 2014-15 tax year, a resident individual or jointly assessed couple have been statutorily required to make an election of the tax cap, which applies for 5 consecutive years, and from 6th of April 2020, the ability to elect for a 5-year tax cap still exists, but there is now an option to elect for a longer 10-year tax cap period, but the same rules apply for both for 5 and 10-year tax cap elections, the only difference being the relevant time period. As the Honourable Member said, there are currently just 61 tax caps on the island, 40 of which are capped for 5 years and 21 for 10 years. And at present, in order for a tax cap to be financially beneficial at £200,000, an individual's income needs to be greater than £909,090. That's their income. Many of the island's wealthiest residents do not receive consistent incomes in this region, instead of receiving capital receipts which are not liable to income tax. The removal of the tax cap will therefore not necessarily generate additional revenue. I'm grateful to the Honourable Member for asking a series of written questions, and Treasury have tried to respond to them in as accurate a manner as possible. But when he talks about the over £300 million income declared by these very small number of people, that's their total income, and none of that covers income earned overseas, which is taxed abroad, and therefore I think he's overestimating the potential income that may come to Treasury if we were to get rid of the tax cap quite significantly. The removal of the tax cap would not therefore generate additional income necessarily, and it's highly likely that it would incentivise individuals to restructure their tax affairs in order to minimise their liability by living off capital or relocate to competitive jurisdictions which may offer more attractive packages, including tax capping and business development opportunities, resulting in a possible loss of revenue, jobs, and a wider negative economic impact. Honourable Members, the true economic value of tax cap individuals is not easily quantifiable and is considerably more than the direct tax take. They invest in businesses locally, generating jobs, invest in and improve housing stock, employing local tradespeople but also paying land registry fees, invest in and improve commercial infrastructure, bring additional entrepreneurial thinking and spirit, often providing entrepreneurial mentorship, increase the demand for quality goods and services and support our local economy, use professional services, as the Honourable Member has said, and provide community support, often through an anonymous philanthropy and charitable giving. In line with the 2024-26 tax strategy, the economic benefits of the tax cap are being monitored to the extent possible based on the information collected by the Income Tax Division. And as part of the monitoring, the assessor has calculated that based on the 2022-23 tax year, persons who were elected for a tax cap, that's 61 people, have secured approximately 1,100 jobs on the island, resulting in £12.4 million worth of income tax and national insurance receipts per annum. And when you add in their personal income tax payments, the amounts to a minimum direct economic benefit of £22.8 million per year. Mr. President, it's not possible to estimate the income generated by indirect taxes such as VAT, which is tax on consumption. High net worth individuals will tend to spend more and generally generate proportionately more VAT, which is a very important contribution to the island's public revenue total. It is vital that we stay competitive with other jurisdictions in attracting high net worth individuals for all the reasons I've just outlined. I therefore propose to move an amendment to the motion to read that Tynwald is of the opinion that Treasury should continue to review the current level of the tax cap and work with the Department for Enterprise to monitor its economic benefits. The Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper, has suggested just stopping this and spend our time generating other alternatives. I think that runs a risk of sending out the wrong signal to the international community, and in fact those people who are already on our island, who appreciate the value of living here and are putting back in some of that value in terms of their economic activity on the island. We live in an increasingly uncertain world, and it's absolutely right that our taxation policies are correct for our island, but are sustainable and certain. The tax cap has changed in the future and will continue to change to meet the demands of the country, but also entice people, entrepreneurial people, wealth generators, job generators, to make this island their home and to remain island residents. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name.
Call on the Honourable Member. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
Call on the Honourable Order.
Geraud, the Honourable Member for Ramsey set out a very good reason why we need some evidence-based policy making, some engagement, some understanding of financial matters, and the Treasury Minister has set out why this needs to be considered in the round and further research is needed. However, what I can't take away from this is that there should be an open-ended continual monitoring of this. We need to have this come to a head. We need to have the evidence put before us, and we need to make a holistic decision. So I'm suggesting an amendment, Honourable Members, that has been circulated in my name, that this review that the Treasury Minister has proposed should be submitted to Tynwald alongside the budget pack for 2025. That will give Honourable Members the information that the Treasury Minister wishes to put before and the Economic Development Minister, Enterprise Minister, wishes to put before us in terms of the tax cap, and we can have a proper and full debate about this in the round, along with all of the other variables around this as part of the budget in 2025. So I hope that that's something that government and the remainder of the court can support in terms of making sure that we have a more fully informed debate as part of the budget package in February next year.
Well, the Honourable Member, Ms. August Phillips. Mrs. August Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just to essentially second Mr. Speaker's amendment, because it's very sensible. We do need an end date on reviewing this. I think this has come up a number of times in this honourable court over the course of this administration, and certainly in the previous one. So it's about time that we had that discussion, and that discussion is an informed debate, evidence to hopefully by Treasury at the appropriate time. Thank you, Chairman.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would normally start by expressing my thanks and gratitude to a member moving a motion in this court. However, on this occasion, I feel that the motion being proposed by the Honourable Member for Ramsey could have serious consequences for the Isle of Man if supported here today. This motion could also lead to significant job losses and result in a considerable delay or even the withdrawal of several major infrastructure projects that are already underway. These projects are crucial for enhancing the overall appearance and appeal of the Isle of Man over the next 5 to 10 years. I believe most honourable members in this court can identify several high net worth individuals who reside on the island and who have made substantial investments locally. These contributions have brought considerable economic benefit to the island, including job creation and vital secondary spend that supports both numerous local businesses throughout our community. Mr. President, I fully acknowledge that high net worth individuals and corporations have attracted considerable attention in recent years, particularly those seeking low tax jurisdictions to minimize their tax liabilities. Nevertheless, I maintain that there are significant advantages for supporting high net worth individuals, particularly those who invest in local businesses and infrastructure here on the Isle of Man. Their contributions foster economic growth, generate jobs, and enhance the overall prosperity for everyone in the Manx community. Moreover, many high net worth individuals on the Isle of Man have generously donated to local charities and community projects, therefore providing vital support to our island, particularly when central government is unable to address certain funding gaps. As I've mentioned in numerous budget speeches over the past 7 years, I have been of the firm opinion that we should be taking more proactive steps to attract more high net worth individuals and corporations to the Isle of Man. However, I would support any benefits being realised from our low tax system being reinvested in infrastructure, investment, and the creation of genuine long-term employment opportunities that benefit the island as a whole. The advantages of attracting high net worth individuals to our island are very clear, and I would strongly urge the members of this court to vote against the motion currently on the order paper, Mr. President. However, I will I will support the two amendments by my colleagues, and thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member, Ms. Farrier.
I'd just rise to speak to the amendment brought by the Treasury Minister. His amendment states that he wants to continue to review the current level of the tax cap and work with the DfE to monitor its economic benefits. But this implies that monitoring of the economic benefits of the tax cap has taken place before. Has any benefit to the island ever been established? Whenever I've asked this question, I've not received an answer, and I've also requested from the Treasury Minister's predecessor any information about the benefits the tax cap brings to be circulated, but I was informed this isn't possible. So what are we continuing to monitor? It seems more that the Treasury Minister meant they will start to monitor this. And to be honest, this should have been done since the inception of the tax cap. We just voted in this court to continue to unfairly tax low and middle earners when Treasury have already ruled out other taxes that would be fairer and, importantly, that would meet the goal in the economic strategy to reduce inequality using the tax system. So we voted to continue with a simplistic, unfair tax in the face of all the evidence globally that shows us how damaging inequality is, and the KPMG report specifically telling us how damaging it is locally here on our island. Yet without any evidence whatsoever, we've been willing to cap taxation for the wealthiest. I'm afraid I'm unable to support the amendment. And I would really strongly urge the Treasury Minister to open his mind towards fairer forms of taxation, because the Treasury's opposition to these motions and to fairer forms of taxation are trapping working families, including lower income working families, in a really challenging cycle of struggling to cover financial bases. And we really need to get on top of this and make things fairer. It's unsustainable in the longer term. We can't continue to squeeze hard-working people whilst not exploring other options for taxation that will serve our island better.
Call on Dr. Ellison to speak to the Order's amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I thank the member who's come before me in terms of her passion for a progressive taxation system that works for everyone on our island. Again, we have, as I pointed out previously in this honourable court, a relatively simplistic taxation system which looks predominantly at indirect taxation in terms of duties and VAT, income tax, but also the national insurance system. And we've debated how that can be more equitable and sustainable in the long term. What we're talking about here is a very small part of the overall taxation system which deals with a very small number of people. A lot of assessment has gone on in terms of the economic benefit, but again, as I pointed out in my previous conversation, that is confidential because it relates to a very small number of people. And so previously we have talked about the significant investment those people bring in. In response to the amendment from the Honourable Member for Russian, Mr. Speaker, I thank him for tying me and Treasury officers to a commitment to submit a report to Tynwald in February 2025 in terms of the current level of the tax cap and also the economic benefits of that. Treasury and the Department for Enterprise have previously done quite a bit of work in terms of the overall offering to people coming to our island of whatever income they might be. Those people who can bring in economic benefits in terms of jobs, in terms of prosperity, and also those key people, those key economically active people that we also need to attract to our island. And I think it's absolutely right that we give everyone that fair opportunity, but at the same time look very much at the services we provide as a government and make sure that they're affordable. And as I pointed out in the budget earlier on this year, the cost of providing some of those key services is increasing year on year. Unless we can increase our active working population to a similar extent, it will become increasingly burdensome for those people who are here. And I think that's something that this Honourable Court is wrestling at the same time as many other jurisdictions that have a high-functioning, high-providing welfare state, but still are wrestling with how to provide for working people. And I look forward to the debates we will be having in the January and February sittings next year in terms of things like the minimum wage, the living wage, our welfare system, and next year's budget. So with that, Mr. President, I thank the Honourable Member, Mr. Speaker, for his amendment, and I'm very happy to commit to the statements in it. Thank you.
Go on, the Honourable Member. Mr Mercer.
Jeremiah Akram. Mr Hooper has laid out a very persuasive argument that the arrangements around our tax cap system need some form of review. I agree with him. The scheme certainly appears to have a number of issues, the lack of evidence of effectiveness being the greatest of these. However, the motion asks us to support the ending of the tax cap for new applications and renewals from the end of 2024-25, and without an understanding or evidence of the impact that this might have, I can't support the motion in its current form. I do welcome the amendments from Dr Allinson and from Mr Speaker, as these will help us to establish what those economic benefits are and to report back to us next year. The current tax cap arrangements really appear to me to be following some sort of dogmatic narrative, and that really does require challenge. I sincerely hope that the monitoring of economic benefits can help to increase our understanding of those benefits, if indeed they exist, of this unpopular feature of our tax system. Gurumaya.
The Honourable Member, Mr Thomas.
Thank you very much. I too will support both the amendments, and I wouldn't actually have supported the original motion, and I won't if the amendments fail because of the impact, and come to that a bit more later on. The first point I want to make, though, is about the government amendment, moved by Dr Allinson, because it talks about working with the Department of Enterprise to monitor economic benefits. Well, that was explained a bit more by Dr Allinson when moving, which was apparently they've done some research on tax levels and how the cap works in different places. That's fine, but that could be misinterpreted, because as I understand it, it's the evidence that's going to matter. The tax evidence comes under the Tax Act to Treasury, and then it's Economic Affairs Division under the Statistics Act, and the delegation or the transfer, I never quite remember how it happened, to Cabinet Office that has access to this data. And so it doesn't really matter, because if you can't work with the Department for Enterprise in any way other than just looking at publicly available data, fine, but it could be here that you're saying that you do give tax data to the Department for Enterprise, and I'm not sure that would be legal. So, for instance, it used to be the case that for every planning application, the Department for Enterprise used to put in for a house that was contrary to planning policy, to put in a statement in 2013-14 that this was good for the Isle of Man's economy and it was good for the VAT returns and all of that, which was rubbish in as much as the VAT returns depend on the household income and expenditure survey and the amounts of VAT paid in businesses. And in any case, the Department for Enterprise couldn't know that because of so it's just that hesitation with this amendment I'm supporting. It needs to be compliant with the law. Also, to pick up and to defend the Treasury in this respect, I do remember Mr Tier and Mr Bell particularly, because they were the originators of the tax cap, always used to give evidence about monitoring it and evidence following up from my questions back in 2013-14, because at one time they used to because you have to declare in those days you had to declare your wealth when you started the tax cap, and they actually published for me, which is still there on the Tynwald Hansard, the percentage of the average tax cap of income that they were paying based on their declaration of wealth. So that information was certainly there at that point, and then it was put into the public domain. So it is in a way continuing, or at least restarting the process of reviewing and monitoring. The next point I want to make, which hasn't been made as before, is nobody's as yet talked about the Minister Ashford tax strategy motion, which got 11 votes in the House of Keys and very nearly passed. And that was calling for a tax strategy review to come back in March 2025. So we got in part what we wanted in any case eventually, because now we're having a mini tax review on part of it by February 2025. So why not do the rest? And because that leads on to, when the tax strategy in the good old days of Mr Tier and Mr Bell, the first tax strategy that came along, we actually had a tax strategy information document. And as far as I could tell in the Barul suite, the officers were prepared to give us a tax strategy information document like we had back in 2012, but we haven't got one to date. And so therefore...
Would the member give way? I thank the Honourable Member and very much remember his comments. We did circulate a document going through taxes, national insurance, how they work, the benefit and also the cost or benefit of changes that was circulated previously to the summer. But I'm more than happy to circulate that again if that be helpful for the Honourable Member. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving it. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. There was a sort of a very brief response to that commitment, but it wasn't the tax information document that was accompanied the 2012 tax strategy, which I did find, and eventually on the servers it evaporated from the public, but that actually was much more detailed than that. And I think it would be really helpful to actually accept the challenge, especially given that there were 11 members of the House of Keys who voted for a review of the tax strategy before March 2025, to go back and remind ourselves how open we used to be when we were innovating with the tax cap and when we were innovating with the 0-10 and all of those sorts of things. And on that basis, I just want to refute the suggestion that's been made that amendments haven't been made through time, even recently. So, my deal with the Chief Minister back in 2016-17 was that we would massively increase the tax cap and make it longer, and we did that. We increased it from £125,000 to £200,000 per year, which is a lot of tax to be paid by any individual, and we extended it to avoid dipping in and out, which is what had happened when we had 90 tax cappers rather than the 60 tax cappers that we have now. And to give a compliment to the budget last year, which I wasn't able to vote for other reasons, but in the budget last year there was a measure that affected more than just the middle classes in one sense, because we do take away the personal allowance such that the effective tax rate becomes about, from memory I quoted the percentage in my budget speech, but 30-35% when you take away the personal allowance once you go past a figure which many people in here will be paying. And then just in closing, I just wanted to congratulate everybody for not having stated what I was expecting to have been stated by now, something like trickle-down economics doesn't work and all of that sort of stuff, because there's been that sort of suggestion. There's been that suggestion that that's what we're really talking about, some sort of ideological approach to tax. But no, we need a pragmatic approach. We don't need to separate people like people used to do on trickle-down versus trickle-up and all of that sort of thing. First point. And the second point is we have to remember that we are a little place with a small economy on the edge of Europe, on the edge of the British Isles, well, in the middle of the Irish Sea, away from the massive population, and that's always had to affect, that's always determined or even been or at least been an important part of our tax culture and our tax strategy. So we go back to the 18th century, we got people from France coming here documented to avoid taxes. We had a regime which was used against us as called the running trade, but it was just an early tax policy. And so therefore we always have to remember that we're not just a little mini across. We are actually a place on the edge of Europe that's got a relatively small population and economy, higher costs because of the fact that we've got a sea around us, and so therefore we need a tax strategy that reflects 300 years of tax culture, not just some sort of global ideology about taxation policy.
Will the mover to reply?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I would like to thank everyone who's contributed to this debate. It's been interesting. It's played out exactly as I said it would. On the one hand, I'm saying we need some evidence that this works, and the response has been, oh, but if you change things, people will leave and the world will end. Actually, there's no evidence at all that that's going to happen. Mr. Collis's entire speech was about all the benefits that these tax cappers bring that actually Treasury have been unable to evidence.
You can go and see it in Douglas.
And that's kind of the problem here, is everyone knows what everybody knows, but the evidence isn't there to back it up. And I think Ms. Farragut made a really good point. What is it that we're monitoring here? And I will provide you with an anecdote of my own, because that's the way we make policy these days. I'm aware of a jurisdiction that introduced a discount a tax break on renting out rooms. The idea was, we need more people to rent stuff out, so we're going to issue you with a tax discount if you do this thing we want you to do. So, tax discount comes in and the jurisdiction is pleased because 1,000 people or whatever are renting out these rooms. Brilliant. But you can't reverse that policy because now 1,000 people are renting out these rooms benefiting from this discount. Nobody asked the question, how many people were doing that before you brought the discount in? And that's the point here. Yes, absolutely. People that are tax capped, some of them run businesses. They employ staff. They spend money locally. Absolutely they do. How many of them were doing that before the tax cap existed? How many of them would keep doing that if the tax cap changed? And that's the problem. So as much as I like Mr. Speaker's amendment, that's the problem. It asks Treasury to tell us what the benefits are, and Treasury have no interest in actually asking that question. Tax policy is all about changing behaviour, and Treasury have no interest in understanding that behaviour because I think they're afraid of what it will show them. Instead, they will fall back on what they've already parroted today. Tax cappers employ X number of people and they spend Y amount of money. Yeah, absolutely. That's not really the relevant point here. The relevant point here is the tax policy that we are debating the cause of that? What Treasury are doing is saying we have two facts that correlate together and therefore one must be the cause of the other. My cat is sitting in a pothole. I don't assume the cat caused the pothole. But actually on the island you never know.
Picking up the flowers.
But that's kind of what Treasury are doing here. The Treasury are saying, we have a tax cap policy, and people who are tax cappers run businesses. Therefore, the tax cap policy is why they run businesses. Okay, prove that link. That's all I'm asking. Prove that link. And they haven't. And they've never been able to prove that link. And that's the problem here. How many of these 61 tax cappers are doing all of these wonderful things? Is it all 61 of them? Is it 5 of them? Of those 1,000 people employed in jobs, is that spread roughly evenly across all 61 tax cappers? Or actually, is it a handful of them that run businesses and the others are just benefiting from our generous tax regime? I can't answer that question. Arguably, I probably could, but I'm not going to try. And that's kind of the question here that needs to be answered, but that is not the question Treasury is going to answer with this review. They will come back and they will say, look at all these magic beans we've got, all this money that's coming in from all these businesses that are run, but they're not going to address that core question, which is, does this tax cap policy affect behaviour? And the long and short of it is, it really doesn't. UK tax policy is what affects behaviour. Absolutely. That's the driver. Things they do over there in the other jurisdiction, things you want to get away from because, quite frankly, it's a bit of a mess. That's what affects behaviour. And then you've got a choice. Do I come to the Isle of Man? Do I go to Jersey or Guernsey? Well, the weather's better in Jersey. The house prices are more expensive. You know, these are the conversations people genuinely have when you...
Rains more in Jersey.
Absolutely does rain more in Jersey. And I was going to throw in that Ramsey is in fact the sunniest place in the British Isles, but I'll throw that one out there. But the point I'm making is Treasury need to demonstrate that behavioural link, that causal link between their policy and the outcomes that they are trumpeting. And if they can demonstrate that there is a direct or even an indirect causal link between their tax policy and the outcomes that they say come from it, I will happily sit back and go, okay, fair enough. But if they can't demonstrate that link, what they're actually arguing is correlation matters here. And we all know it doesn't. We all know that there is a fundamental difference there. And I think that's the issue I have with this idea of a review. So I'm not going to support Dr. Ellinson's amendment. I would argue that you should support the amendment from Mr. Speaker, because if the Treasury are going to do nothing, they should at the very least be required to tell us that they've done nothing. I think that is the bare minimum we should expect. But I'd also like you to bear in mind, just as a final thought, something that Ms. Farragher said in her remarks. This court has just essentially voted to extend the 22% tax rate for lower and middle earners on the Isle of Man. That's what's just happened. Because you had the opportunity to tell Treasury no thanks, and instead you said, no, we're happy with that, come back and do it as part of the budget, and we all know it ain't going to change in the budget. I'll buy Mr. Thomas that hat he keeps promising to eat. That happens. So on the one hand, you've just voted to continue taxing lower and middle earners, and you're about to vote to support the Treasury policy of continuing to give sizable tax discounts to the wealthiest based on nothing more than anecdotal information and a correlative argument from the Treasury Minister. And I will say, actually, Mr Thomas is right. There has been one measure that's been brought in over the last few years, impacting higher earners, tapering the personal allowance. That is something I suggested to the Treasury back in 2018. Thank you, Mr President.
Now, honourable members, we come to vote on this item, item 15, as laid out on the order paper, to which you have two amendments, one in the name of Dr Aronson and one in the name of Lauder. I will put first the amendment in the name of Lauder. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now put to you Dr Aronson's amendment as amended. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called.
Just to be clear, actually, we're talking about effectively the wording of my amendment.
Correct. As amended.
Yeah.
Yes, as amended. If this fails, we would take Dr Aronson's amendment as he has worded it.
No, that's not what I've heard.
So do you want to so for clarification, you are voting on Dr Aronson's amendment as amended. So in other words, the words as Lauder has put in his amendment, that's what you are voting upon.
So you're voting effectively on my amendment again?
Correct. So let's run the vote again, please. Thank you.
In the House of Keys, 15-4, 3 against.
Legislative Council, 8-4, none against. I now put the motion as amended. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no.
No. Divide.
Division called.
Thank you. Extra again, 15 votes for, 3 against in the Keys.
Legislative Council, 7-4, 1 against. Legislative Council, motion as amended, therefore carried. The Court will now stand adjourned till 2:30 and then we'll take item 16.
That's my good afternoon, honourable members. Please be seated.
Honourable members, please be upstanding for the President of Tynwald.
Mr. Moy, I'll turn on.
That's my
Please be seated. Continue with our order paper at item 16, age cap on national insurance. I call on the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper.
My terrain. So at the core of this motion is fairness. Perhaps surprisingly for a motion about financial contributions, this isn't really about raising more money. Currently, our national insurance system works in that people in work pay into a collective scheme that provides a system of insurance at a national level through benefit entitlement, as well as accruing eligibility for the state pension. The problem with the current system is if you continue to work after you reach state retirement age, all of a sudden you aren't treated the same way. You can't continue to accrue state pension beyond this age, even if you haven't maxed out your pension. You can, however, purchase any missing years. The problem here is there are deadlines and restrictions, and also not everybody has a few £1,000s lying around to do this. So the end result is people not being eligible for the full state pension, not being able to afford to buy the missing years, but still being in work, unable to accrue this benefit. The only reason they are denied the opportunity to accrue a full pension is a policy decision by the Treasury that says people that hit retirement age suddenly are no longer treated the same as people under retirement age. It's bizarre. What's more bizarre is the Treasury's own equality impact assessment would seem to agree with me. It says, considering the purpose of national insurance contributions, it may be considered unreasonable and unequitable that individuals above state pension age pay contributions towards a state pension and benefits when they cannot accrue a state pension or claim any of the contributory benefits. But for some reason, they opted to do nothing about it. It's also worth drawing out, again from this statement, that the national insurance scheme is not just about the state pension. It also gives rise to eligibility for a range of contributory benefits that suddenly, because a person in work hits a certain age, the Treasury feels they shouldn't be eligible for. I don't know why. There is no real logic to this. But the argument the Treasury have put forward for this no change is multifaceted. Firstly, they argued the public consultation in 2015 was not supportive. Well, actually it was. 45% of respondents were in favour, with only 39% being opposed. The rest were largely undecided or proposed alternative solutions. Secondly, the Treasury argued that people shouldn't be required to pay into a system they can't accrue more benefit from. Now here I tend to agree. I started work at 16, so after 35 years in the system, I will be 51. I will then work for another 17 years, during which time I cannot accrue any further state pension. I'm not unusual in this respect. Honourable members, many people in work will reach the full qualifying years well before they reach state retirement age. So if Treasury's policy position is that when you've maxed out your pension contributions, you shouldn't pay in any more national insurance, can I, and all those people in the same boat, stop paying our national insurance when we hit 51? Do we get a reduction or a rebate on our national insurance because we've maxed out our pension contributions? I strongly suspect the Treasury are unlikely to agree to this. But interestingly, they've also given this no consideration at all in their own equality impact assessment. They haven't assessed the inequality of the current system. The consultation threw up a range of options about this concept, some of which were considered by the consultant's report, but not by the Treasury. Two of them seem very sensible. If we accept people shouldn't be asked to pay in if they can't accrue more pension. The first is that maybe all of your post-retirement national insurance contributions could go towards the NHS, instead of just a portion. The second is maybe, post-retirement age, you can have a reduced rate of national insurance, so that you can still qualify for benefits, still accrue more state pension up to the maximum, but pay a reduced rate to accept the fact that you are paying for something that ultimately you're getting a reduced benefit from. These are, you'll be surprised to learn, options I wrote to the Treasury about back in 2018. Options the Treasury have ignored for the last half a decade. There is a slight issue with this line of thinking, though, is that it ignores the collective nature of our national insurance system. I accept, as a higher earner, I will pay more in than others. In this way, the system secures the benefits and pensions of people who are lower earners, people who earn less and pay in less. I'm fine with that. It is a collective insurance system, a national insurance system, if you will. It's not a personal pot that we pay into and claim out of. And this fact, the very nature of our system, has been ignored in the very limited assessment the Treasury have undertaken. The equality assessment misses this out. The consultation response documents miss this out. The reality is the Treasury, once again, have not actually undertaken a proper analysis of this policy. They have only, in this case, assessed how much money could be raised and what the impact of raising that money has on people that will be asked to pay for it. They haven't looked at any of the underlying factors or the real impacts on people that could result from this change. They've only looked at that very limited aspect of money. But like I said at the outset, this motion isn't really about money. It's about eligibility. And this is what the motion aims to achieve. A fairer system, fairer for those both below and above retirement age. Now, in the motion, I've deliberately left the eligibility side of the coin as a matter for Treasury and focused purely on the contribution cap. That's because, from my perspective, eligibility naturally flows from any change to the contributions cap. You can't pay into a system that you don't benefit from. I think that is pretty straightforward. I think the Treasury agree with that, based on what I have read in their documentations and answers they've provided, and so I don't think Treasury will need a push to change the eligibility side of the coin if Tynwald instructs them to change the age cap contribution side. So in short, Actorain, changing the rules around age contributions would let people keep earning their pension contributions for longer, enabling people to build up a full qualifying set of years for the state pension. But because the National Insurance Fund isn't just about pensions, it also allows people to continue to be eligible for other benefits whilst they remain in work. There is no reason to treat a state pensioner any different to any other worker on the island. This motion only impacts unemployment income, nothing else. And ultimately, it will create a fairer system. Everybody in work pays national insurance on their employment income. This national insurance goes towards pensions, benefits, and the health service. And it is a move that was, in fact, supported by the last public consultation in 2015. I think it's a simple case, a simple change that could have far-reaching and positive impacts across our island. So I beg to move.
Next to second, no remarks.
And then the honourable member, Dr. Allinson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Whilst I appreciate the sentiment stated by the honourable member for Ramsey, I believe it's essential to ensure that any changes to our national insurance system are brought forward on an equitable basis. And the honourable member has talked about fairness, but also extrapolated from the wording of the motion into a whole range of other issues that he thinks will inevitably lead on from this. And let's be clear about the wording of the motion. If honourable members vote for this, people over retirement age from April next year will be charged national insurance contributions. That's it. That will be done. That will be the will of Tynwald. That will be done. That's what the motion says. It doesn't talk about the fact that somebody in their late 70s should get unemployment benefit, should get sickness benefit, should be able to pay into a pension. It just says they will be charged national insurance contributions. At the moment, an employed or self-employed individual who reaches state pension age is currently exempt from the liability to pay national insurance contributions. And this isn't something that a recent Treasury Minister has dictated. This has been since the very introduction of national insurance. Honourable members, the purpose of the national insurance scheme has not changed since it was introduced in July 1948. National insurance contributions are paid by employees, employers and self-employed to help build entitlement to a state pension and certain contributory benefits such as job seekers allowance and incapacity benefit. When the scheme was first introduced, it coincided with the introduction of the NHS, and it was envisaged that this new service would help those who were unable to work due to sickness get better. Part of the compulsory national insurance contributions were therefore allocated to the NHS to pay for this support. National insurance contributions do not form part of the general revenue of the government and can only be used to fund the contributory benefit scheme and produce a contribution to the costs of the NHS. It's almost 10 years now since the then Treasury Minister announced to this Honourable Court that he supported the recommendations in the CI65 Consultants Report that both employed and self-employed workers over state pension age should be required to pay national insurance contributions. And following this announcement, a working party was formed through the Tax Liaison Committee comprising representatives from the private sector, professional bodies and the Income Tax Division. And as the Honourable Member said, a public consultation was launched in August 2015. It was as the result of the responses received that to that consultation that Treasury decided at that time not to introduce national insurance contributions for persons of state pension age. And the main reason for this was equity and subsequent complexities in respect of benefit and pension entitlements. The motion before us today directs that the age cap on national insurance contributions should be removed next year, but does not address the potential equity issues and complexities around contributory benefits. Honourable members, the motion, if voted through today, would mean that persons of state pension age would be paying a national insurance contribution of 11% if employed or self-employed, not an insignificant sum, but would not be entitled to benefits such as job seekers allowance and incapacity benefit, as their age exemption on these benefits would remain in our legislation. Furthermore, there is no mechanism to allow national insurance contributions paid by persons of state pension age at the moment count towards their state retirement pension entitlement. These are the complexities that stopped such transformation previously, and with good reason. Why should a person who has chosen to work when they reach state pension age pay the same as a person who, just because they are younger, has entitlement to contributory benefits? Also, should we be considering allowing persons of state pension age to increase their state pension? There's no easy answer to this, I'm afraid. Such a significant change would need actuarial reviews. Current predictions in respect of the Manx National Insurance Fund are based on persons ceasing to contribute to and gain pension entitlement that crystallises once they reach state pension age. Honourable members, I fully appreciate that our national insurance scheme needs to be modernised to suit today's society. But voting through a motion today which removes the age exemption from paying national insurance contributions without fully understanding the impacts on benefits and pension entitlement, and more importantly the impact on the sustainability of the island social security scheme, does not show the correct level of responsibility and respect to our pensioners and those pensioners of tomorrow. For this reason, I'm proposing an amendment to the motion to read that Tynwald supports further consultation in 2025 on introducing national insurance contributions for individuals over state pension age and how such a change could be introduced on an equitable basis. Mr. President, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
The Honourable Member, Mrs. Kinish.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to thank the mover for bringing this motion today, because I think it does open an important debate on the subject of equality and inequality. And I'd like to thank the Treasury Minister for circulating the historic information with regard to the Equality Impact Assessment and the associated link to the consultation. I did have a look through the Equality Impact Assessment. Some of the answers were a little bit vague in the responses, such as looking at the data, making responses such as a small number of people. If you've done a consultation, you will know the exact number. It should be more comprehensive. Comments like responses not positive. There needs to be more information in this impact assessment. So the summary of that is, do the impacts identified in that consultation amount to unlawful discrimination? That's a question that Treasury should be asking themselves. Are those over state pension age treated less favourably than those under state pension age? Are those over state pension age disadvantaged by the fact that they may have to pay employee national insurance on their earnings because they can't access certain contributory benefits, such as job seekers allowance or incapacity benefit? And the answer on that basis would be yes. My question is, does that National Insurance Fund only pay sums for contributory benefits? Because my understanding is that it does not. And if I look at the report that we looked at, I think just last month, on Manx National Insurance Fund, yes, the majority of the benefits, state pension and other benefits listed, are contributory benefits, but there are a number of benefits in there, Mr. President, that actually are non-contributory. And one significant payment from that fund would be the Nursing Care Contribution Scheme. And that is a sum of money that is paid if you go into nursing care, which naturally people over a certain age would be more likely to be claiming than younger people, but those younger people as a non-contributory benefit. My understanding also is that this fund also pays a sum to the National Health Service. So I think when you consider that those individuals on over state pension age can benefit from the Manx National Insurance Fund after state pension age but don't pay any employee contributions, and it is in fact itself has a discriminatory impact on those who in fact are under state pension age. So I feel that the Equality Impact Assessment in its current form does not recognise those impacts across a range of age groups, and I think therefore it is unreliable and could be subject to challenge. So I would request, and I thank the Treasury Minister for bringing the amendment, because I will support the amendment, because He uses the words introduced on an equitable basis. So I think this is an opportunity for Treasury to revisit a consultation, to revisit the equality impact assessment, and do it in a way where it recognises those disadvantages across a range of age groups and delivers a more reliable result. I think one of my issues with the National Insurance Fund is a general public perception, and that public perception is that people feel that it's a personal savings account for their pension. It forgets about all the other extras that it's intended to cover. It forgets about the social welfare benefits and the social welfare system that is intended for others in times of need. And I don't think many people would argue against that. When we look back to the UK, the NI system was introduced in 1911 to produce a national system of insurance to protect the poorest members of society facing a loss of income as a result of sickness or employment. It's clearly been an evolution since then. And I take the point that the mover brought about, you only need 35 qualifying years. I support that, because you continue to pay, but you don't get any additional benefit. I also support what the mover says around the fact that some people may have had gaps during their period of employment and get to state pension age and then can't make any additional contribution in order to achieve a full pension later on. So I think some really valid points have been raised here today. So in conclusion, many people contribute to this fund, but they may not benefit to all of those benefits. So I will be supporting the amendment today, and I thank the mover and the Treasury Minister for bringing this to debate, and I look forward to future evolutions of this fund. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you very much. First point is that I think Mr. Kinnish has made a very valuable point, which is we need to focus on communicating the situation as it actually is, to develop understanding, and that point about being a collective provision of all sorts of benefits is something that's very, very important. Obviously for the last 4 decades it's been confused with a focus on individualising pensions and individualising healthcare, but going back to celebrate that 1946 or perhaps earlier, definitely earlier vision of collective provision across, and 47, 48 here is something that we ought to latch onto this. In that spirit, I just wanted to mention that the public might well get even more confused in 10 years the way we're going, because we have talk about a social care levy for residential and nursing care. We have talk about a health care levy for the health service. We have talk about an immigration healthcare surcharge for people coming into the system. Wouldn't it be better to actually use this amendment that we have from government to actually make sure that people understand at the very least that there are 4 different things that are being discussed, and to go back to the whole basis of collective provision, but to get people to understand, the amounts and the pots that you get as part of that collective provision, and the risks that are being insured for you by the state, and the benefits you're getting from it. So it seems to me it takes a bit longer than 2025, but to me we're at a moment now where we're going to have to amplify to explain, if you see what I mean, because we're at the end of 40 years of focusing on the individual making provision for themselves, and if we are going to move back to a proper national insurance system, we need to rebuild that confidence in the basis of collective provision. Another point I would make, and I wasn't allowed to make this point when the evidence was produced, and the policy should have followed the evidence, but we did actually apply an international benchmark to growing old in the Isle of Man, and it turned out that the Isle of Man was the second best place in Europe to grow old in, and probably in the world, but we didn't compare it with the rest of the world. And one of the reasons that we scored points compared to everywhere else is because so many 75-year-olds and 80-year-olds were still working, which suggested that we really were an equal society and we didn't discriminate against old people. The reason I didn't publicise it is because we were trying to make ourselves presented as an attractive place for young people, not for old people, and putting it out there that we were the second best place in Europe, probably the world, to retire to, wasn't in line with the overall message that we were giving. And I went along with it because I mean, we published it, but we just didn't send out lots of press releases about it and explain it to people. But, you know, I was also doubtful about one of the 4 criteria that were applied, the one I've just mentioned, because to me, the reason why we were showing up as being really not age discriminatory was because there were lots of elderly poor in the Isle of Man who still had to work at 75, 80, and that isn't something we should be getting international benchmark rankings for. You know, we don't actually know whether but I suspect that that the Treasury actually do know that that's the reality. Some people do have to keep working. There are some people who just can't stop working, but there are people who just need to carry on working, so that's something to take into account. So I'm going to support the government's amendment. I'm just going to emphasise, as I've already said, that I think we need to start thinking about how this links to everything else that's going on, and I just want to give a meaning to the word consultation. Because consultation can mean whatever you want it to mean. And yesterday we all went to a CPD seminar that told us that surveys intrinsically are fruitless and confusing because of the nature of our population and the way that the issues with sampling our population. And they're always used as an indicator of what the people want. But are they really that, given all the issues of sampling? So another meaning of the word consultation is a call for evidence. A call for evidence from people who really know, so that we can explain things to people who really care, the people who put us here, so that we end up with better policy. And I would hope that Treasury and everybody else involved would approach this consultation in the response of a call for evidence, rather than just meaningless public opinion sampling and so on, because we actually want the best new national insurance system we can possibly get for another 7 decades or whatever it's going to last this time.
Will the mover to reply?
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So on the one hand, the Treasury Minister is criticising me for asking him to reduce taxation income, and now I'm being criticised for asking him to increase taxation income. I don't think I can win. This is quite interesting as a concept. I actually really welcome the contribution from the Honourable Member for Council. I think vague is a very generous description of some of the language in that equality impact assessment. But I do like that the Honourable Member raised the question around unlawful discrimination, and actually has that ever been considered by the Treasury? And the answer is no. And so the fact that they've made a policy decision based on very thin evidence does leave them open to legal challenge. And I'd not really considered that point myself, that actually anybody on the island, over or under state pension age, could take the Treasury to an equality tribunal over this policy on the basis that everybody is currently being unlawfully discriminated against. The Treasury doesn't have a good track record dealing with pensions and equality tribunals, if I remember rightly, but it'll be interesting to see if someone does take it into their heads to challenge this policy in a court of law, seeing as the Court of Tynwald doesn't seem overly minded to do its job. So I'd like to touch briefly on the amendment, really, because I have real issues with that. Partly because in 2022, the Treasury have concluded that it was not equitable to make this change. So now they're saying they're going to go out and consult again. But they've already decided it's not equitable. They've made that decision. And the last consultation was in favour of the change, and yet they still ignored it. Why do we think we're going to have a different outcome? They were told what the public thought, but they decided we're not doing it because we don't agree. Well, okay, and now the amendment says, let's go do that all again, let's go back and consult again, on the same basis, with the same people, making the same decisions. The Treasury is the same now as it was 2 years ago. They've already made their minds up. So this motion is smoke and mirrors. It is a review for the sake of a review. It is pointless repetition, I think. It is decidedly unhelpful. And the reason the motion doesn't talk about eligibility was I honestly did not think the Treasury Minister needed me to spoon-feed policy to him through Tynwald motions. But however, if that's the approach he'd like me to take going forwards, I'm happy to do so.
I think we criticised the budget as lacking a multi-year context, which is why we've now published a medium-term financial plan looking 5 years ahead. He signalled the need for more performance, activity and outcome reporting. In this administration, the Tynwald debates on each annual departmental plan gives an opportunity to discuss spending priorities in line with the clear outcomes contained in our Ireland plan, which is updated each year and also receives Tynwald scrutiny. This financial year, Treasury has been publishing quarterly management accounts to give members and the public better real-time information on how the money is being spent. Summary government management accounts for the 6 months up till the end of September 2024 were published last week. He was also keen for a clear timetable for the budget process, with members having sufficient time to consider the Pink Book and speak to officers to provide additional analysis and advice if required. Treasury has tried to adopt a more open process of briefing members 4 to 6 weeks in advance and providing detailed financial information as soon as it has been fully prepared. The second member who contacted me in May 2022 was the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper, who presented 11 suggested changes which included removing the national insurance exemption for employed persons over the state pension age, a subject which we have discussed earlier today. He also argued for an extension of the national insurance holiday scheme and an income tax break for workers moving to the island. Both these measures have been developed as part of the economic strategy to increase the active working population. He wanted a tapering of the personal allowance for high earners, which is something introduced in the 2023 budget, and an extension of joint taxation benefits to cohabitating couples who are living together as if they were spouses or civil partners, which has been considered by Treasury. His suggestions to reintroduce educational tax deductions have been superseded to some degree by the ambitions of the childcare strategy in increasing access and scope of childcare credits, whilst his ideas about an enterprise investment scheme for high net worth individuals requires further analysis as part of the Department for Enterprises work on the overall offering to attract inward investment in the Isle of Man. His enthusiasm for establishing a Tynwald Auditor General and updating the legislation regarding that position has been met, but an independent tax and welfare commission would seem to have more bureaucracy and would undermine, I would suggest, Tynwald's ability to set clear financial policies. I hope he will accept that the recent legislative changes to allow for fees orders will improve the transparency of how individual departments achieve their income targets, but the financial responsibilities to adhere to agreed allocated revenue budgets has been stretched over the last few years due to inflationary pressures and high public sector pay settlements, which seem to have done little to satisfy the current demands from some sectors of our workforce. I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Douglas South, Ms Christian, for her original motion tabled for today, and regret that she's not here to join the debate. The budget is a fundamental part of the machinery of government, and as such its effective operation is vitally important. All Tynwald members should be more involved earlier in the process to help shape policy priorities and directions. Departments will need increased support in gathering detailed budget and service-related information to inform the effective allocation and prioritisation of funding as part of the yearly budget cycle. There is a wealth of analysis about the role of different legislatures in the budget process from the CPA, OECD and IMF, but no clear consensus on the best way to ensure fiscal policies and decisions can be implemented in a timely manner, whilst allowing for effective parliamentary scrutiny. France passed an organic budget law in 2001, allowing a pre-budget discussion 6 to 7 months before the start of the new fiscal year around budget objectives and forward policy priorities. The requirements for the submission of a budget to Parliament ahead of the start of the financial year vary widely, from 8 months in the United States of America with its numerous congressional committees to the situation in Canada, New Zealand and the United Kingdom, where debate is provided on the day of the budget is announced, with select committees then providing additional scrutiny only afterwards. What is unfortunately lacking from a lot of the work done on describing best practice is an analysis as to the effectiveness of these measures in terms of fiscal discipline, the desired outcomes, and the operational necessity to still have the ability to respond quickly and effectively when needed for the economic stability of the country in question. For this reason, I'm proposing an amendment which reaffirms that scrutiny and debate on significant policies relating to the island's fiscal policy is a fundamental component of our democracy. It then states Tynwald's main role as being to review and debate the government's draft budget, including its revenue estimates and its spending plans.
Well, let's have the actual voting. What happens if the vote in March is not successful? What is the plan, because of the number of amendments that are brought forward, because of the splits and diversification, because people can't make up their mind which one of 30 amendments are going to be supported and which aren't? What will happen then? There's no structure laid out. I mean, I'll give the member an opportunity to tell me what's going to happen if the budget is not, if there are so many amendments on the floor and there is clearly confusion and division in the House.
Thank you. I really appreciate the Chief Minister giving way. There is nothing in this motion that I see that allows the budget to be amended. There's nothing in this motion that automatically requires that to happen. It could be that parts 1 and 2 are accepted and part 3 isn't. Of course, the real answer to the Chief Minister's question is if the budget can't be agreed, and it may be that it can't be agreed in February just as much as it isn't agreed in March, the simple answer is a continuing resolution which allows what happened the previous year to continue into the following year. It's a perfectly simple system.
Chief Minister?
So I'd merely highlight, thank you very much, but the bottom line is actually what the motion does is put all the amendments and rules for the amendments to the budget to the Standing Orders Committee. Before you even know, you're about to start voting on something before you even know what it even potentially looks like or how the budget is going to be conducted. So I would say to honourable members in the court today, in fact, both motions, I mean, look, if people are serious, if honourable members are serious and they want budgetary reform, then by all means, now let's do budgetary reform, but do not do it on the hoof, just because one member, well, I mean, automatically we've got a couple of members, presumably the Minister, obviously, prior to becoming a Minister, moved this motion, brought forward today by my good friend, Mr. Thomas. And his view is actually we should have this in three months before, and we've got another motion from the Speaker who says actually a month before. And you're already seeing actually this is two just separate opinions being laid out, so you're just likely to follow whichever opinion appeals to you today, but none of you actually know what the process and procedures of that budget will be. I would say to honourable members, there is a responsibility.
Same every year.
So,
honourable members, there's a lot of chatting.
Sorry, I'll give way to Mrs. Maltby. She's clearly got some.
Let's give way to him.
I think that's the point. We don't understand enough about it, and that's why we'd like to know more about it. Thank you.
Back to you, Chief Minister.
So the point, you do not know how amendments will be brought forward, on what basis, how they are to be voted on, what, for example, would be the requirements for an amendment to taxation rates, what would be the balance of the court's responsibilities and requirements in approving or not approving the budget, i.e. is there any framework, or could the court approve £200 million of deficit spending, of public spending without financing that spending, and what is the court actually signing itself up to in terms of the conduct of this and the potential for such a stalemate or confusion to arise around the budget that actually the stability of this public spending, public service delivery, and indeed the economic stability is thrown into question as people start to worry about whether Tynwald itself can actually agree on a direction forward. Now, I'm not saying everything is perfect, because I know for a fact there will be plenty of people who have issues within the budget, and yes, you do get it as a job lot, so to speak, and it is difficult always to get everybody's particular quirks included or particular viewpoints in certain areas, or to have everything that everybody wants in one budget. But there is also some strength with that. It is actually quite a stable, strong process. It does bring some certainty to matters, and it does provide clarity to departments and to officers and to those out delivering services as to what they will have in any given year to work on. If you took the Speaker's motion whereby we started amending budgets 1 month before the public service was about to start delivering it,
not what it says,
and removing spending from certain areas,
not what it says.
What sort of, no,
Who's
Am I allowed
going?
to continue or not?
Somebody give way?
Yeah, I'm
So,
giving
was the
way.
request?
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
I'm going to give way to you.
And I'm very grateful for the opportunity, because the first thing is that I am not standing here proposing a structure for amendments, and I think the Chief Minister seems to be quite insistent on that. However, I should point out that I have in the past done that. Part 3, if Part 3 was successful, does say that there should be some work done about rules for amendments to be brought back by April 2025, so not by February next year. And the situation that I have advocated previously, so rushing things through, the proposal I put forward 14 years ago, was an amendment to the budget proposals may only be moved at the next regular sitting if Treasury's analysis shows that the net effect of the amendment is neither significantly to increase expenditure or decrease public revenue, and it has been signed by at least 4 members. That was then, but again, there may be different ways of doing that particular work, but that would be for the committee by April, not by February.
So basically, amendments to follow. So basically, you start the process, you put the cart before the horse, basically. So you'll start a budget process that you need to know if will stand up or not stand up to whatever standing orders then are brought forward by a committee. So surely we should do this properly in the name of stability. So fine, what I would say to the Speaker is go to the Standing Orders Committee, let's have the full process laid out so that we actually know that what we are voting before we end up in a state of confusion. Because 4 weeks between a final vote, sorry, it's not even 4 weeks, you're literally days between a final vote and the commencement of the financial year, with the potential of amendments to come and alterations to budget, that does not stand up to me to being a good way to do business. Yes, under the current modus operandi, if the budget fails at the vote, then there is a process and a procedure, and absolutely the status quo effectively remains immediately. But under this process and procedures, what you're potentially looking at is amendments being brought up, vote being brought forward, standing orders committees producing all their standing orders around how amendments are brought forward, amendments to the budget, amendments to spending, trying to get that through in a month, and then what happens? It's just a final vote on the amendments that have been brought forward, or are further amendments allowed to the budget that's been brought forward in March? I really would say to the Honourable Court, if you want to do this, then you need to think sensibly about the whole context, and I think we need to evaluate whether in fact Mr Thomas is right, and this actually does start, this process does need to be started in September, October, or whether the Speaker is right, and actually we should just have this in February and March. Because, and in either way, what process is going to be followed, who can alter what can amendments do, what can they not do, and what happens if there is significant division, and does Tynwald have a framework, indeed, around what the court can and cannot do when it comes to public finances? Because, frankly, honourable members, and you've got time to go scrolling down your screens, most of you will have access to Google, and if you're not actually aware of what's going on with our friends in Guernsey, then I would suggest it is worth a look, because I'm not, by the way, necessarily saying they're absolutely wrong, or indeed that they're throwing everything into a state of confusion. I'm merely highlighting to you that there are significant issues also that will need to be thought about and considered if the Honourable Court is absolutely serious and wants to reform the budget process. Then it needs to have the procedures and the thought mechanisms behind that reform clearly laid out to avoid public sector spending, but more importantly delivery, being thrown into a state of confusion because people haven't worked out what the process should be, how amendments should be brought forward, should they come forward as individuals, should they carry 4 or 5 signatures at least behind them before they're accepted on the floor, or are we just going to have a budget where 24 members stand up, each with their individual personal view, and are we going to spend day after day after day going down dark alleys and blind alleys and run the risk that actually the overall view from outside is that on the inside it's a shambles. Really, I think you do need some proper thought, and I think you do need people to consider carefully what the Standing Orders Committee is proposing in terms of budgets. It shouldn't take very long for those amendments to be drawn up, and they should be reflected on in terms of what those standing orders are going to look like, and they should be reflected on so that people can make a proper decision about this and not something that they're making and deciding on the hoof.
On the Honourable Member, Mr Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr President. I actually find myself quite torn about this. I completely agree with what the Chief Minister has just said in respect of it's not Tynwald's job to be making things up on the hoof. I mean, that's government's job, really. But I actually do really appreciate a lot of what he's just said. I have some concerns, though, with the Treasury amendment, just like I have concerns with the amendment that's come from Mr Speaker and concerns from Mr Thomas. I think instinctively I wouldn't want to rush into a process of budget reform. I appreciate Mr Speaker has been living this particular nightmare for the best part of 2 decades, but for most members in this honourable court, we haven't. And so there is definitely a case to say you probably do want some sort of committee to think about how this is going to work so it reflects the views of Tynwald Court rather than just the views of one individual member. The concern I have actually is the kind of emotive element of the Chief Minister's response leads me to believe that whatever a select committee recommends, the government isn't going to accept it.
Hear, hear.
And that does concern me a bit. So I'm tabling an amendment here, partly because I think the Treasury Minister has made a technical error in his amendment. He says that it is Tynwald's main role to review and debate the government's draft budget. Technically, it's Tynwald's job to approve that budget. That is what we do. We don't just debate it, we approve it. So I think changing that word is quite important, even though it is only a minor change. But also it would give the Treasury Minister the chance to stand up and respond to my concern that the government wouldn't accept anything that comes out of the Select Committee. I think if we're going to go into this, government needs to make a commitment that they are going to take this process seriously, and if a Select Committee comes forward with recommendations that are sensible and measured and meaningful, that the government will actually commit, not to just opposing them as a default reaction to that. So I think if the Treasury Minister can make that commitment, I would be quite grateful, and I think it would let me support his amendment, even though, like I say, I am a little bit concerned by it. I'm concerned about changing the timetables as has been originally proposed because of the length of time, actually, that's been outlined in the original motion, so I will be leaning towards Mr Speaker's shorter, more condensed time frame. But again, Mr Speaker's amendment, again, maybe this is a drafting error, it feels a bit inconsistent, because he talks about the information in the Pink Book being given to members 2 weeks prior to the budget debate, but actually the budget debate would happen a month after it's presented to Tynwald. So we would get the Pink Book 2 weeks after we've had the budget presented to us, rather than before. Again, the language in the motion is a little bit unclear, and given the Treasury Minister's previous insistence on absolutely explicit instructions from this Honourable Court, I'd be nervous giving him lots of wiggle room within a motion. So I would encourage members, I think, to support the direction of travel from the Treasury with Dr Anson's amendment, provided, of course, he can provide some reassurance that this is a meaningful path we're going down rather than a dark alley to destroy this policy. The other thing I would say is it is quite evident from Dr Anson's remarks that I had a lot of really good ideas about the budget. I was quite surprised, actually, thinking about how many of those have been adopted by the Treasury over the years. I should write to him more often. But the one thing I'd like to finish on is this idea that we can't amend the budget. It's been said by a number of people. We can amend the budget. I'm sorry, honourable members, but you absolutely can. The budget motion is a motion. All motions are amendable motions. The Treasury Act places some restrictions on what we can do. So the Treasury Act says we cannot introduce a resolution to authorise the expenditure of public monies or to increase any expenditure source. So actually, an amendment wouldn't be authorising expenditure. The Treasury are doing that with their motion. And as long as your motion doesn't increase expenditure or reduce the income of the government, you can amend the budget as much as you like. So if you want to table an amendment that says, I'd like to take £10 million out of health and give it to the Department of Infrastructure, you could do that. The Treasury Act says nothing about the reallocation of funds. The Treasury Act says nothing about policy that has no fiscal impact. The Treasury Act says nothing about increasing government expenditure. If you want to put the tax rates up by another 5%, you could do that. If you wanted to reduce government expenditure, you could do that. You could table an amendment that says, actually, I'd like to reduce government expenditure in the Cabinet Office. Take £1 million out of their budget. There is nothing in standing orders or the Treasury Act that says you cannot amend the budget to reduce expenditure. So this idea that somehow Tynwald Court is a passive recipient of the budget, it's been allowed to fester by the Treasury because it's a nice fiction. They like us to believe that we have to take it or leave it. But that is not the case. And you also see that the Treasury has to implement a number of its measures through secondary legislation. Well, actually, we have processes whereby we can amend that secondary legislation now by referring it to the branches. So when we talk about, I don't know, the 2% tax rise, that needed to come through not just a Tynwald motion, but an actual statutory document. Anybody could have referred that to the branches, and we could have debated it till kingdom come. And then, after it's gone through, any tax policy measures have to come through primary legislation. The Treasury Minister is bringing an income tax bill through right now, which again, I remind you, is amendable. Because the Treasury Act says you cannot introduce a bill. It doesn't say you can't amend one that someone else has introduced. We've seen that already. The idea that the budget is not amendable, that it is fixed and immutable, is not as black and white as that, honourable members. If you have the wherewithal and the desire, you can make these things happen. You can amend things. You can drive policy. So I appreciate the concerns that the Chief Minister has raised around doing those sort of amendments on the hoof. I'm not sitting here advocating that you should do that. I think if you are going to make amendments to something as significant as the budget, you need to make sure you're making a very strong case for doing so, and I would very strongly argue that it should be evidence-based and ideally receive analysis from the Treasury. And that's the last thing I'd just like to touch on before I sit down. The original motion and Mr. Speaker's amendment actually don't talk about that independent analysis. In the UK, the budget is analysed by the OBR. They give us an idea of whether or not it's good, bad, or indifferent, and whether the calculations stack up. We don't have that here. So if Treasury tell you a tax rise is going to raise 20 million quid, we have no way of knowing if that's accurate. If the Treasury say this expenditure will have the following effect, we again have no way of knowing whether that's true or not. It may be what they believe, but we've no idea what assumptions they use, we've no idea how they've calculated it. So if we do support a select committee today to actually investigate the role of the legislature in the budget process, I think we also need to think about how we involve professionals like the Auditor General and how we make sure that we as Tynwald members have access to some of that independent scrutiny of the budget, just to provide us with the reassurance that Treasury, when they do their numbers, they can actually add up. Because ultimately that's what we're relying on here, and having some form of independent assessment I think is beneficial for honourable members. I would argue that's better coming from a professional like the Auditor General than it is from Mr. Thomas doing it off the side of his desk as a private individual. But ultimately, you know, sometimes that's where we have to go to get support and advice because we don't have access to those resources as a member of Tynwald. I don't have access to lawyers and accountants and specialists because the resources aren't there for that. We have to go to the Treasury. We have to go to our learned attorney. Ultimately, these are government employees all with a vested interest in supporting the system as it stands. So with that, Mr. President, I would like to move the amendment that I have tabled. It simply changes one word to reinforce that Tynwald's main roles are to review and approve the government's budget, not just to debate it. That I think is important. I don't want the Treasury to slip that one by us. I'd appreciate a seconder. That'd be very helpful. But also, I would encourage you then to support that amendment. I appreciate the risks of a select committee. I appreciate it is not ideal and sometimes we would like change to happen quickly, but if we can get some commitment from the Treasury Minister, from the government, that actually the results and the outcome of this select committee will be respected by the government, I think it is something we should at least be willing to consider.
The Honourable Member, Ms. Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm really pleased that word has been corrected and is now approved on that amendment, and I'm happy to second it as well. Mr. President, I was going to query some of the concerns from the amendment, some of my concerns from the amendment from Honourable Lauder with regards to talking about my very good colleague, Ms. Christian, Minister, with regards to that her motion doesn't I think the words that were utilised was it doesn't provide for anything really to happen prior to the budget debate. But this actually amendment, if that was the one to go forward, so the part A in Mr. Speaker's amendment doesn't neither. It just says it has to be provided to members in confidence. So it's not actually achieving anything different to what Mrs. Christian's Honourable Minister had in the first place. But I was also very concerned to hear of the comments with regards to the Auditor General, and that it could be involved in some way. That really concerns me, because if it's just said it now, we could involve other people if there was a committee to bring some ideas here. So we're always saying that, but in some of the budget speeches that I've looked back on, some of the Treasury Ministers have said they've been out to industry and they've talked to industry. We've been out and talked to people to get the ideas for their budget. And I did actually witness that myself last year, and I was alarmed. I actually witnessed some of our budget being discussed with some experts in the field, and I was absolutely flabbergasted. And in some ways I wish I had resigned at that point in time, to be honest, because of a complete breach of government code. But I didn't. I stuck by the Chief Minister at the time and supported that budget process. So there are leaks already going out there. They're going out there before us honourable members see it. And I shouldn't say leaks, apologies, Chief Minister, but there are discussions around our budget, what's coming through in the budget, that the industry professionals know about. I did report it to the Chief Minister at the time. He's looking at me a bit puzzled. So I do feel that we should have sight of it very early so that we can discuss it. Let's be transparent and open about it. And as the Honourable Member for Ramsey has just stated, we can change things, but we have to be given the opportunity to change it, and the way to do that is completely open and transparent. But the whole process clearly is failing because we're all concerned about it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Allison to talk to the amendments.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I've got two amendments now to talk to, far better than one. It's really quite interesting bringing this amendment, because I had a chat with the clerk of Tynwald, and he couldn't remember when the last time we did discuss budgetary reform. One of the first things I was involved in when I came in 2016 was constitutional reform, and this Dane report, and we had a committee that was set up and then acted upon those recommendations, some of them, not all of them, but looked at them in a row, and I think brought forward sensible changes that have evolved since then. So this is a very important issue. As the Honourable Member from Oncombe has said, people aren't particularly happy with the way the budget is at the moment, and I think it's absolutely right that we look at how we can improve this, both within this Honourable Court, but also outside. And that's our community, but also our business community, to show that stability, show that sustainability and responsibility going forward, but do it in a measured way. The various motions now before the Honourable Court relate to the budget process itself, the level of engagement, scrutiny and flexibility that might be achieved, but also independently on the timing of publication and the debate either before or afterwards. The welfare state provision and available support to those vulnerable members in our society is an important part of our island plan and the annual budget. Given the current references to the September CPR, I think it would be extremely challenging to have an agreed suite of benefit operating measures and the necessary legislation drafted to give effect to the changes earlier in the financial year. There is a tremendous amount of work undertaken at each budget by the Social Security Division and subsequently the Attorney General's Secondary Legislation Drafting Hub to update approximately 8 legislative items amounting to over 100 pages in time for the Tynwald debate and hopeful approval. Honourable members will remember that the UK government don't confirm what the state pension rates are until late September each year, and so pre-2019 pension amounts could not be determined beforehand due to how the triple lock is calculated. Similar other linked reciprocal benefits could not accurately be predicted earlier. And this ties down to the original motion brought on behalf of Ms Christian by Mr Thomas. Treasury will also have significant concerns regarding the impact on budget implementation by the Income Tax Division and by businesses of a proposed amendment to the date of the budget debate. The timeframe for communication of budget changes to payroll providers and their timeframes for implementation is already extremely tight. Treasury will also have system changes that we work on prior to the budget going to Tynwald and can only release these once the budget has been voted on and approved. If there was a case where the budget did not progress or was brought in later, such as in March, then we would not have sufficient time to make any relevant system changes before the end of the tax year. And I think the Chief Minister has made that point. So that there are some practical considerations with this, and so I think it's very important that any changes to the timing or the way that the budget is provided are also looked at in terms of the direct people they affect, particularly local businesses. Now, there are also concerns about making budget information publicly available in advance of the vote on whether to accept it. In certain cases, this could allow taxpayers to change their behaviour before legislation is introduced, especially with respect to tax affairs. Now, this can be tackled with anti-forestalling measures, but that would add complexity to the legislation and demand extra resources and cost to administer, but certainly something that needs to be borne in mind. The honourable member for Ramsey, Mr Hooper, makes reference to the Tynwald Auditor General, and the original motion, actually based on the CPA, makes relevant to an independent non-partisan Supreme or National Audit Office, whose reports are tabled. Again, I think this is something we need to look at in terms of independent verification. The tax information that's brought together by the Income Tax Department obviously is confidential in nature, and so it's very difficult for that to be shared even with the Treasury Minister. And I would caution on the increasing role of the Tynwald Auditor General. This is a post that was created very much in terms of driving value for money and auditing. And it does concern me that until we've proved the value of that role, we should be careful that we don't seem to increase it or dilute the value of that role by bringing somebody into an overall budget process. And I think the honourable member for Russian, Mr Speaker, has already said that his role really it should not be in terms of policy, but more validating post-event audit. As I've previously stated, I believe it's important that we understand the implications of any changes to our current budgetary system before we make them. Just looking at a suite of options for dates would not give us the certainty that it would improve the process either for Tynwald members or, more importantly, the public or our local economy. And I'd like to thank Mr Hooper for his amendment. He's changing one word and making it approve. I would perhaps suggest that it should be vote, because it could be approve or reject terms of the budget. But I'll take approve as Treasury Minister. I thank him for that. And again, in terms of some of the comments made by the Honourable Member for Falcon, Ms Edge, she's absolutely right. Priority-based budgeting was brought forward as a policy. In 2018, it was put out for tender. We had somebody lined up to do it, and then COVID hit. I won't keep on blaming that, but it did derail an awful lot of the work that was started off at that time. We are dusting off those recommendations. We are looking at that again, because particularly at a time of increasing demands and limited finances, I think it's absolutely right that rather than just go through updating every budget each year, we look at the key priorities for those departments. We align them to the agreed plan by the administration, by Tynwald, which is our Ireland plan. We make sure they're aligned. Now, that may mean that some things that aren't priorities need to be paused or need to be steps down from, but I think it's absolutely right that individual departments are given the resources the help and assistance to look at that. Now more than ever, to actually sustain and maintain our essential frontline services. It's essential, I think, that before any changes are considered, we examine how they will affect individuals, local businesses and government departments, which is why I do actually believe that a Tynwald committee is the best vehicle for change. And in terms of the comments from Mr. Hooper, I'm not particularly happy with the budget process at the moment. It can be extremely demanding on Treasury officers and Treasury members, and I think if we can try to improve that for the benefit of everyone, that will also be for the benefit of us as well. Mr. President, this is not an attempt to lose progressive reform in the long grass, but without gathering further information from officers who administer the financial systems we rely upon and the people these changes affect, we risk not seeing the wood for the trees. For that reason, I'm unfortunately unable to support the amendment from the Honourable Member for Mr. Russian, Honourable Member for Russian, Mr. Speaker. But I am happy to vote with the amendment from the Honourable Member for Ramsey, Mr. Hooper, which I think just clarifies that hopefully budgets in the future will pass the muster and be approved. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Lord Brennan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think some of these issues are quite interesting because we're kind of dealing with the point which is about Parliament's response to the budget and how Tynwald can deal with the budget. But I'm not sure, really what difference those things would make. I understand the wish to have greater scrutiny of the budgets. I think at one point, a few years ago, when I came into a budget briefing, the Chief Financial Officer at the time said, oh, well, I hope you enjoy this briefing. And I said, I don't want to be briefed. I want to know what's going on. So I can completely understand where some of the points on this are coming from. But I just can't help but wonder, unless it's going to result in sort of horse trading and individual nitpicking over minor matters, where it's all going. So I kind of wonder if, really, it's clear that the role of Tynwald is to approve or not the budget. I think it is the role of government, it's the role of the executive to develop the budget, and that's the real challenge. So even if there was support for some of these measures being brought forward, I don't actually think that they would necessarily be, of any useful benefit unless there was to be a zero-based budgeting system put in. And so I wonder whether it's actually not really about budget reform in terms of the presentation and the timing and sequence of everything like that to Tynwald and the Tynwald handling, because it is the government's budget and the Tynwald can either approve it or not. But actually really talking about public finance reform, and if so, there's probably other things to be addressed in that in terms of zero-based budgeting. I'm thinking about actually the things that would make a bigger difference. And when I refer to zero-based budgeting, I'm not talking about that within individual departments. I'm actually talking across the board, and I appreciate that's pretty major, but I kind of wonder that with some of the proposals and the amendments that are put forward, it's kind of fiddling with things very late in the day. And I think if there was a wish to really grasp what is happening in budget public finance terms, I think it probably needs to be about zero-based budgeting. And I also think that there's another point perhaps as to where taxation policy rests, where certain authorisation for spending rests as well. And these are sort of bigger system, earlier stage, unfortunate problems that sit on the shoulders of the executive. I'm not really sure having a long window between something coming out of government and actually being voted on in Parliament for people to try and nitpick and trade, because it would only ever go that way, right? It's inevitable, would help. So those are just my comments. I'm probably actually going to, on that basis, just take the unusual position, so I'm just going to vote against the whole lot. Because I just think that there are probably more fundamental issues to be addressed if we're really concerned about how we're handling and financing public services, where funds are going to, and the authorisation and preparation that sits around that. Thank you, Mr. President.
And the Honourable Member, Mr Johnson.
Thank you, Mr President. And to echo some of the words that spoken by the Treasury Minister on this, and I suppose I'm standing as an Enterprise Minister, sort of a plea really to a certain extent to say it's important to have these conversations in here. It's also important to remember how it looks from those looking in, and what we're doing and the discussions we're having I think are very important. And please don't underestimate the damaging confidence to the wider economy when we introduce any sort of uncertainty or instability, I suppose, into the mix. And that's not a criticism of necessarily of the amendments being put forward. I don't want to get into the weeds of that. That's not the issue really. But as the Chief Minister alluded to earlier, you take the likes of the situation in Guernsey at the moment, and that level of uncertainty and the uncertainty and that's creating right across their government. But let's also understand what that's also doing to business. And we all know and understand, and one of the strengths of our system is our system of Parliament is our independence and our ability for consensus that gives, I think, stability that business likes to see, and that's why that gives business confidence to invest longer term. So anything we do to introduce instability is not a good thing. So that's a plea in that area. But and that's why I think there are some legitimate questions that need to be answered. That's why I think having a committee is a sensible move, because it does allow for those legitimate concerns and questions to be asked about our processes. But let's do that in here. Let's do that internally. Let's let business as usual continue out there. Give them the confidence and certainty of that. We do a budget in February. We have a result. Now, you might not like it. Some business might not like some of the results, but the point
during this debate is probably we're now looking, if we really have managed to get this issue to come to the fore and it's going to be dealt with, we're looking at a new Treasury Act as well, because the Treasury is described in the Treasury Act as a board of Tynwald, which is pretty difficult. The reason why you can't make amendments here in practical terms is because of the standing order that appears in the interaction between standing orders. So on the Tynwald website, it talks about a date by which you have to approach Treasury for Treasury concurrence under the Treasury Act. But that date as such, as I understand it from my brief investigation with a clever friend, is not actually specified in standing orders. So that date could be varied. And we have not the 12 weeks that Mrs Christian first mentioned, we actually have 5 months from the worst of September CPI fixing things through to February or perhaps even March, because budgets used to be made in March, as Mr Speaker must be April as well, it says in this little book. So therefore we have lots of time to play with it, and we need to do this properly. Apparently the 1958 Finance Act might also be relevant, section 2C, because that and I have to use this for the next point I'm going to make, that talks about an annual charge on general revenue. There shall, in respect of each financial year, be charged on or paid out of general revenue or the growing produce thereof any monies voted or appropriated by resolution of Tynwald with the concurrence of the Treasury for the purposes of the government of the Isle of Man, or for such other purposes as may be determined by such resolution, and in particular the expenditure incurred in respect of the Public Services Commission, the Isle of Man Constabulary, and the Isle of Man Prison Service. The Public Services Commission comes back into it, not in, as a later amendment to the 1958 Act. My point is that we have to be very careful about changing the word from debate to approve, because the verbs in that 1958 Act I've just read out are vote or appropriate. And to me, we can't have an intention that we have to approve the budget, because it's perfectly clear what happens if we don't approve the budget. We just carry on with last year's budget, as Mr Speaker explained, and then we don't get any extra monies for our departments and for our statutory boards and the like. But it's not a disaster. There's precedent, there's procedure about what happens. So that's something else to take into account. So therefore, I do think it's not often I get a chance to correct Mr Hooper on the floor of the House of Tynwald, but it's a great honour when I do, because he's invariably right, and that's, I think, we just need to be very careful about just putting in the word approve, because the legislation seems to say vote or appropriate. Moving on, whichever committee is set up, I think the committee should work in taking into account the following suggestions, in my humble opinion. The first one is it needs to, if it is the Standing Orders Committee, particularly, it needs to be generous in terms of interpreting its own standing orders, because people have said to me in the past, and it was hinted at in this debate, that the Standing Orders Committee's role is actually to put into standing orders what's been agreed somewhere else. And to me, I don't want that in this situation. If we are going to do it, the Standing Orders Committee has got to do it properly, and has actually got to consider the budget process, which at the first glance is not immediately obvious from the way it's set up in the standing orders, the way I read them. The second one, to be as helpful as possible, whichever committee might be set up. It seems to me we ought to go back to a practice that became quite common a decade ago, which is for evidence to be published on receipt, so that we don't lose the evidence and other people have the benefit of the evidence as they're making up their mind about what to submit, because to me it's incredibly important that all those who are affected by this can be engaged. The third point is that both the Select Committee and the Standing Orders Committee are of this place, but of course Treasury is vital, and of course Council of Ministers is vital, and of course the public who we serve are vital. So to me, despite what the resolution might be, it seems to me we ought to encourage whichever committee is set up to liaise beyond, to go to Treasury and the like. And that's more or less what I wanted to say. So personally, well, that's just rude, basically. I was a bit annoyed. I didn't make a point of order about the brevity remarks, but it's that sort of thing that makes.
So just to clarify, we have 5 nominated, therefore congratulations to all 5. Well, honourable members, we now move on to item 18, membership of government departments general debate. I call on Mr. Thomas.
Very simple general debate that's proposed about a very complicated matter. The nature of departmental members or political members in the departments has changed. It's not fixed, it's changed. So originally departmental members, right at the beginning of the Government Departments Act era, were elected in this place. And then it became Governor in Council through the Council of Ministers, and it could change again. So that's the starting point. The law of departmental members is set out in legislation, and it's not very helpful. Doesn't say to whom you're collectively responsible, and it doesn't say what the nature of the job is. It's just it's there. We have to remember it goes back to a very divided period in Manx politics, the 1980s, where often there was an organised alternative policy group. Often votes were very close. There were amendments proposed to budgets. There were challenges for crucial roles in an organised way, and the role of departmental members developed alongside payment for being a departmental member. Obviously, post Liz Vane, those payments have ceased, and so I think it's time for all of us to think about whether we need to reflect on the role of departmental members. So I'm going to put on the table two sets of two sets of issues, topics that other people might or might not be interested in. The first one is that topic about collective responsibility, start with an issue that was raised during my time as Minister of Policy and Reform, which was the issue of Dr. Allinson, Mr. Hooper, Mr. Peake, and one other. saying that when they served on Council of Ministers subcommittees, they weren't collectively responsible for Council of Ministers, Mr Boot as well, it was Mr Boot. So in other words, they got all of government's thinking, they took part in government's thinking. Council of Ministers was then advised from those Council of Ministers subcommittees, and often then what happened next was one of those people moved an amendment against government's position, and they'd been involved in informing the decision. So, I was the target at the time that I'd ruthlessly imposed collective responsibility on the meeting. I've got to be honest, to me it seems perfectly reasonable that there are caveats to the collective responsibility. You've got to start somehow, though, that Council Ministers somehow changes and imposes a collective responsibility on you. The next issue I wanted to raise again affects yours truly, because I was actually quite surprised to be relieved of my DHSC responsibilities quite recently, because I had expressed full support for the DHSC policy, and I had been pretty vocal in my encouragement, and I've been pretty thoughtful in terms of developing the motion. And the reason for my demise was because I was disagreeing with Council of Ministers, traditionally, there's been lots of issues through the 80s and 90s particularly about, departmental members losing their roles, but it's usually been because they've done something wrong or because they disagreed with the departmental policy. It's always been a tradition in the space that the departmental members have collective responsibility for the department, not for the whole of government policy. And that issue, another issue behind that is the one that goes back to actually discussions which Mr Ashford can either remember or he can't remember, but him and I had it quite a lot, because when he became the second departmental member in Cabinet Office, I tried to persuade him that if I was in that role, because I'd argued very strongly that I would have had to agree with that Mr Bell, Chief Minister, and Mr Shimon, if I'd have taken the departmental member before 2016. In some senses, Mr Ashford was more bound to government than another departmental member, and he disagreed with me, and Mr Quayle disagreed with me. So Mr Ashford often moved motions against government, despite being in the centre of government, as I saw it, in Cabinet Office. So that's another issue. And then the final one, in terms of to whom you're responsible as a departmental member, arises from Mr Peters' recent statement that's fresh on our minds about the fact that the new minister deserved a team that might be more aligned with their own thinking or something along those lines, because that's something I have noticed. Again, it's perhaps started in 2016 in my experience. It wasn't so prevalent before 2016, which is I got the impression in the last administration that Treasury was all of one mind. And in this administration, I called them the DHSC team recently. I have formed the view that DHSC was all of one mind during this administration. Treasury was so much of one mind that Council of Ministers directed Treasury 5 times between 2016 and 2021, which isn't normal. I mean, there weren't normally directions to Treasury from Council Ministers, and that's public information. That's in the Tynwald written answer, and I've discussed it with a reasonable number of former Chief Ministers and Treasury Ministers. So the whole idea about whether we need to go back to having departmental memberships that are not based around policy unity, but more of a general flavour of what's in this place. In terms of each department, is it a bad thing if we end up with a department that's of one strong view, perhaps differently from another one? So that's one list. What does collective responsibility mean? And the second list is about where you achieve most as a politician. And we've all done it. I try to avoid doing it myself, but we've all done it. We all make assertions about the best way to be a departmental member. And again, if you go to this book, you'll see 20 years of evidence presented about what people do when they're not ministers. So what can you do as a departmental member? First of all, you can either choose to be one or not to be one. You either serve and attend departmental meetings and divisional meetings and work with officers and take the view that that's how you get things done. That you can describe that as action. The second way is you can ask questions And you can try and use those questions to link to motions, which is the third way, because we've all got a right to bring our own motions. Both of those things have hugely increased in over the decades. So if you go back to the number of questions that appeared 40 years ago, they were tiny compared to the number of questions now. And why do people ask questions? Well, I think I would always say it's to get what you want to happen using a question linked with a motion. But that's apparently not how all politicians think. So statistically, there is a correlation in the number of questions, an increase in the number of questions just before election, and it's systematic. Every 5 years, the number of questions goes up in the last couple of years, and that's been going on through the generation. So it could be that there is a tendency for some people through time to ask more questions and to get publicity around asking questions rather than using questions to achieve some sort of policy outcome. And then, of course, the final role of a departmental member is in terms of the ability to bring legislation, private members' bills, and the amount of private members' bills, especially successful private members' bills in the sense that they get through the process, has hugely increased in the last decade. If you read this book, traditionally, if it was a good idea, government took it back off the private member and did it itself in a slightly different way. But now it's almost become a default. You're not even a proper MHK unless you've done your own private members' bill. Some people think that now. So therefore, we need to reflect on the role of the government legislative programme as opposed to the private members' programme. I put them on the two lists.
The honourable member, Ms Edge.
Thank you, Mr. President. Happy to second and reserve my remarks.
Please to sum up. Thanks everybody for their contributions.
I was going to speak. Sorry, I was going to speak.
Right, it's a general debate. There's no vote, so therefore we move on to item 19, and I call on the Minister for Enterprise to move.
Thank you, Mr. President. As a state of registry, the island has an obligation under the Chicago Convention to grant or validate noise certification for aircraft registered in the Isle of Man. Civil Aviation Aircraft Noise Certification Order 2024 makes provisions for the Department to regulate and certificate aircraft noise in accordance with standards specified by Volume 1 of Annex 16 of the Convention on International Civil Aviation. As the currently applied legislation spell,
motions can be much more detailed with 200 parts and paperwork to back them up. Yeah, crack on. That's what's expected. I don't think it's particularly helpful. I think giving the government some freedom of movement, some agency in its ability to interpret and enact Tynwald motions is probably quite helpful. But if he would rather we constrain that agency with very specific, very detailed, very targeted motions, well, honourable members' sittings can last for 3 days. Look forward to it. He raises a valid question, though, around what would the impact be on the National Insurance Fund if you made this change to eligibility criteria? And it's a good question, but it's a question the Treasury have sort of already answered themselves, because in their impact assessments they admit that this only really applies to a small number of people. If it's only a small number of people, actually the impact on our £1.3 billion National Insurance Fund is unlikely to be material. It may even not be noticeable in the context of a 30, 40, 50-year actuarial review. So yes, by all means, Treasury go away and do the work, but if they are admitting themselves the number of people likely to be positively affected by this change would be small, I can't see how they can also make the argument that it's going to have a destabilising effect on the fund. Honourable members, this amendment is, like all the others, just an attempt to push things into the long grass, to decide we don't really want to do this work, and ultimately, based on the work that has been done to date, I have very little confidence that what we will get is a meaningful consultation, backed up by meaningful evidence. The Honourable Member for Douglas Central is right when he says consultation means whatever they want it to mean. And my concern here is that the consultation will produce a very similar result to the last time round, and the Treasury will have a very similar approach to the last time round, very similar arguments, and they will still decide that actually making a change that could potentially benefit people isn't really something they're interested in doing. So I won't be supporting the amendment, Mr. President. I accept I will likely be in the minority, but sometimes you have to fight these fights, even knowing you're going to fail. Thank you very much.
The members come to vote on this item. Item 16, as laid out on the order paper, to which you have an amendment in the name of Dr. Allinson. I put to you the amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no.
No.
Right.
Division call.
Next line may not be applicable, Mr. Forrester. Act on 16 for, 4 against.
Legislative Council, 7 for, 1 against, therefore amendment carried. Now put to you the motion as amended. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, please say no.
No.
The ayes have it, the ayes have it. Is that division down here?
Yeah.
Division call was called.
Actually, 19 for, 1 against.
Legislative Council, 8 for, 1 against. Therefore, motion as amended is carried. Now, as we move on to item 17, it was submitted in the name of Mrs. Christian, who is not going to wish to move, but Mr. Thomas has requested to move this motion, and I wish to ask, is the court content for Mr. Thomas to take this motion?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. I'll call on Mr. Thomas to move item 17.
Thank you very much to the court and Mr. President for putting it to the court. So it's a motion that Mrs. Christian thought long about during her time in Public Accounts Committee and the Keys more generally. And she's an intelligent person, she's a bold politician, and she wanted it on the order paper to affect this year's budget. It's a very simple motion in 3 parts. I would hope if we get to those 3 parts we can vote on those 3 parts separately. The first part is that the budget pink book should be on the Register of Business 2 weeks prior to the budget debate in Tynwald. The second part is that the budget pink book should in future be on the Register of Business 12 weeks prior to the budget debate in Tynwald, except for in a general election year. And the third part is that the Treasury should clarify and review the criteria and rules for amendments to the budget and bring its proposals back to Tynwald to be debated in April 2025. The Treasury Act would seem to allow for amendments to the budget. There have been declaratory amendments to the budget in the past, and but the timescales work against that, and they're in standing orders, and also the extent to which you could actually move a more significant amendment, even as significant as they do down the hill, and Douglas City Council, for instance, on the budget, is questionable. Although I've always been assured by chief financial officers that we could move a fully fledged amendment to the budget. The other thing that Mrs. Christian has done in her motion is she cited the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association recommended benchmarks for democratic legislatures. There are 2 people who have already indicated, 2 members, that they have amendments to move. We've got Treasury, who wrote to us kindly on Monday evening indicating an amendment. Mr. Speaker has been working on this since 2009 when he got leave to introduce a private member's bill which got to second reading, and then before the general election another motion was moved in this court, and although occasionally Mr. Speaker votes for budgets, most often he votes against budgets until they've dealt with the budget reform issue, because essentially what he's after, and what many of us are after, is transparency in the budget process and participation in the budget process by us in here, in the elected part of the chamber in some people's minds, and also to enable us not to break the law by getting expert opinion from outside, because at the moment, you know, we're given the pink book in confidence, and some of us, you know, well, how should I describe this then? So I started writing budget speeches before I was a member of this place. you know, for a number of years I had an overseas job, and people used to ask me what I thought about this, and I used to help them with budget speeches. So that goes on. I've admitted it. I've confessed that other people have broken the law. But you know, wouldn't it be much better? Wouldn't it be much better to enable us to take expert advice? And so with that, I'm going to move, because I'm very interested in learning from the potential movers of amendments. And also I think I'm very interested to hear further, at least from Mr. Hooper, who described earlier on today a very interesting analysis of a £25 million claim on public funds, and that's exactly the sort of thing that this motion would enable, because it would enable us to properly understand that, to properly marshal the arguments around that, to take opinion from qualified people around that, and that's exactly the reason why I hope that this motion I'm moving, and is or something substantially close to it, passes, you know, to help. It was very kind that the two potential movers of amendments shared their amendments in advance. What troubles me about government's amendment, and I won't preempt it being issued, but what troubled me on receipt and reading government's amendment is it did feel like it was putting things into the next administration, because the report back was not only after the 2025 election, it was after the 2026 budget, it was after the 2026 budget, so it did feel as if it was putting off to the next lot. And the problem that worried me slightly about, and that was addressed very much by Mr. Watterson's amendment that we saw on Monday evening, I think. But just what troubled me is it was about standing orders committee looking at it, and I'm troubled in two ways. Sometimes people say that standing orders should reflect policy, rather than making policy on these such important matters. And the second point is, you know, there is an issue with the transparency of committees themselves, because once something gets into a committee, all we can ask is when the committee is going to report, and the committee could decide not to report on something. They could just decide to lose all of the submissions and the work that have been done to it. So I'm hoping that the people, if anybody who does move a motion, I really appreciate advance sight of these motions, can at least know some of the hesitations I have about both those two amendments, and hopefully that can inform the debate. I beg to move.
The Honourable Member, Ms Edge.
Happy to second and reserve my rights.
The Honourable Order.
Good morning, Chair. Mr. President, I've worked really hard over the last week to make this speech very short and to stick to exactly and no more than what is on the order paper. So I hope members will bear with me for my 3 pages of rather large font. So I commend the Honourable Member for Douglas Central and the Honourable Member for Douglas South for their interest in reforming the budget system. The process of the budget is an important one, and in a parliamentary system that is not dominated by party politics or a governing party with an overall majority, it is a particularly sensitive one. In our system, I maintain it is the most important and most under-scrutinised document that we will face in a year. However, let me tell you why the motion as printed, as drafted, has the potential to be counterproductive, and why I couldn't support it without the amendments that I'm circulating. I don't think I'd ever be standing before this court watering down a budget reform motion, but here we go. The principle of what the Honourable Members are trying to achieve is one that I absolutely support, meeting the Commonwealth benchmarks around having proper time for scrutiny and opportunities for public input that at the moment are absolutely and completely absent from our system. However, to merely place the budget document on the register of business without an opportunity for explanation not only goes against general trends in the Commonwealth, but denies the opportunity for further explanation of the context and prioritisation of the budget. In short, the Treasury Minister deserves an opportunity to explain his budget to the court when it is released, which this proposal would not provide. Members also deserve the opportunity to query it in headline terms as soon as it is released. I'm very pleased to say that I cannot once recall a time when the contents of a budget have been leaked prior to the announcement of the Treasury Minister, and Mr Thomas's comments here today are the first I've heard. I therefore believe that there is scope for presenting the document, as done at present, to Tynwald members some time in advance in order to understand its contents and present it in a confidential session prior to the budget sitting. The offer of meeting with Treasury officials and the Treasury Minister have also been useful mechanisms for explaining the budget. And I would hope that this feature would be retained. Of course, we now have the added benefit of an independent voice to advise Tynwald members on the contents of the budget. In keeping with tradition elsewhere, it would not be for the Auditor General to comment on the policy principles behind the budget, but he may be called on to assess whether the numbers back up the policy intent, whether they are appropriately compiled, or at a basic level, even just what they mean. Another key component of the motion before us is a 12-week lead-in time for the budget debate and vote. This is a long time. I know it's not unprecedented. I think it replicates Jersey's model, but it is a long time, and it would mean pushing back the budget compiling process even further than it is at present. Currently, I believe budget submissions tend to have to be into Treasury by the end of August, and a 12-week lead time could mean pushing that back to the end of June, after only 1 quarter's worth of actual experience in the year. And that's a long lead time to predict not just the current financial year, but the year after as well. So my amendment brings things back to just a single sitting between the announcement and the vote, the same as I proposed in the Treasury Amendment Bill back in 2010, which was widely consulted on. And if that amendment is adopted, it will allow the Treasury Minister to bring his budget to February Tynwald, as he does at present, but would mean that we didn't debate on it or vote on it until March. And that we had a March budget in 2007. So there is nothing world-ending about that. I would expect the Treasury Minister would make a statement open to questions in February, which is why it's important that we do see it in advance of the February sitting. And if honourable members want a copy of my 2010 bill, the 2015 review into accounting and governance, please do form an orderly queue. I brought some of it with me just in case. But instead of reading off all my observations over the years of all the different systems, I'll confine myself to just the narrow scope of the motion before us today. My third amendment places the job of reviewing our standing orders in the hands of the Tynwald Standing Orders Committee, which is the body with the experience and expertise to consider the standing orders of this court. And if I can humbly suggest that government isn't particularly well equipped to be drafting standing orders. Now, to reassure Mr. Thomas, the date doesn't change. It will still be back by April, and it is going to produce, as it only ever does, a report that is amendable and debatable in this place. There are other things, of course, that the Treasury could do without legislative change that would enhance the openness of the system. They could publication of business cases submitted to Treasury in the autumn, for example. That would give more information about some of the choices that Treasury and Council ministers are up against, as well as a statement pre-budget about the total spending envelope. That would help. None of these need legislative or standing orders change, just a desire from Treasury to be more transparent, something that I have never seen in my 18 years as a member of this court. Turkeys, it seems, have a very poor record of voting for Christmas, and it is only with a concerted will for transparency from members of this court that anything will ever change. And I hope today is that day. Thank you, Mr. President.
Honourable Member Dr. Aronson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It was an honour to be offered the position of Treasury Minister in 2022, and 2 members contacted me soon afterwards to express their own views about the need for budget reform. Mr. Speaker generously provided me with a large file of research, including a copy of his 2010 Private Members Bill, and to authorise spending to implement the annual budget plan. But if we aim to reform our budget process, we must have more evidence on what systems and stages of scrutiny work for smaller jurisdictions. It is vital that we listen to fellow politicians about how their systems work in practice, but also take evidence from officers in other jurisdictions to determine the resources which are necessary. In the Isle of Man, the team that work on the budget also prepare the government accounts. These activities generally take place at different times of the year, but should the budget timetable be extended or more preparatory work is required, more staff and more resources would be required to meet this. For potential changes of such magnitude, it's essential that there is due consideration of all available options rather than a dependence on 1 or 2 enthusiastic members. This is why the third part of the amended motion asks that a select committee of 5 members be established to investigate the role of the legislature in the budget process and submit a report to Tynwald by the last day of February 2026. This will give time for evidence to be gathered, public engagement and consultation and a full Tynwald debate to take place, defining any changes in the budget process and ensuring that we give this important subject the importance and respect that it deserves. Mr. President, I beg to move the amendment standing in my name.
And the Honourable Member, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
Call on the Honourable Lord.
I'm conscious that my amendment hasn't been seconded, but as Dr. Allenton's has, just a few words on that. Getting a lecture on budget reform from Treasury is a bit like getting a lecture from Mr. Thomas on brevity. There's absolutely no track record of success in the field. This idea of a select committee is a complete waste of this court's time. I would rather see the whole motion fail than set up a select committee. If Treasury cannot even accept a 1 month delay between announcement of the budget and debating and voting on it, then I don't see how it would accept anything that any select committee could possibly bring forward. I said that turkeys don't vote for Christmas. It seems that they will vote for the long grass, and I really encourage this court not to entertain the notion.
The Honourable Member, Mrs. August Phillips.
Thank you, Mr. President. And for the same reasons, I'm standing to second Mr. Speaker's amendment here. And I really do encourage members, please do have a very close think about supporting that for the same reasons outlined. Thank you, Mr. President.
Call on Chief Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I'd like to support the Treasury Minister's amendment. I actually think I'm going to address the Speaker's amendment first, and just to say to everybody that, making things up sort of on the hoof is likely to provide a very bad outcome for this court and the island as a whole. There are, of course, I understand, the movement, the desire, the wish for potentially greater involvement, but it is not all sweetness and light. The models that are followed elsewhere do not necessarily produce strong and stable outcomes, and often they end up in a mess. There is no other word for it. Now, I wish to put that slightly into context. I mean, there's no way of a criticism, but I would use one of our fellow islands at the very minute, Guernsey, in terms of the struggles they are facing when trying to deal with what is clearly a black hole in their finances. Now, it's cited at 24 million. It's clearly well publicised. The court and their structure cannot bring itself to either raise taxes or cut public revenue and spending. And they are desperately struggling, and as a result, not having voted through all the expenditure without supporting the government's proposals for tax raises, are now facing an emergency budget to try and find a solution, because the Treasury simply cannot afford to continue to pay out on the budget that the Parliament has supported. Not only that, but the latest round of the emergency budget, as I understand it, is facing a significant number of amendments in itself. 19, if I am correct.
Which we can't do.
Which you cannot do, I agree, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm coming to exactly the point that, so for starters, just saying, oh, well, let's just have it a month before.
It's in confidence. How can it go to an independent Auditor General? Because it's in confidence to all of us in here, and he's not in here. So I was a bit...
Office of the House.
I was a bit concerned by just a couple of comments there, but, if Mr Hooper's amendment goes through, it's not a concern for me as much. I'm glad that the word land grass appeared. We haven't heard it very much in this administration, but I do think that, there was an element of that before we could have this amendment from Mr Hooper with the approval. I just want to raise a few concerns, because the budget, I think, for the last 8 years, everybody, all the people certainly that I've been here with for 8 years, and our new members, none of us are happy with it. We're not happy with the process, and I think that's the key. That we're all in here saying we'll do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, There's clearly something very fundamentally wrong for us all to be concerned about it. So it's not new, and I think it is something that's worth really looking into. I do actually think if the budget process can be looked in properly, it can be the catalyst for the structural change that we need in government that we're not seeing, we haven't seen for 8 years. And the way you achieve that is through a budget. And if it's done through the right process and we look at everything across government and where government of the Isle of Man wants to spend its money, instead of coming up with an island plan outside, your budget should be driving the services that the people deserve on the Isle of Man, and they should be protected by that process. But it's also when the structure of government sits alongside your budget and you know exactly what you're doing, then this honourable place can come up with some new ideas and some new funding for other things that are not the standard, normal that government should be providing. I just want to take members back to 2018 to the Treasury Minister of the time, who is now our current Chief Minister, and we were going to see in 2018 zero-based budgeting. So again, we've been talking about a new process of zero-based budgeting, and it was going to come into place. And I'll just read the words that were stated about priority-based budgeting. So the then Treasury Minister, our Chief Minister, said last year, I said we would be introducing a new approach to budgeting by looking at priority-based budgeting. That process is well underway. In order to be effective, it has taken more time than anticipated due to the detailed and complex nature of the work. The Department of Education, Sport and Culture has been able to dedicate a resource to this project and expects it to be in a position to use the analysis for the 2021 budget. Additionally, work has begun in the Treasury and in Home Affairs, with plans for other departments to follow early in the following year. None of that's happened, Mr. President. It was one of the first things, because I was pushing for priority-based budgeting back then in 2017-18. When I went into the Department of Education as Minister, I said, what happens with this work? Where is it? The officer was sat in Treasury for a year. There doesn't seem to be any outcome from that. And I found that really disappointing when there was such a commitment in 2018, and I know we've had COVID and everything, but that was 2018. That commitment was for 1 year, and we should have seen something in 2019, but we didn't. So it's clear there's been issues for a long time. Having worked in the system for 38 years before coming in here, well, not 38, sorry, but 38 altogether, I find it incredible that we are still doing an annual budget. There's certainly departments, we know we're always going to provide education, we know we're always going to provide our health services. There's services that we know we are going to have to continue to provide. And again, that takes me back to a proper budget process would have that stable structure that the Isle of Man is going to provide all of this for everyone in the Isle, and that's what it costs. And that's what you can do if you get your budget process in line as well as your structure. But we've moved into a budget process that allows officers to recruit because they get a budget increase every year. There's no controls and no governance around an awful lot, and I think that's what's been going around over the years. But you know, the motion, I think this debate was needed, long overdue. I was very concerned last year when we were asking for transparency, and that's why I really do like the original motion, is to make sure that the public have sight of a budget and they can contact us and they can you know, give us some ideas. A few members have said, you know, Mr. Hooper.
But it's everyone knows what it is, and they can plan forward from that with their businesses. And that's incredibly important for business to be able to do that. So, like I say, I support that principle of having a committee, because I think hopefully it does give everyone the opportunity to put those views in. We do it in a controlled manner, an internal manner. That's important, because we must also always remember that when we're having these discussions in here, there's a world out there looking in, and I think it's important to remember that.
On the mover to reply.
Thank you very much. So the first point to say in response is that I think the original mover and this mover on her behalf happy to concede that this budget is too soon. The Chief Minister made a very good point. We shouldn't be doing things on the hoof. And I think what I've also heard, so either of the amendments make sense in that context. I also think that what I've discovered today is that in actual fact the issue is more complicated than even any person first thought. And so therefore, through time, I'm minded to think that taking the government's timescale of by February 2026, it could come earlier, as being a better timescale than by April 2025, because the issues of the whole Treasury Act have been moved. Issues of how the auditors are involved, what in confidence means have been involved. Standing orders interrelate with the Treasury Act, and once the Treasury Act's on the table, it's going to take some time to unpick it. It's very sensible, and so the Chief Minister did make that very, very valuable point about it's not right to do something on the hoof. A very good friend gets the support on that basis, because it is there might well be a vacancy in Treasury, or even the new Minister of Policy and Reform coming up soon, and I'm delighted that I'm in question again, and I'd be delighted to come back inside
Our loss would be your game, Chief Minister.
You can have him.
The next thing I want to offer is that is to comment that, as Mr. Speaker mentioned, Jersey is an important part of the construct for Mrs. Christian's motion. So she did consider what happens in Jersey, and that is where the 12 weeks comes from. And it is true, budgets go on for days in Jersey sometimes, because it's a very important matter, deciding what everything costs, what alternatives you can have for the funding, and what the Parliament of Jersey, and perhaps in the future, Tynwald and the House of Keys wants for the use of our funds in this island. And it's also true that the Guernsey was the model for amendments to the budget. Mr. Hooper was nearly accurate in his summation of how it might work. So the Treasury Act is permissive in Section 10 in respect of budgets, but the clash has always been with the timetable for knowing what you're amending. We don't need to go to Guernsey to find out to do it. As I hinted at in my opening remarks, we can just go down the hill to Douglas City Council, because when I was a councillor we did change it such that the best way to deal with somebody like me was to actually tell them what the budget was going to be, and then I could take something out and put something in if I could win the rest of the councillors, which is more or less what Mr. Hooper described. But there is this fundamental issue of the timetable, and I'll come to that in a moment. Before I do come to that, though, I just wanted to make sure that on the record for the committee, whichever committee is set up, pages 252 to 274 in the Kermode Ministerial Government Guide are the ones that relate. And they do talk about the concept of having a calendar of 3 events rather than just the one event sort of we have now. So originally, when things worked better in the 1980s probably, we had a policy debate, then we had estimates, then we had a budget, and the budgets sometimes went out as far as March, as was said, and we had it in that structure. We've ended up with a chief ministerial statement in October and a budget in February, more or less. But we could go back, and it's all written up very clearly in those pages that I've identified. The next thing I want to put on the table that occurred to me, and got some very helpful advice from outside, to help me structure my contribution, is that and I'm going to build on this now, is we have to remember that the relationship between Tynwald and Treasury is in standing orders, but it's also in the Treasury Act. And the Treasury Act is 1985, which is before the Government Departments Act. So it's pretty confusing. And what I concluded makes it hard to operate in this chamber, especially from a presiding officer. And so therefore, it seems to me that we should always try to attempt to play the issue and to play the policy issue rather than playing the person. I mean, obviously I do that myself, but it's a habit I acquired. It's a habit I acquired from the thing.
Could I apologise to the Honourable Member for Douglas Central? if any offence was caused. It was meant as a moment of levity in the court on a day that I thought it needed it more than ever. But if any offence was caused, I offer my sincere apologies to the honourable member.
Back to you, Mr. Thomas.
And I wasn't even going to mention it, and I knew it was in that spirit, and I accept those apologies graciously and appreciate them graciously. And I'm sure in the same spirit, Mr. Speaker would like me to mention that we talked at length about his comments that he voted against the budget in 22-23, which I misunderstood. You know, he didn't. He voted for the budget in 2022-23, but he gave the impression he might have voted against it. But I understood that's because apparently I loosely said post-21 budgets, and he voted against the 21 budget or something. So I apologise that we do have banter going on in the court here, and it's not for me to raise a point of order about those issues. And hopefully you can we can all learn and reflect on our own behaviours from what's just happened then. So humbly, graciously accept your apologies. And with that, I beg to move.
Honourable members, we come to vote on this item, item 17, as laid out on the order paper, to which you have 3 amendments. One in the name of Lorna, one in the name of Dr. Allinson, and one in the name of Mr. Hooper. Now, I will take Mr. Hooper's first. Should that pass, I will then take Dr. Allinson's as amended. Should that pass, Lorna's will therefore fall. So, I now take Mr. Hooper's amendment. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. Division called.
Actually, in the keys, 16-4, 4 against.
Legislative Council, 7-4, 1 against. Therefore, Mr. Hooper's amendment carried. I now put to you Dr. Allinson's amendment as amended. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. The aye. Division called.
Again, after 16 votes for, 4 against in the keys.
Legislative Council, 7-4, 1 against. And Legislative Council, Dr. Allinson's amendment as amended does pass. I now put to you the motion as amended. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. Aye. Division call.
Actually, 16 votes for, 4 against in the keys.
Legislative Council, 7-4, 1 against. Therefore, motion as amended does carry. Now, honourable members, you've agreed to put a select committee of 5 members together. So, I now call for nominations. Order, who?
Right, it was said during the debate that this motion has been nothing without government involvement taking it seriously, so I propose Dr. Allinson and Mr. Ashford as members of the committee.
We have a proposal for Dr. Allinson and Mr. Ashford. Mr. Thomas?
I would like to propose Mr. Watterson.
Proposed and order. Ms. Ed?
Propose Mr. Thomas.
Proposed Mr. Thomas. Ms. Lord? Second speaker. Did I see somebody else pop up there? Sorry, Mrs. Barber?
Yeah, am I able to second Dr. Allinson, Mr. Ashford and Mr. Thomas?
Yeah. Yes, you are.
Great.
Thank you.
Mrs. Kinnish.
Opposed Mrs. Kinnish?
I'll second Mrs. Kinnish.
Second Mrs. Kinnish. More nominations from the floor? 5. No. So nominations therefore closed. I ask the clerk to name those who are nominated.
Mr. Speaker,
proposed and seconded.
Following the members who have been proposed and seconded are 5 in number. Dr. Allinson, Mr. Ashford, Mrs. Kinnish, Mr. Speaker, and Mr. Thomas.
5.
Mr. President, I beg to move the motion standing in my name.
Go on, the honourable member, Mrs. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. President. I beg to second.
Members, come to vote on this item. Item 19, as laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 19 carried. The next two items are not completed 4 weeks on the register of business. Is the court content to take up this sitting?
Agreed.
Thank you. So we move on to item 20, and I call on the Minister for Environment, Food and Agriculture to move.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Climate Change Act 2021 required the Council of Ministers to make regulations in relation to climate impact assessments by no later than the 31st of December 2023. This was done, and those regulations were approved in this place in January 2024 to commence in January 2025. In the meantime, considerable additional work has been undertaken to make sure that these regulations will work in practice. On behalf of the Council of Ministers, the Climate Change Transformation Team have undertaken a programme of engagement with public bodies consisting of a 6-month trial with 4 departments, a workshop to which all public bodies were invited, and an online survey. This engagement has led to proposed amendments to the Climate Impact Assessment Regulations as follows. A discretionary provision has been added which will enable public bodies not to complete a climate impact assessment that is otherwise required by the regulations where they believe it has no relevance to the climate change duties for public bodies set out in the Act, subject to recording the reason why and being satisfied that the absence of a completed assessment doesn't impact their ability to comply with the Act. The Climate Change Transformation Team are working on moving the CIA tool online. This will enable statistical monitoring of the extent to which such discretion is used to ensure that this is not being abused. Several specific exclusions have also been added so that public bodies do not need to prepare a CIA in circumstances where it has been identified as not useful or not appropriate to do so, such as for safeguarding or parole decisions. Exclusions have also been added which excuse planning and building control from the requirement to take a CIA into account. This applies to applications received from other public bodies only, as there is never a requirement for any external person or body to prepare a climate impact assessment. The planning and building control processes are set out in law and are being updated to include climate change considerations. Therefore, the CIA process does not add value in these circumstances. The threshold which requires a CIA to be prepared when a proposal requires Treasury concurrence or approval is being removed. Proposals requiring concurrence or approval will still regularly have climate impact assessments prepared for them as a result of the other remaining thresholds. This simply removes the requirement to prepare one when that is the only threshold. Treasury may request a CIA for any proposal, either ad hoc though, or via the financial regulations. These amendments, co-designed by public bodies and the Climate Change Transformation Team, seek to make the CIA process less onerous and more practical and proportionate, while still ensuring that the CIA process captures the most impactful decisions and serves as a tool for embedding climate at the heart of decision-making. Approval of these amendments today will mean that the substantive regulations will come into effect on the 1st of January 2025 as amended, that is, in their improved form. The CIA process is new and will need to keep evolving and improving. Once those regulations commence, we expect to receive more feedback from public bodies, and the Climate Change Transformation Team are committed to keeping the regulations under review to ensure they remain practical, workable and effective. Mr. President, I beg to move that the Climate Impact Assessment Amendment Regulations 2024 be approved.
The Honourable Member, Mrs. August Phillips.
President, I'd like to second remarks.
Members, come to vote on this item. Item 20 is laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 20 does pass. Moving on to item 21, I call on Treasury Minister to move.
Thank you, Mr. President. This order amends the schedule to the Tobacco Products Duty Act 1986 to align the excise duty for tobacco products to be the equivalent rates in the United Kingdom. This follows the budget announcement by the United Kingdom Government on the 30th of October 2024. The Andaman Government is required to maintain its duty rates in line with the equivalent rates in the United Kingdom under the Customs and Excise Agreement. The amendments increase the excise duty rates for all types of tobacco products, such as cigarettes, cigars and hand-rolling tobacco. The increases are calculated in the United Kingdom by using the UK's retail price index plus 2%, with the rate of hand-rolling tobacco increasing by an additional 10%. These changes add an average 54p to the price of a pack of 20 cigarettes, depending on the value of the cigarettes, £2.32 to a 30-gram pack of hand-rolling tobacco, and also increase the cost of cigars, pipe and chewing tobacco, and tobacco for heating. Mr. President, I beg to move that the Tobacco Products Duty Act 1986 Amendment Order 2024 be approved.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Henderson.
But am I right to run? I'd like to second, sir, and reserve my remarks.
Come to vote on this item, Honourable Members. Item 21, as laid out in the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Moving on to item 22. Call on Treasury Minister to move.
Mr. President, the Isle of Man has a beneficial ownership register in operation as created and governed by the Beneficial Ownership Act 2017 as amended. Currently, the register, also known as the Isle of Man Database for Beneficial Ownership, is accessed only by selected government, domestic agencies and foreign law enforcement agencies. This order amends Section 26 of the Beneficial Ownership Act 2017 to add obliged entities to the list of persons or bodies who may access the database. The order also inserts definition of obliged entities, namely a person or body carrying out either a business or activity to which the Anti-Money Laundering and Countering of Financing of Terrorism Code 2019 applies, or a business or activity to which the Gambling, Anti-Money Laundering and Countering the Financing of Terrorism Code 2019 applies. There are also a number of incidental amendments to Section 26A and 27 to give effect to the addition of obliged entities as a person to whom may access the database. Mr. President, the order fulfills part of the Tynwald approved public commitment made in December 2023 to deliver obliged entity access during 2024. The commitment, made jointly with the other Crown dependencies, enables access to financial services businesses and certain other businesses who are required to conduct customer due diligence under the island's anti-money laundering, countering financial terrorism and countering the financing of the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction regime. The order was subject to a consultation exercise which did not identify any material concerns regarding the scope or the safeguards applied to effectively manage any possible interference with privacy rights. Mr. President, I would like to draw honourable members' attention to a related item on the December order paper. The new Beneficial Ownership Act 2017 guidance laid before this honourable court by the Financial Services Authority. Whilst not being legislation, guidance is often relied upon by members of the public, including professionals, to understand how they are expected to comply with the law. It is therefore important that it is clear and kept up to date. This update follows a programme of on-site inspections carried out by the Isle of Man FSA, and the new guidance focuses on feedback received which highlighted that additional information to assist the interpretation and application of the legislation would be welcomed. In addition to the published guidance, the FSA does provide other assistance and support to those legal entities covered by the Act. However, given the sometimes sensitive nature surrounding the subject of beneficial ownership, it was felt timely to replace the previous guidance with more comprehensive version and aid all entities captured by the Act in understanding what is required of them in complying with the legislation. Mr. President, as I have outlined, the Beneficial Ownership Obliged Entities Access Order forms part of the island meeting its previous commitment to continue our role in the shared global objective of combating financial crime in all its forms. Our commitment was made alongside the other Crown dependencies who have, or will shortly, also move similar legislation granting access for obliged entities to their respective beneficial ownership registers. I would, however, like to take this opportunity to also update Tynwald on the second part of this commitment, which relates to extending access to the database to include those media and civil society organisations who can demonstrate a legitimate interest in accessing the information in order to combat financial crime. Mr. President, we believe we are currently fully meeting the relevant international standards set out by the Financial Action Task Force. Our exchange of beneficial ownership details has been acknowledged as an effective tool in the fight against financial crime, including by international bodies and the UK. Through the island's Egmont membership, 116 jurisdictions could request information from the database through the Financial Intelligence Unit. Prior to the December 2023 public commitment, the Crown dependencies were working to extend the access to our beneficial ownership registers to the general public. However, this policy changed as a result of the decision from the Court of Justice of the European Union. The Court adjudged that full, public and unfettered access to the EU member states' beneficial ownership registers, as then required in the relevant EU anti-money laundering directives, was contrary to the rights to privacy enshrined in the EU human rights requirement and raised some data protection issues. To quote our public commitment, the EU court ruling found that providing the general public with access to information on beneficial ownership is, for a number of reasons, not proportionate to the legitimate aim of preventing money laundering and terrorist financing. The effects of the CJEU's ruling is that EU membership states are now only obliged to provide access to their beneficial ownership registers to law enforcement, financial services institutions, and to other persons with a legitimate interest. The Isle of Man is, of course, not in the European Union. However, the Crown dependency sought expert legal opinion as to whether the EU court ruling would have any effect in our jurisdictions, as we have enshrined into our domestic legislation the same EU human rights and data protection treaties. The legal advice received was that if we allowed public access to our registers, we would be vulnerable to legal challenge. However, if we allowed access to somebody defined in legislation as having a legitimate interest, we would not. We are, of course, monitoring the jurisprudence in this area and evolving international standards. If the position on public access changes, especially with regards to the standards set out by the Financial Action Task Force, we will reconsider whether it can be lawfully allowed in the Isle of Man. At this time, to meet international standards while maintaining an effective balance between transparency and privacy, the Isle of Man Government will therefore focus on providing for extended access to our beneficial ownership register only by those who can show legitimate interest. That is what we are now working towards. It is the intention that the Isle of Man's definition of legitimate interest shall have due regard to international good practice. In that context, we will revert to the only international standard setting body which does require legitimate interest access, that being the EU within its 6th Anti-Money Laundering Directive. This was published earlier this year, and we will continue to monitor how they eventually define it. EU experts are currently looking at how the relevant requirements of the 6th Directive can be developed into a uniform definition which is both workable and can have an aligned implementation throughout the different legal systems of its member states. The relevant requirements in the 6th Directive are scheduled to be implemented by EU member states during the next 18 months. It is the Isle of Man Government's proposal that we work to swiftly implement primary legislation to allow those with a legitimate interest to have access to the island's beneficial ownership register as soon as the uniform EU standards and definitions are established and known. I hope this provides honourable members with a broader context under which this order and the separate guidance have been developed and how future plans will be progressed. Mr. President, I beg to move that the Beneficial Ownership Obliged Entities Access Order 2024 be approved.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Henderson.
I think the Chief...
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Call on Chief Minister.
And reserve my remarks.
Call on the Honourable Member, Mr. Glover.
Very much, Dr. I'm very grateful that the Treasury Minister spoke in such detail there, because I couldn't find the note of what I was wanting to raise here, and now my computer has just run out of juice as well. I've just got it up there. It was just a small query on the memo that was attached, where the expectation was that demand will be low and therefore can be catered for within the company's register current staffing levels, and there's no new IT system required. But on the next line, it was saying that it was anticipated that fee charges for access will be introduced in 2025 through a separate order. So I just couldn't marry those two bits up, that it can be catered for within the current systems in the registry that's in place, and yet we're looking to introduce fees possibly in 2025. Just like an explanation around that, please. Who am I?
The Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
Mine's a similar or related question with a twist. So my question was, I spotted the same paragraph and it talks about a consultation, further consultation on a fee charges order, and alongside consideration resources requirements. So my question was going to be, what's the time scale for that? What's the timetable for that consultation? Is it clear what the fee is from the 1st of January as this comes into force on the 31st of December? Or is it free for a while? And then, I mean, it was just a, you know, it was a very measured move by the Treasury Minister. And I just think it jumps out at you in combination with that memo about what the charging regime is. And my second brief question is, I just wanted to give the Treasury Minister a chance to say anything he wanted to say about how we've met the timetable to deliver obliged entity access during 2024 with this order, which comes into effect on the 31st of December 2024. Is there anything else other than the charges order that still needs to be made, such that anybody could accuse us of not having kept the timetable that we promised to meet?
Minister to reply.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I thank both our members for their comments. In terms of the administration of this, when the Central Registry went out for consultation, they proposed a fee of £50 per search, which is the standard service, 48 hours, or £100 priority search. This is in line with the existing certificates of facts and certification of good practice issued by the Central Registry. So there are provisions for those fees orders to come in to make sure that there is an element of cost recovery for the amount of work that could be carried out to respond quite quickly to obliged entities looking for access to the database. I am not certain in terms of the exact timetable for the introduction of those fees. I think what the registry wanted to do was, once the legislation was put in place, to see what demand there was, and particularly what demand for that 3-hour priority search was, before they then decided to bring in a fees order. But I'll be updating honourable members when we come to that point, possibly over the next year or year and a half. With that, Mr. President, I beg to move.
Members come to vote on this item. Item 22 is laid out on the order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 22 carried. We now move on to our supplementary order paper, and item 1, suspension of standing orders. I call on the Vice Chair, Manx Utilities Authority.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before I start, I'd actually like to mirror the statements made by the Chief Minister and by DOI Minister yesterday.
Honourable Member, you need to move suspension of standing orders first.
Can I move suspension of standing orders?
Second, sir.
Got that seconded. Honourable members, we are requested to vote on the suspension of standing orders for the items to be taken at this sitting. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I now call on the Vice Chair to move item 3.
Lay papers.
Apologies. I call the clerk to lay papers.
Tommy Cora, Chachwell, and Peba, and Mr. Ons on Gis, and Claire Ober Ardera. Thank you, Mr. President. I lay before the court the paper listed at item 2 of the supplementary order paper.
Now call on Vice Chair to move item 3.
Thank you very much again. Before I start, I'd like to mirror statements made by the Chief Minister and the DOI Minister yesterday, and to say a massive thank you to our Blue Light Services, DOI, agencies, and as Vice Chair, the staff of Manx Utilities for an excellent response to Storm Dara over the weekend. With regard to Manx Utilities, the Board and Executive would like to extend their heartfelt gratitude to every member of the team for their extraordinary efforts. The commitment to restoring services, supporting our customers, and ensuring the safety of our community has been truly inspiring. The storm brought significant challenges, and we are proud of how everyone came together to respond swiftly and effectively. From the field crews working in tough conditions to the support teams coordinating efforts behind the scenes, their hard work and dedication made a real difference. The positive feedback we received from customers highlights the impact of those efforts, not only meeting the operational challenges head-on, but also demonstrating compassion and professionalism during a very difficult time. It's my honour to stand before you as Vice Chair of Manx Utilities on behalf of the Chair, Mr Wallenberg, MHK, to seek support for the motion to enable us to continue to provide certainty and stability for the prices of water, wastewater and electricity services over the next 5 years. In October 2018, the then Chair of Manx Utilities brought forward our first pricing strategy. This set out how to provide quality water, wastewater and electricity utilities and to invest in upgrading our island's critical infrastructure to sustainable standards and to ensure the benefit.
Because I would really like to know what it is we're being asked to approve. And that's because the document itself and the motion are quite inconsistent. One of those inconsistencies is quite straightforward. For some reason, electricity prices are going to be set based on an October CPI, but sewerage will be set based on a September CPI. Is there a difference between the two? Are electricity prices better in October? I don't understand why that would be different. I suspect one of those is an error, but I'd just like to be sure. But where the document is inconsistent is the motion asks us to approve both the pricing strategy and approve the ECA report. So both documents are being approved, but they say different things. And actually the pricing strategy rejects a number of the recommendations in the ECA report, quite rightly in my view. But Tynwald is being asked to approve both. So what are we approving? We cannot approve both documents. The ECA report is different to the pricing strategy. Some of those decisions to reject recommendations also cause problems, because in one instance, for example, the ECA report recommends almost doubling of the standing charge for daily payment, and the MUA have quite sensibly said, hold on a second, that seems a bit nuts, we're not going to do that. Fine. But that creates a financial gap, because the modelling in the ECA report is based on those recommendations. The MUA accept that, and they say, well, as a result of this, we're going to do a review, figure out what the best way forward is, and this may include phasing changes in over time, or creating new tariffs and retaining existing tariffs for existing customers. So again, which is it? We're being asked to approve a pricing strategy that contains within it options, which the MUA have not yet settled on. The MUA haven't decided whether they're going to phase in changes over time, or whether they're going to create new tariffs and old tariffs. Not been made, lots of work to be done. And this repeats itself throughout the report. There's lots of statements where they've said, oh, we're not quite sure about that recommendation, or we do accept it in principle, but, and then lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of further work to be done by October, by July, by next year. Fine, I've got no problem with that. But you can't ask me to approve a document now that has within it, I've got to do all this other work before I make decisions. Are the MUA going to come back after they've done each piece of work and ask for us to decide or support decisions? Or is this it? We vote today and the MUA get a blank cheque to go away and make decisions around phasing of tariffs or doubling of standing charges or whatever it may be, because we've approved a pricing strategy today that gives them that freedom. I can't support something that is that vague. I'd like to know what it is that's being proposed. The pricing principles I could support, but actually when they lead on to a series of very specific actions that all result in options and decisions to be made, that makes me very nervous, actually. The other question I have for the Vice Chairman, which again I hope you'll be able to answer, is in respect of the electricity charges and those CPI adjustments, because the pricing strategy says that Manx Utilities will seek to keep annual adjustments to the overall level of income by reference to annual general inflation and changes in wholesale gas prices. So that looks at their top line income and says our overall corporate income will go up by roughly by inflation. Makes sense. Then later on, it says in respect of tariffs, annual increases for general inflation based on Isle of Man 12-month CPI. Hold on a second. The only way that your overall income and your tariffs can both go up by the same number is if your demand remains steady. Your demand goes up and you've increased prices by more than inflation or by inflation, your overall income is going to go up by more than inflation because you're selling more units. If your demand goes down, the converse will be true. So unless the Manx Utilities are predicting an absolutely steady amount of income, I can't see how it's possible to put your prices up by the same amount as you're expecting your income to go up by. That doesn't quite stack up. And again, which of those two statements are we being asked to approve? Is it intended that prices will rise by the rate of inflation, which I think is what people would expect to see? Or are we approving that Manx Utilities' overall income will go up by inflation, and within that there will be lots of changes to tariffs, some of which could go up massively and others could drop significantly. What sort of flexibility are we talking about here? As we were told earlier on by the Treasury Minister, we can only vote on what's in front of us on the page. And what's in front of us on the page, unfortunately, doesn't make any sense. We're being asked to approve things that conflict with each other, we're being asked to approve a document that conflicts with itself, and we're being asked to approve something that provides a significant amount of freedom of action and flexibility to the MUA without really knowing what's being proposed. So I'd be grateful if the Vice Chairman could provide me with some reassurance in respect of these things, that actually, where there are further decisions to be made around the specifics of pricing, the MUA will come back to Tynwald and seek approval. If he could provide me with some clarity as well in respect of actually what are we talking about in terms of price rises and CPI, how's that going to work? And if he could provide me with some reassurance then around the inconsistencies between the ECA report and the pricing review. When Tynwald has approved both, what is it that will be given precedence in the MUA's decision making? Thank you very much.
Well, the Honourable Member, Mr. Glover.
Bill and I, Dr. Ann, and you'd be glad to hear Mr. Hooper has made all the points I was going to make with regard to what else is in the plan and when they're coming. And one example was questioned at the briefing, of course, and it's been subject to a little bit of media speculation, and it was the MU confirming that water metering is likely to be recommended as part of a water resources management plan, and Manx Utilities says a cost-benefit analysis should be finished by June next year. So again, does that come back here, or is that just part of this overall? We don't know. That's just one specific thing that was brought up, and the answer I got was it's very unlikely to come in the next 5 years, but it was not ruled out. So I just would like Mr. Hooper has said, a lot more detail of all the unknowns that are in the report, which I'm uncomfortable about, I have to admit. Gurumaya.
Well, the Honourable Member, Mrs. Court.
Thank you, Mr. President. My 2 points follow on first point from Mr. Hooper, and as part of recommendation 1, we're being asked to approve the report prepared by ECA. Manx Utilities state that the majority of its recommendations are accepted in full or in part, not all. It also states impacts on customers and Manx Utilities of some of the recommendations made by ECA are not fully understood. As such, it's appropriate to take additional time to undertake further assessment. Now, if Manx Utilities are not actually approving this document, why are we being asked to approve it and not simply receive it? So I'd like some clarification around that. My second point actually is, I'm trying to be really helpful here. There's a point in the report about social tariffs, and MU intend to initiate discussions with Treasury and DHSC. Could I ask them if they would please also go into discussions with Cura on this, because they've done huge amounts of work on social tariffs on the back of previous motions, and I think that could be very helpful information and save you a lot of time and work. Thank you very much.
Well, the Honourable Member, Mr. Thomas.
So the report by ECA, the NERA one that's referenced in it, the Manx Utilities report itself, is far and above better than many of the other reports that we get asked to receive in this court, in fact including others this week, and so it's a shame to pick holes in it like we are beginning to do, because it's a step above. In fact, I began to think when I was reading it all, the fact we might end up with proper economic regulation of energy through a continuation of this process, because we now get into we've almost got into a habit or a system of asking ECA and NERA from time to time to talk on the funding and the pricing strategy and the income targets, and to talk on how we do things. So I can see it eventually that what all we need to do is we need to change who appoints these external experts to do this task for us. In other words, conceivably Cura could start appointing these experts every 5 years to look at whether there's over-investment in assets, whether there's over-recovery of income, whether the pricing is fair, and we could end up with an outsourced regulated sector which wouldn't leave us at risk in the new world of the Competition Act, because we're treating public sector entities different from private sector entities. So I do want to put that on record to say it could be a way forward to take energy regulation. I've got a few questions for the Vice Chair to confirm. The first one is to confirm that the long-term financial plan that all this started from, after we wrote off £95 million of debt, is still in place. It hasn't been amended as such. And building on that first question, I just want to ask a few gas-related questions. The first one is, I think I heard clearly this morning, just for confirmation in this debate, that there's no decision about not using the gas pipeline anymore to bring gas to the 20,000 households that rely on gas. And secondly, that the Manx Utilities, or government behind Manx Utilities through Treasury, is mindful of the fact that there could be at risk that if decisions are made about the combined cycle gas turbine, we end up with more and more of the fixed costs being imposed on an ever-decreasing number of perhaps poorer households using gas. So we do have a risk in all of this that we end up with making with completely blowing our just transition concept for climate change. Also, I think people worry about repaying the debt, especially as we wiped this court voted to transfer £95 million to deal with the debt as part of a fifth of the debt at Manx Utilities. That went in that winter that Mr. Collister's just celebrated in 21-22, in large part subsidising data centres and large customers as well as struggling people. So therefore, I think we need some reassurance. And part of that was that winter was paid for from the bond fund. I'm never quite sure how much. I think we need some reassurance that the €9 million that's been saved since September 2023, because we don't have to pay for the financing costs on the gas pipeline lease now. All of that's going into the bond fund as expected, and it is specified in the long-term financial plan, such that we can actually expect Manx Utilities to be able to contribute to pay off the 2030 and 2034 bonds, and if not, what's the hit going to be to the public purse? Moving on to the first part of the, in fact, all my comments are going to be about electricity. The first comment on that is the basic element of the pricing strategy for real people is that we're keeping it at the price that we are now, which is high from a unit point of view, and it's going up by inflation, adjusted only for wholesale gas costs. Well, let's just think about that in terms of two other ideas. The first one is the Vice Chair told us that yesterday or this morning or whatever it was in terms of the climate change debate that beginning to reduce gas, I seem to remember, would take a quarter off the fuel costs. Does that mean that we will get that benefit to the customer? Can we expect the pricing strategy to be incorporated whereby the quarter that we save on the fuel costs will actually immediately reduce the 28 pence tariff down to a more normal level compared to other places around us? And the second big picture is if wind is very, very cheap to generate electricity, will all of the benefit go to Manx Utilities to pay off the bond fund, to pay off the bonds and other purposes, or will any of it see its way back into reducing that tariff? That's not completely clear inside this pricing strategy. However, one of the best things I like about this strategy is its honest treatment of sustainable generation and who gets the benefit of the and making the transition more just. In other words, is it right that we pay very rich people who have heated swimming pools to have heated swimming pools effectively by reducing their electricity tariff by letting them sell electricity back to us. And I'm glad that at least the officers and the board of the MUA are seizing the opportunity to question the fairness of all of these tariffs. I also wanted to know more about the time of use intentions, because my understanding is that Banks Utilities is thinking about increasing the standard rate, have a discounted rate for some special reason, which will obviously fly against a lot of the green, encouraging alternative energy use. So they're my principal concerns. I mean, this time 6 years ago, there was an amendment from Mr. Hooper suggesting that Manx utilities should take responsible for a fair rate system, because it is completely it's completely wrong that we charge for water and sewerage rates based on a system based on the 1969 rateable value, rental value of properties, which gives a massive benefit to people who live a long way away from, Douglas and the like, paying for their water and sewage, but they see it as being a huge disadvantage to them because that's much less than they get away with paying for their local authorities. So we do need to deal with the rate system at some point, including the rateable values, and it could well be that Manx Utilities is going to have to take the lead, given that this rates reform has been kicking around for years and years, if not decades and decades. Thank you very much.
And the Vice Chair to reply.
There's an awful lot of questions there, some of which I will be able to answer. Could be repaid by 2034. The original pricing strategy was intended to be in place for a period of 5 years. This was, however, extended by 1 year due to the energy crisis, and so an updated pricing strategy is now being presented for the following 5-year period. The updated strategy is intended to be evolutionary, not revolutionary. Many aspects of the previous pricing strategy have worked effectively. The consultants who undertook the review did not identify any significant issues with the previous strategy, and therefore many aspects of it are therefore being carried forward. Before I go any further, Mr. President, it's appropriate to speak about the energy crisis. Members will be aware this commenced with Russian actions leading up to its invasion of Ukraine. These actions caused wholesale prices in international energy markets to rise significantly. Wholesale natural gas prices in Europe, to which wholesale electricity prices are often correlated, rose by the order of 10 times the pre-energy crisis levels. This increase led to many energy providers in the UK failing and created the cost of living crisis, which has been a burden for so many of our community. The energy crisis was not something the Isle of Man could influence, it's something it had needed to react to. Manx Utilities worked closely with the government to help shield customers from the full impact of the increases in wholesale energy costs. As a result, £40 million of costs was not passed on to consumers. Prior to the energy crisis, Manx Utilities' domestic tariffs were comparable to the UK Ofgem default tariff cap, and this is also now the case. During the energy crisis, Manx Utilities' domestic tariffs were significantly below the Ofgem cap and significantly below the UK Energy Price Guarantee Scheme. Manx Utilities has managed to achieve this without drawing on government reserves, but its own reserves have been depleted as a consequence. I would have liked to say that the energy crisis is over, but as we're all aware, energy costs and many other costs remain higher than they were before Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Geopolitical uncertainty around the world continues to mean wholesale energy costs remain higher than long-term historical ranges. This pricing strategy is not about Manx Utilities raising tariffs to make more money. It's a community-owned utility that does not need to pay dividends. Nor is it the pricing strategy about how much income Manx Utilities needs to raise to cover its costs. That has been the subject of other reviews previously. But the strategy is about how income is spread across its services and customer groups to meet the costs of providing those services to our customers. So, Mr. President, returning to the strategy before us. The previous pricing strategy has worked well in very many respects since it was introduced and coped with the energy crisis. As such, the external review of the pricing strategy has not resulted in any significant or widespread changes, and the proposed strategy is more of the same. We continue to aim to make annual tariff changes based on the Manx Consumer Price Index, with provision for exceptional changes to wholesale natural gas prices. We continue to monitor wholesale energy prices daily and are keen to lower our electricity tariffs when market conditions allow. One potentially significant recommendation made from the external review was to increase electricity standing charges to be more reflective of the costs of providing a connection to a customer's property. Currently, standing charges do not cover these costs, meaning unit sales of electricity are providing a subsidy towards these costs. However, our board noted that this suggested change was likely to impact customers on low incomes more than other customer groups, and so proposed continuing with the current ratio of income derived from unit rates and from standing charges. Whilst not making changes for the sake of making changes, the external review has identified some areas that will be explored further. Examples of these include a better universal time of use electricity tariff or tariffs to improve customer choice. Focus group sessions that were held identified more customer choice is desired, and some current tariffs are restricted to specific circumstances. Smart meters will enable more tariff flexibility for customers. Another example was to consider capacity charges for private generation customers. As mentioned previously, standing charges do not cover the cost of connection to the network, and unit rate consumption for these customers is often reduced through their private generation. And another example was to analyse the potential benefits of water metering in conjunction with the Water Resources Management Plan to encourage more efficient water consumption. The island is not currently short of water, but indications are that we may face resource challenges in the future due to population growth and unpredictable weather patterns. It's important that we ensure that we have sufficient treated water when required, and that we do this in the most cost-efficient way for our customers. As with the previous pricing strategy, when it was presented to Tynwald, the motion before you is a simple motion, but significant work has been undertaken to validate that many aspects remain appropriate. The main focus in recent years and now remains the energy crisis, but we cannot ignore other changes in our community, and so we need to consider discrete aspects of our tariffs. We have a programme of work to consider the implications of these other changes as set out in the strategy, and we propose working through these in the coming year. Mr. President, today the Court is being asked to approve the strategy, approve the sewerage rate for April 25 based on September 24's inflation rate of 2.2%, and approve the mechanism used in previous years to adjust the sewerage rate annually. We remain committed to publishing our tariffs before the end of December annually as part of a tariff review report, and we also remain committed to ensuring our tariffs represent value for money for our customers, and we also remain committed to supporting government policy objectives. I beg to move the motion in my name.
Dr. Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Better to second and reserve my remarks.
Honourable Member Mr. Callister.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to start by thanking the Chair, the Vice Chair and the Board and officers of Manx Utilities for presenting their second pricing review report for consideration. I'm a firm supporter of conducting periodic pricing reviews every 3 to 5 years, which provides very clear and transparent information both to domestic and business customers about anticipated cost increases over the coming years. Additionally, it affords Manx Utility a greater degree of certainty regarding income levels, which is essential for safeguarding the organisation's core operations particularly concerning its financial stability over the next 5 years. I also support Manx Utilities being able to undertake exceptional reviews in response to any trigger events that may occur over the next few years. A case in point is the recent energy crisis, which has had a profound impact on energy costs over the past couple of years, especially considering that the next full review is not anticipated until 2029. Reflecting on the last pricing review report presented by Manx Utilities to this Honourable Court in October 2018, none of us could have predicted the significant challenges our island would face in the energy sector over the past 3 years. These challenges, including a significant rise in energy costs and considerable volatility in energy supply that was felt right across the Europe over the past 3 years. The report accurately reflects and identifies the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in February 2022 as a significant factor contributing to the current instability in the energy market. Regrettably, as the Vice Chair has already said, this threat still looms over us as we are about to enter 2025. The cost per therm of natural gas is currently around £1 today, and we've yet to see it return to a stable price of around 50 pence per therm that we all enjoyed for over a decade prior to 2021. As the Chair of Manx Utilities during that very difficult trading period, I still carry many of the scars and bruises from that energy crisis that unfolded throughout the winter of 2021 and 2022. During my brief tenure as Chair of Manx Utilities, I witnessed the wholesale price of natural gas surging by at least 10 times, as the Vice Chair has already said, above the normal price in a remarkably short period of time. This dramatic increase played considerable strain on the energy market, particularly here in the Isle of Man, where we remain heavily reliant on natural gas for heating and for electricity generation. This situation not only strained the financial position of Manx Utilities, but also put immense pressure on the board and the officers of Manx Utilities during a challenging operational period. The rising cost also had a profound impact on both domestic customers and on businesses. However, Mr. President, I would like to take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to the Manx Utilities Board, the current Chair, the Vice Chair, and all the staff at Manx Utilities. I mean, it was their proactive strategy, including forward purchasing and hedging of natural gas during 2021 and 2022, that provided a significant shield to many domestic and business customers through these two challenging trading periods. Unforgettable. This point, unfortunately, unregrettably, has been overlooked by many people when they try to evaluate the overall performance of Manx Utilities over the past 3 or 4 years. But we should never forget the amount of shielding the company actually did to domestic and business customers during this period. Furthermore, I welcome the upcoming discussion scheduled in April 2025 between the Treasury and the Department of Health and Social Care regarding social tariffs, particularly for those struggling with utility bills. I would also advocate for support for single occupants facing similar challenges. Mr. President, regarding the recommendations, I'm happy to give my support for the first recommendation, which proposes a 5-year pricing strategy. However, it is essential that we take a moment just to reflect on the current price of electricity here on the Isle of Man compared to other jurisdictions. Over the past few years, I've seen numerous social media and media claims that we consistently face significantly higher domestic electricity prices on the Isle of Man compared to our counterparts in England. I'm happy to report that these assertions are simply not true. As highlighted in the report on page 22, standing charges disproportionately affect low-income households and those who consume less energy. Fortunately, here on the island, we benefit from a daily standing charge of approximately 25 pence, amounting to less than £100 per year. In contrast, residents in England currently face a daily standing charge of around 61 pence, which is more than double our rate here on the island. These standing charges do not reflect the actual amount of electricity consumed. Therefore, it is fair to say that Manx Utilities do support low-income households and those with lower energy consumption through their current strategy regarding daily standing charges. In terms of electricity tariffs, we pay around 28 pence per kWh, which is about 4 pence more expensive than our counterparts in England may pay. However, when considering the average energy use of approximately 3,000 kWh, the average domestic customer on the island is in fact about £15 better off. While this may not seem a significant amount, I must emphasise that we're not paying more than England for electricity, despite our heavily reliance on natural gas at this time. That said, it is vitally important that we continue to benchmark our electricity tariffs against those of other jurisdictions in order to ensure that domestic customers and business customers here on the island are receiving a fair deal in the future. In closing, I would like to thank the Vice Chair of Manx Utilities and again the Chair and the Board for their latest pricing report, and I'm happy to support, Mr. President.
The Honourable Member, Mr. Hooper.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I actually have a number of questions for the Vice Chairman that I hope he will be able to answer. So, the first one is a practical question, as opposed to a question about the pricing strategy directly. So the pricing strategy mentions that MUO will be retaining its system of early payment discounts. Great idea. The question I have for him is whether or not there's been any move towards applying early payment discounts to things like direct debit payments. We say that's much more suitable for a lot of people, much more affordable, rather than upfront. Now, I'm talking here largely about things like the sewerage rates, and that may require legislative changes, I'm not entirely sure, but people who can afford to pay their rates up front do get a nice big discount, but if most people don't have thousands of pounds sat to one side, they can't do that, they can't avail themselves of early payment discounts. So I'd just like to ask if they're looking at that. But the questions I have about the pricing strategy are actually a bit more specific.
But we'll have to see how we can go on that. Thank you. There are a number of issues which I will have to come back to you on, but please bear with me on that, as you can imagine. A couple of issues from Mr. Hooper. Early settlement discounts in terms of direct debits. A lot of that comes in on rates anyway at the moment, and that's something that we are taking obviously into account of now, but we will look at that more generally. All the prices are set on September CPI rates, which is published in October, and I apologise if there was anything that wasn't quite clear in what I was saying there. Questions about the ECA report, and that's attached, and obviously the members themselves, the board themselves are looking at this and deciding which of that to take forward and which not. That was covered in my speech earlier. Mr. Glover was talking about, Mrs. Corlett, can you work with Cura? Absolutely, we're very prepared to do that, and thank you very much for that suggestion. In terms of Mr. Glover, there was a mention about water meters. Manx Utilities are finalising its water resources management plan, which sets out how it will ensure a suitable supply of water for the next 40 years. Should the population grow as desired, then we'll start to see a shortfall in water stocks in the relatively near future. We can address this in two ways: finding more water or using less. In reality, the solution is likely to be a combination of the two. Key elements of reducing demand will be around reducing leakage and reducing domestic and commercial consumption. In order for that to be achieved, it's been proven elsewhere that metering of supplies is extremely effective, and hence will likely form part of the solution at some point in the future. The extent of water metering is yet to be determined, with this being considered over the coming years following the completion of various studies. just looking at some things from Mr. Thomas. Debt write-off, bond repayment fund is still on track for repayment, and Gaspar lease saving is going into the bond repayment fund fully as expected. The electricity unit rates are high. Onshore wind is expected to reduce the costs in the future. There's a lot of uncertainty in costs, of course, in the future, but onshore wind will reduce that uncertainty. In terms of the time of use tariff, we're still looking into that. It's some concepts we're looking at, and we'll come back to you with something in that respect. That, Mr. President, is a summary of the information I have at the moment. If there's anything else I can give the members later, then I will do. But I beg the motion to be carried.
Honourable members, we come to vote on this item. Item 3 on supplementary order paper. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes. Division called.
Actor on the keys, 16 votes for, 5 against.
Legislative Council, 7 for, 1 against. Therefore, motion carries. So, honourable members, that concludes the business of Tynwald Court this month. Now, I know the work of Tynwald and government continue, but I do hope you all get an opportunity to spend some time with friends and family, and always consider those less fortunate and vulnerable. And I'd also like to take the opportunity to remind honourable members and the public that the Tynwald Carol service is tomorrow at the Cathedral St Mary's across the road at 1:10. So, Council will now withdraw and leave keys in the hands of order, and I just wish you Noah Gennell as planned by Noah.
And to you too, good night, Actor. The House of Keys will of course meet next Tuesday, 10 o'clock in our own chamber. Thank you.